This is Breakthrough News, and it is election night 2024 here, November 5th. It is the big night, as it were. I'm one of your hosts here, Eugene Puryear. I'm alongside, as you can see, Katie Halper, The Katie Halper Show. A big shout out to all of our audience watching on The Katie Halper Show YouTube. And, of course, my regular Freedom Side co-host, Rania Khalek, also with us from Dearborn, Michigan. Ladies, happy to be here with you this evening.
Thanks for having us.
It's fantastic, and I just want to say, whoever put together that opening, that was awesome.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, I'm
Really
glad
great.
we're giving out the superlatives early in the show. Big shout out to everyone who is doing many different things, a lot of different moving parts, a lot of stuff to bring you. We're going to have all sorts of experts, third-party candidates, the three of us talking. As the later in the night it gets, probably some combination of the three of us talking while the rest of us are drinking water and eating food in different intervals. We've got interviews that have been done in Dearborn by Rania and our team there, so right in the heart of one of the biggest stories. We've got voices from all across the political spectrum, but for sure this will be the only place I think you'll be able to find tonight where there's going to be, any significant coverage of the issues that are really facing people here in the United States and the issues that are really facing us here in this election. Obviously, it's a huge election. There are so many issues, a cost of living crisis. We've got 155 million people, according to the Census Bureau, having at least some trouble making expenses meet week to week. An ongoing genocide in Gaza, well over 40,000 people killed, over 100,000 injured, thousands killed in Lebanon, expansion of a war all across West Asia, in addition to the wars that are raging in Ukraine, the proxy wars and potential cold wars that are raging across Asia. So there's, issues like that. Immigration, of course, one of the biggest issues that is facing us here in the United States. I don't want to go on and on. Climate change, there's so many issues. We'll hit all of the issues. But one thing I want to say before I ask some of you guys hear some of my thoughts, and I just want to note as well, big shout out to Sidewalk Studios, who has done a lot to help us produce this show, especially the Michigan portion. So shout out to your entire team. But one thing I think we should note at the outset of this show, ladies, that I think will be important throughout it is if there's one thing that this isn't in terms of the election, and it is a lot of things, it's not just a straight out referendum of what people in the United States think. Of course, we have the Electoral College, which means that, for a large portion of voters, their vote only kind of barely matters. We have gerrymandering in the House. We have all of these other various different issues that, really lean towards not a popular vote. You don't have to win the popular vote to be the U.S. election, but these various, to win the U.S. election, these various other factors. There are 4 million people who cannot vote because of a felony conviction. There's anywhere between 11 and 15 million undocumented people in this country who will not vote. So this is certainly a snapshot of what tens of millions of people in the United States have decided to do with their vote, with the choices they had available, and a number of candidates were kicked off ballots and the like, but it's not necessarily the 100 end-all be-all for what quote-unquote Americans think on any given term. So I thought that, is an important framing to put it out here. I'll just go sort of across the way you guys are. We've got a few minutes until our first guest. Maybe, Katie, I'll start with you since you're to my immediate right on my screen. I don't know how it looks to other people there. Maybe
Not
initial couple minutes about how
but
you're feeling, what's going on, election night 2024.
Yeah, I think it's a really depressing night, obviously. I think that, all the issues that you just brought up, Eugene, it's really important to remember and be mindful of. And, tonight we have an election between two genocide dares, and one genocide dare is going to win. And I think even people who really feel, there are people out there, there's a range of opinions, but I think that even people who really want to see Trump defeated, and feel like celebrating should not celebrate. I think that's really important to do. I see a lot of people, and people have the right to see this election the way they want to see it. But I really think that no matter what, we are just choosing between two mass murderers. And I understand people have different arguments about who will be less evil, but tonight is not going to be happy no matter what happens, because tomorrow the genocide continues, and we need to remember that and make sure that we're not distracted by this election, and that we work harder than ever to make sure to stop the genocide. I'm sorry, I don't really have anything that insightful, and I'm also, apologies, I'm sick. This election is making me sick, literally, and the state of the world, I think, is making me sick. But that's really all I have to say, is that it's just, it's we have to not see this as a distraction. This has to be brought into the context of what is happening right now, and that is a genocide and an expanding regional war that could lead to, honestly, world war if we're not careful.
Yeah,
that's my optimistic take.
Well, the fear of war is definitely important. Rania Khalek, some of your initial thoughts.
So my apologies. There's just a lot of people around me. I am actually at a watch party at a local Dearborn restaurant called The Canteen, where the ADC near me has a big stage and they're following the results. A lot of people from the Arab community are here to
and the
see
ADC, for people who don't know?
The Arab American Anti-Discrimination Committee, who run by Abba Ayoub, who we've had on this show before. But it's been a really interesting few days. Me and Kei Pritzker and are here with our cameraman Craig, who's standing right in front of me. And we've been doing a lot of coverage here that I'm sure a lot of our audience has seen. And one thing that's been very apparent is that everybody I've spoken to here has been touched in some way by the genocide in Gaza and the escalation across Lebanon and the constant bombing of Yemen. Their families are being killed. Their houses are being destroyed. Just everybody has stories of loss. And they feel the Democratic Party almost across the board has abused and insulted them in terms of the way they've ignored them or justified the violence being perpetrated against them. So it's really radicalized this community that obviously in the last 20 years has been a very strong voting bloc for the Democratic Party. In Dearborn, Michigan, where I am, has the largest, I think, Arab American community in the country. So obviously Michigan's a swing state. I have really found it so difficult to find a single person who says that they voted for Democrats here, or at least maybe they're not willing to say it publicly because it's almost like an embarrassing thing to say. A few people have endorsed Trump, but not many. But the point is that I find it very difficult to see the Democrats winning this state, given how angry this community is. And they really have been radicalized by the horrors inflicted across the region. Everyone here is completely traumatized. They spend 24 hours a day from when they wake up to when they go to bed looking at the news to see where's been bombed, if their houses are still standing, where their families have been displaced to. It's really just completely horrifying to witness. So, yeah, I think it's actually going to possibly determine the outcome of this election.
Yeah, well, we're certainly going to have to see there. 8 o'clock, the polls are just closing in Michigan, only about 2% of the votes in, but we'll continue to bring that. About 5% in Pennsylvania, 30% in Georgia. So some of the states will be watching closely where this will all be a factor. Pennsylvania, of course, Puerto Rican voters will all be a factor as well. Katie, you were going to jump in there. I just want to note really quickly, this is also an election that has to be framed and discussed in the context of big money. For just one small piece of it, 150 billionaire families have donated basically $2 billion to races up and down the ballot. So that's something we'll be able to talk about all night long. But the influence of big money, a huge factor in this. Katie, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to really pay homage to Rania Khalek and all of you at Breakthrough News because, Rania did amazing coverage. And it is stunning to me that Rania is unique in this because we've seen so many pundits talk about Arab Americans and about their feelings and how they're going to vote. And Rania stands out in actually talking not about them, but to them. And it really shows you how the poverty of our media, how disgusting it is that these people are not worthy of literally voicing their own views. They're only worthy of being spoken about. During the I think I saw Face the Nation did one panel with Arab Americans, but the invisibilization and erasure of Arab Americans is something that we see reflected obviously in our policy, political policy, but we really see it in the media. And something like this, when it comes to foreign policy, media is more important than ever because it's really the only way that people who don't have family abroad experience at all what's happening. And the misinformation and disinformation out there is so rampant. And that's why I think independent media is so important. And again, I really recommend that people watch these interviews. Rania, I really loved your debate kind of almost like informal town hall. And what's so fascinating also is that, I'm sorry, I have this frog in my throat, but there was a variety of opinions, but everyone was so smart about it and so sharp and analytical. And I think there's such an attitude of condescension towards Arab voters as being one issue voters. And you got a lot of people being why aren't they talking about other things and already preemptively blaming them for a Trump victory. And these people are so much smarter than all the people who are talking smack about them. So I highly recommend it.
Well, let's go to our first guest who we have here on, who I think it may be in Michigan herself right now, the Green Party presidential candidate, Dr. Jill Stein. Jill, as always, thanks for joining us.
It's really great to be with you. Thanks so much for having me on. Yes, I'm in ground zero for the political rebellion right now, and it's really awesome to be here in Dearborn.
Right on. Well, and you say that is exactly where I want to open. You've been running this campaign for a number of months now. I mean, what are you hearing from people on the campaign trail? What is missing in the two-party system that you think is attracting people to your campaign and other third parties?
Oh man, I mean, we're hearing just a torrent of misery from the American people, and from the Muslim American community. Of course, this is about their relatives. I've never been in a campaign, and I've run a lot of them. This is my third presidential run, but I've run other campaigns too, and I've never had a campaign where people are running up to me in public, complete strangers, who are bursting out into tears and hugging me because they are so grateful to be heard and to be defended and and to have some measure of advocacy for their relatives who are being killed, who are being absolutely slaughtered. So there's that on one hand, and then on the other, it's people who are struggling to keep a roof over their heads, who are paying 50% or more of their income, just to deal with the skyrocketing rents, who do not have health care. People who cannot afford their medicine for diabetes and they don't have access to Medicare or anything, who are swamped in student debt, who are just utterly depressed and hopeless about the future, and who are just sick to death of this political system, which is, bought and paid for by AIPAC and the war machine and Wall Street and all that. So, yeah, I mean, I hear no end of people suffering. And, this is why the Democrats have worked so hard to throw us off the ballot, hired their army of lawyers. We just learned 2 days ago, an expose in Time magazine, that the Democrats are spending the equivalent of our entire budget. They are spending a 7-figure budget. They have 30 employees purely for the purpose of smearing third parties, and in particular our campaign, who they regard as their biggest threat. So it's like that's what they're doing, is just trying to silence their competition instead of addressing why it is that people are walking away from them, why it is that voters, Kamala Harris is so worried about swing states. Well, she could win those votes back if she simply agreed to a weapons embargo, but she won't. She would rather just smear her opposition. The fact that we have survived that and we've come out stronger than we've ever been before, with a real alliance with the Muslim American community, many in the African Americans, students, Hispanics, so many who are standing up to support our campaign now. We're emerging stronger than we have ever been, in spite of the Democrats' very concerted effort to fear campaign and smear campaign and blame and shame voters. We're going really strong. And when they launch their fear campaigns, they're ridiculed. They're absolutely ridiculed. AOC or Jamie Harrison, Angela Rye on the Breakfast Club. They're absolutely ridiculed by their pathetic rerun of the same old smears. So they're in pretty desperate straits right now, and I think this is really a time for us lefties to be getting together and looking at how we can build solidarity coming out of this, and use all the power out there. This is the perfect storm, and it's going to keep getting more perfect, unfortunately, because billionaires have doubled their wealth and child poverty has tripled. And that's kind of like a sign of the times and where we are. So It's a really great time for us to be standing up and fighting for political power right now.
Absolutely.
Joe, I want to ask you, I'm sure you get asked this all the time in a really disingenuous way. But, the Democrats will say if they lose tonight to Trump or tomorrow, whenever we find out results, they're going to turn around. We know what they're going to do. They're going to turn around and they'll say, well, Jill Stein, the Green Party, refused to get out of the way, and therefore this is their fault. So I want to give you the opportunity to respond to what I think is a very entitled, anti-democratic position to have. Nonetheless, we hear it repeated not just by Democratic politicians and their leadership, but also by the corporate media apparatus. So what is your response to that talking point?
What can I say? We've been through this many times before. So many times that I think it begins to lose traction, and all the fear campaigning that's going on around this, I think loses traction. In fact, let me say, I've heard from Hispanics who've discovered our campaign and who come running to our events and then say they are so excited to hear that they have this option that actually treats immigrants with respect and with dignity, and would basically offer a pathway to citizenship for everybody, and that treats the migration problem. The most important solution is to stop causing the migration crisis in the first place. So Hispanics are like overjoyed to hear about this, and this young woman was then saying, well, I'm going to go back and tell all my friends because they're all voting for Trump. I said, well, why are they voting for Trump? To which she says, they're voting for Trump because it's Biden who has actually been deporting all the Hispanics in the same way that it was Obama was the previous deporter in chief. So, the smear campaigns are just not getting traction. And likewise, Angela Ray, who went completely ballistic on breaking points and was, just throwing all those smear campaigns against us, to look at what did the viewers think. Well, the viewers thought it was totally pathetic, that it was just an assault on basic democracy, and that they were going to go out and vote for our campaign now, having intended not to vote at all. So I'd say the smears backfire. If you want to know, what is our response, because this is the only question that mainstream media asks us. And so what we say is that this is self-serving propaganda. People shouldn't listen to it for a minute. You own your vote. The politicians who tell you that they own your vote, they don't even deserve consideration of your vote if that's their attitude. They have to earn your vote. If they haven't, then, just forget them. So there are so many answers to this. It's just pure BS, and their intention is to just silence voters and to fear campaign and smear campaign. They could address the crisis here based on which people are walking away, but they don't actually address the material conditions of people's lives. They could implement a weapons embargo right now, and Kamala Harris would probably do very well in the swing states if she did that, but she doesn't want to do that. She would rather lose the election than end the genocide and her service to Bibi Netanyahu. So they could fix this. They could speak to a $25 an hour minimum wage. They could implement rent control across the country and actually build social housing. We call for 15 million units. There are just, these problems are solvable. The problems are not the problem. The problem is that our political system is predatory. This is end-stage capitalism and end-stage oligarchy. It has no intention of meeting your needs. So its days are over, which is why it has to silence its competition, because it actually cannot compete in the realm of ideas and policy and solutions.
Well, Joe, let me ask you this last 4 or 5 minutes we have with you here. I think a big issue in the election is the time scale of terrible things that could happen. We saw what happened with Hurricane Helene. We saw what happened with Hurricane Milton. I mean, how important is it that we make a serious course correction on climate change, which is not something being talked about by the two major parties?
Exactly. In fact, Kamala Harris is bragging about how she, opened the floodgates to more fracking by being the deciding vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which is supposed to be a climate bill. It's not a climate bill. It's a total fossil fuels bill. Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely terrifying. And, when you talk about the timeline, these dramatic, powerful hurricanes are not only super powered, they're also super fast. And they develop, in the blink of an eye. The worst hurricane on record took place the year before in Acapulco, Mexico, where it went from a non-entity, it was not even like a recognized storm, to a Category 5 hurricane in the course of 5 days. I'm sorry, in the course of 1 day. In the course of 24 hours, it went to the most extreme category of hurricane. That's where we are now, where we will not even be able to evacuate when the hurricanes are coming. And we did not have money even to sponsor FEMA to do the rescues, which still need to be done in Western North Carolina. The money's not there for FEMA. This $8 billion they were short. They were instead giving to Israel in order to reward Israel for having expanded the war now into the West Bank and into Lebanon. And we're on the verge. I mean, talk about scary things here, not only on climate, but also we're on the verge of being dragged into a major war with Iran, which has been Netanyahu's goal here for a long time. And we just sent some B-52 bombers and other aircraft. We've had 2 aircraft carrier battle groups, one stationed off of Iran, another stationed off of the west coast of Gaza. We have boots on the ground, not only 40,000 soldiers in the Middle East, but also, these 5,000 soldiers with each of these battleship groups, and 100 going in to provide this missile defense. And the Biden-Harris White House has promised boots on the ground if they're needed. The draft is back. People are being registered for the draft. If you're between the ages of 18 and 25 and you're a male, you are being signed up for the draft without your permission and without your knowledge. AI is doing that. And all that has to happen is for Joe Biden to say, okay, they need us now. And if there's a full-scale war with Iran, Israel can't fight that war. Israel is trying to draft the religious Orthodox Jews right now, and they're not coming. They are not a part of this. And they could decide, we really need your help now, America. So America could be paying in blood sooner than you could possibly imagine. Which is why this election is so critical, not only to end the genocide, but to prevent World War III, to prevent the draft, to prevent the climate crisis, which is, it's not only the storms, it's the Colorado River, which is running dry, which means we don't have the fruits and vegetables for half the nation coming from California. So there are just 1,000 ways that we're in a meltdown right now, and it's not even being discussed. This is why we have to build an alternative politics, not only in this election, but coming out of this election. And on that score, I feel like we have won. We've won because we're
Jill, I've got
emerging
Katie
more
Halper
powerfully
here
than ever.
with me who wants to break in and ask you a question. Katie, go ahead.
Great.
Hi, thanks so much. Hi, Dr. Stein. I want to know, you mentioned that Kamala Harris could easily gain popular support with an arms embargo. So what's stopping her? Why isn't she doing that?
Yeah, I think she's a wholly owned subsidiary, or shall we say fully owned subsidiary of corporate America, of AIPAC, does Kamala Harris think for herself? I mean, it'd be really hard to believe that. Kamala Harris seems to be an empty suit who basically, puts her finger in the air. And she's hearing from a lot of Zionists and her big donors. She has more billionaire donors than any other campaign on record. She's been raising money hand over fist. So it's just not conceivable that she is not seeking to fulfill her obligation as a big fundraiser. That seems to be about as far as her brain will stretch. So it's just hard to imagine her not standing up. She called for the most lethal army in the history of the world. This is where she measures success. This is what she understands as the power that she is acquiring. So it's absolutely terrifying for an empty suit like Kamala Harris to be in the White House. And when people ask me, and they're really trying today to get me to commit, to which candidate is the greater evil, to which I have to say I'm terrified of both of them. And they both give us reason to build as fast as we possibly can to create a political alternative. And I think we need to do like France which is to bring together the parties of the left and find ways that we can collaborate, which we've done a little bit in this race, but we need to do much more. I think it's time for that. And when we do that, we totally pull the rug out from under the the right wing. And there's nothing, when people say, well, the Democrats are the solution to the right wing extremists. No, they're not at all. They're a major driver of right wing extremism. Democrats fund the most extremist Republicans in the primaries. They spent over $50 million doing that in the last midterms. And they fund extremist candidates that they think will be easiest to beat in the general. Usually that's true, but in the process, they have basically given new political life to really radical right-wing Republicans. And the Democrats' agenda of austerity, privatization, big tax giveaways to the wealthy, and endless war, that is what creates the incredible economic insecurity and misery, which is really driving the electorate to the right. Economic insecurity, really is the driving force of fascism and right-wing extremism. So,
Indeed. Well, Dr. Jill Stein, as always, it was great to have you with us. It looks like you got a very exciting watch party yourself there behind you. Wish you good luck this evening, and thanks again for joining us here on Breakthrough News.
Great to be with you, and talk to you again soon. Thanks so much. Take care. Good luck tonight to all of us.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, Rania is there. We lost Katie briefly. Few different things that are happening here just as we go. It looks like Amendment 3 in Florida, which is one of the ballot measures we were watching to legalize marijuana, a few of those over the course of the night. And obviously it's been a little bit of a roll for legal weed around the country. Well, not in Florida. They shot that one down. Donald Trump has been called to win South Carolina. No surprise there. A few other calls from the AP for states like that: Maryland, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, places that tend to go the same way every time. Still 5% of votes in Michigan. About half the votes are in Georgia. So we'll start bringing you some updates from there relatively soon as we go through on that piece. But where we are right now, we don't have a ton of results here really to bring to. If you're curious, with 52% of the votes in, Trump is leading in Georgia, but again, that's only half the votes, so you can only but say so much about that. Only 8% in Pennsylvania, 5% in Michigan, and 13% in North Carolina. So we'll still be tracking some of those bigger swing states. Rania?
Well, Eugene, it's a waiting game. It's a waiting game to see. And God, I feel like the more elections you watch as a journalist, the more triggered you feel whenever this time comes around. Because looking at this map, I'm already and I remember 2020. Let's not forget, we might not actually know who wins tonight.
Exactly.
Because when it was 2020, it took us, I think it was 5 days before they confirmed Joe Biden, if I'm not mistaken.
And some of them it was further. I think Pennsylvania they didn't announce on November 13th. I don't want to cut you off, Rania, but I know we have our next guest on who's also at her watch party for her campaign. So I don't want any campaign managers getting mad at me for not appropriately following the time limits of these candidates who are very graciously offering us their time. Claudia de la Cruz, who is the presidential candidate, the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Thank you so much for joining us here on Breakthrough News.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, great to have you here. Let me start off with this. This campaign in the last couple of weeks has been, from my point of view, just a lot of hate-filled rhetoric from all sides. Immigrants getting extremely scapegoated. You cannot watch any sporting event with without an anti-trans ad coming from the Trump community, Trump campaign. So much of negative, pitting people against each other, but you focus your campaign very much on uniting people as opposed to stressing the various differences that it seems like a lot of the other two candidates work on. Why is that?
I think it's important to raise that the divide isn't between the Republicans and the Democrats. The real divide in this country is between a minority ruling class that imposes itself on the majority of people. And so it's a battle between the ruling class and working class people. And that's what we need to be focusing in. What the Democrats and Republicans do very well is create scapegoats. They start scapegoating immigrants, scapegoating Black men voters, scapegoating trans communities. everything and anything they could potentially think of is what they utilize to not assume responsibility for their deficiencies. And as a campaign, as socialists, we have the responsibility of revealing what the real nature of this capitalist system is.
Rania?
Sorry, you guys. I'm playing the muting unmuting game. We all know I fail at this, so this is going to happen repeatedly.
Seems like you got a lot of chatting there going from side to side. Maybe we need some security around you, so people will not be talking to you as this goes on.
It's not we got to shut up the whole watch party. Look, Claudia, I'm coming to you from Dearborn, Michigan, which is home to the largest Arab American population in the country. People here are, really paying attention to this election, I think more than Arabs have ever before, because obviously of the genocide in Gaza and the ongoing horrific escalation in Lebanon and Yemen and across the region, potential war with Iran. And so I'm just curious, after a year of you specifically being very much a part of the movement for Palestinian liberation and being in the streets, as well as being a part of a presidential third-party campaign, how has the genocide in Gaza, do you think, shifted the political landscape among voters in the U.S.?
Incredibly. It has incredibly shifted the political landscape. I think we should really take into account that if the Democrats wanted to win, they could have. They could have actually had more votes if they actually listened to the hundreds of thousands of people that took the streets and have taken the streets for over a year to demand a ceasefire, to demand an arms embargo. They could have picked up the phone and ended this genocide many months ago. And so I think it has in many ways shifted the political landscape because it has also shifted the consciousness of people. People have gained a better understanding of the brutality, the genocidal nature of the system, and the ways in which AIPAC and other PACs intervene in politics so that working class people's concern in general are not heard. And so I feel like, yes, of course, it has played a huge part. And I think it will continue to play a huge part because I want to believe that this mass movement that has reemerged in many ways has gained a level of consciousness that is an anti-imperialist consciousness. And that could only grow more as the United States continues to finance the expansion of war in the Middle East and the expansion of war across the globe.
Claudia, one of the things that I think many people have noted about the campaign that you all have run, the PSL, is both yourself and Karina Garcia, your vice presidential candidate, are moms. And this has been a big election, talking a lot about families, talking a lot about the cost of living crisis. I mean, just talk about, from your point of view, at a time where you've got, roughly 155 million people in this country are, having at least some trouble making it week to week. 21 million people are at least sometimes going hungry week to week. We've seen child poverty skyrocket, all these different things. People are talking about, how can families make it in this reality? I mean, what do you say to people who you meet, even people without families who are really struggling to make ends meet?
Well, capitalism will never allow us to make ends meet. Capitalism will always push us to be in a rat race, will always push us to fight against each other and not fight against those billionaires, those corporations, those Wall Street bankers that are the ones that are causing the extreme and deep economic crises that we're facing. I mean, you're talking about, as a mom, I could say that the groceries that I used to buy a year ago have doubled, tripled in price. And to see a government that has the potential, that has all the economic and political power to actually stop price gouging and not do that, it's very revealing. When you see that minimum wage in this country has not been raised since 2009, it's still $7.25, and we're experiencing high levels of inflation that are hitting the working class people in historic ways, I would dare say. And the ruling class, those who have economic and political power, are doing nothing about it. And then they turn around and tell us that somehow if we give them another opportunity, they will do it better. I mean, they're playing us for fools. And I think it's important for us to understand it. All these billionaires that are running behind the Harris campaign saying, as a mother, you had Beyonce the other day, you had Michelle Obama, all of these folks that are billionaires that have immense amounts of wealth wanting to talk about what they see Kamala can do for us or not. Kamala is not going to do anything for us because ultimately her alliance is not for working class mothers. We see the cases of truancy against Black and brown mothers in California, the dismantling of families through the continuous attacks on immigration and immigrants. And so these people could care less about our well-being, about the state of our families. Capitalism hates working class families, and we need to take that really seriously.
You know, Claudia, I think a really important point to wrap on as we have you here, if that's the point we're wrapping on, but at least the last question I get to ask you, is, you know, obviously today's election day. At some point very, very soon, either we're going to find out that Trump or Harris is our next president. But obviously we know that the fight does not stop there. All of this wasn't just for election day, right? It is about building something beyond that. And no matter who's in charge, we know that a lot is not going to change. It's going to stay the same in a really bad way, and things are going to get worse. So I guess my question for you is, can you address that issue of what do we do next? No matter who gets elected, what should we be looking to do next?
Well, I think they've given us some sort of hints in terms of what communities are going to be mostly attacked. We know that they're going to continue to expand war in the Middle East. So we know that there is a continued extermination campaign against the Palestinian people, the Yemenis, the Lebanese people, and Iran. We know that they're going to continue to heighten their attacks on immigrant communities. We know that they're going to continue to attack workers by busting the possibility of folks unionizing. So we know this. And so our task is to be able to prepare to defend, prepare to protect, because the Democrats concede. Our task as people of the working class, as revolutionaries, as socialists, is to defend and protect our people, is to demand what we know is not only possible, but is urgent. And so we need to organize. We've been focusing on the need of building political organization all throughout our campaign. The need to be able to build unions if you're a worker, to be able to build student organizations if you're a student, the need to be able to build community organizations, to join political organizations like the Party for Socialism and Liberation that are fighting every day of the year and that understand that the elections are simply a small part of our larger political strategy. And so we are urging folks to get organized, because we know that if Trump wins, we're going to lose. And we know that if Harris wins, we're going to lose. And the only way we win is if we fight.
Yes. Well, I think that that's certainly a time-honored piece, and I think that's a question that a lot of people are asking themselves as you're raising it is, you know, what can you do beyond just voting? And I think that you put that in a very good context and circumstance. Well, Claudia de la Cruz, I know you are also, even though it's not, you're in a nice quiet room, thank you for that. You are at a watch party of many, many of your supporters. I even heard from your team that it was packed there. So I don't want to hold you. I know that they want to take their photos and chat and all those different pieces. So we appreciate you breaking away from your very enthusiastic associates to join us here on Breakthrough News.
Well, thank you so much for having me.
Yes, thank you. I think we're going to get Katie Halper. Back with us. That was quick transition. Katie Halper, I want to just throw something at you right away here. When you came in and we were talking, you mentioned the issue of World War III and avoiding nuclear war in different pieces. And, I want to just read you something here, because the New York Times recently did a poll of African Americans, but you'll see the point I'm getting to here. 71% of the Black respondents under 30, so like young Black people, demographic, the Democrats are really going after. They're bringing out, Beyonce, all these other people, Meg Thee Stallion. 71% of them said that they thought, quote, we should pay less attention to problems overseas and concentrate on problems here at home. And I want to get your take on that, just because I think when we talk about Gaza, I think people mainly see that as a progressive issue. But outside of that, Ukraine, other issues around war, a lot of times if you're raising anti-war concerns, you're sort of just tagged as like a right-winger. But I think we can assume that the 71% of Black people under 30 are, leaning a little bit more to the left. And it just feels like the sort of, progressive concerns about war and militarism are being written out of the mainstream conversation.
Yeah, I mean, I think we definitely see this attempt, or, people like to talk about the red-brown alliance, as if the fact that if you have a certain view that's held by other people, and it's often for totally different reasons, like that should taint the view. I mean, that's a ridiculous thing. They tried to do that with Bernie and Trump, right? With TPP, not to sound like a total nerd historian, but with the Trans-Pacific Partnership, right? They tried to say, oh, look, Trump's against it. So the fact that Bernie is against it shows that they're both the same right-wing populists. But no, I think that, these concerns are part of the reason they need to be framed and dismissed as American first isolationism is because people know full well that if you care about human beings and also you care about your own well-being, you neither want other people to be killed on your dime, and you also don't want your own needs to be neglected for the sake of, I mean, it's not, I don't want to like present it as international domestic things as this zero sum game, but it certainly is striking when you see people prioritize killing people in other countries over feeding, sheltering, housing, educating their own.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I'm not surprised that, of course, and you hear Kamala talk about this. She and Liz Cheney talk about this dangerous isolationism, as if you need to be an isolationist to not want little kids to be blown into bits. And
well, it's historically,
that's one of the scary things about seeing this neocon, neo-lib marriage. Yeah.
And I just have to say quickly, it's historically just fake what Liz Cheney said. She said that Pearl Harbor happened because of isolationism, which is just false. Pearl Harbor happened because Japan assumed the United States was going to intervene in its colonial enterprises. So the opposite of isolationism, but that's neither here nor there. Rania, go ahead.
Well,
you're saying she's ignorant or lying? Shame on you, Eugene.
It just blows me away. And this is going to be my theme throughout the night because I am just like, my head is full of so much loss, you guys. Like, today, the Israelis bombed this area of Lebanon called Bajra. And it's been a safe area because it's a majority Sunni area. But a lot of displaced people from Shia areas of South Lebanon have fled there. And actually, one of my really close friends, 80% of her family is in this area called Bajra, displaced there. Another one of my friends, most of his family is in this area called Bajra. Israel's been doing this thing where they're actually bombing specifically residential buildings full of displaced Lebanese people, Lebanese Shias mostly, who have fled to so-called safer areas. They've been literally hunting the displaced to try to turn what they believe is Hezbollah's base population against them. And every day, this is what I hear. Like, my friend is messaging me, freaking out. Oh my God, they bombed where 80% of my family has fled to. What the hell am I going to do? Where else are they going to go next? Like, and everyone's scared. Luckily, nobody died. They killed upwards of 15 people. It's like, I can't wrap my head around how this has become normal. And then to hear the conversation in the U.S. be one where Democrats accuse anybody who doesn't want to spend money doing what I just described, arming Israel to bomb displaced people they have displaced because they're literally blowing up their villages. To call that America First nationalism, that's dying, that doesn't exist. But to just reduce it to that is just so disgusting because actual people who have children, who have families, who have lives, who have dreams, who have homes, just like we do, their lives are being shattered and destroyed and their families are being scattered around the world. So anyways, I just wanted to throw that personal touch in there because, again, my entire visit here has been one full of personal nightmares and horror stories that nobody in this world should have to endure. Yeah.
Well, Rania, I think that there was something you had captured there when you all were out, I think, at a protest in Dearborn of some of the folks on the street. Maybe we can play that clip up real quick, and then we'll come back and comment and also update you on where we are election-wise.
Hey everyone, it's Rania Khalek with Breakthrough News, and we are on the ground in Dearborn, Michigan, which has one of the largest Arab American communities in the country. Both Democrats and Republicans are focused on this area because Michigan is a swing state, and the Arab vote could swing it one way or the other. Many people in this crowd behind me are rallying against both candidates and for a third party. Many of them have family who've been directly impacted by this genocide. They want it to end, and they're advocating for voting against Trump and Harris and for a third party to send a message: no to genocide, no more killing our families. And those in charge right now,
need to be punished for it.
My husband is from Lebanon, South Lebanon.
And who are these people in this photo that you're holding?
These are 8 of his family members that were killed in Deir Kanun, Ras Al Ain on September 23rd while in their homes.
I have family in Lebanon, and some of them have been suffering from what's been going on from the imperialist movement of Israel that's been backed by the United States and other Western forces.
I'm here to say out loud and clear, we refuse this, the logic of lesser of two evils narrative. There are indeed no two evils. They're both evil. They both support genocide. And we have to stand strong saying that we will not be bullied into voting for two parties that are two faces for the same coin. So if the Democrats fall, they can't possibly blame the shift on us. They only have themselves to blame.
Yeah, well, I think that speaks to a lot of the sentiment. Rania, okay, you're off mute there. It looked like you might be trying to jump in.
Well, no, I think that really pulled together what I'm talking about. And that woman whose family in South Lebanon was killed, I mean, there's so many stories like that. We'll get to a bit later in the program, but, just yesterday I sat down with somebody at his home and did an on-camera interview with him, which will be coming out to Breakthrough News later this week. And he lost 15 members of his family, including his parents and many of his nephews and nieces, all under the age of 7. In an Israeli airstrike on Dahieh, the southern neighborhood in Beirut that they call Hezbollah stronghold, where they leveled an entire residential building and killed 70 people. It's his childhood apartment that he grew up in, and his life is just destroyed because of this. So yeah, the stories are endless. It's just like Gaza now. It's becoming just like Gaza. And it's like, this is just gonna keep spreading. I don't know where it ends. And so yeah, for many people who are experiencing that sort of shattering of their families and their homelands, there is no lesser of two evils, because what's more evil than what's already happened to them? That's what they're asking.
Yeah. No, I think it's an important question. I think it's an important question in terms of, how we sort of parse these elections. I mean, I was thinking about it earlier this morning, Katie and Rania, in terms of just how we look at it. You think about, for the average sort of low-wage worker, someone making between about $11 an hour and $14 an hour, almost nowhere in the country is that enough to make ends meet, right? So the type of people who are going to have multiple side hustles. And I was just thinking about someone who's sort of a low-wage worker, working in a state where you're on the lower end of that. Maybe you're driving Uber to make ends meet, and you look at how this election plays to you. Well, on the one hand, let's say you work at McDonald's. Some people might say, Kamala Harris is going to get the joint employer rule back in the Department of Labor, which is going to make it easier for you to hold your boss accountable for higher wages. But that's sometime in the future when you're able to organize a union and do all these different things. So it could be good. Who knows? And then on the same token, Kamala Harris has, all these guys, Tony West, even her vice president, Tim Walz, who says that Uber drivers are all independent contractors, which makes it harder for you to actually get the amount of money you need to survive from your second job that you're trying to make it work. Now, Trump isn't going to do the joint employer rule, nor is he going to do anything for Uber, but he's saying no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, so maybe it could put a few more dollars in your pocket. So people are being sort of split into all these different ways, where they're being told that every issue is black and white, but I feel the issues hit you in so many different types of ways, and one thing about one candidate can be good, another thing about another candidate can be good or bad or whatever, and you're given this Faustian bargain over and over again, and I think that's one of the challenges to elections, and I think what turns people off a lot of times, we think about 40% of people who won't vote, is it's too hard to parse all these different things, and it's hard to see, how their lives are really going to get any, better, I think, so to speak. So, so many of these different issues, it's not a zero-sum game. And I think you actually said that earlier, Katie. It's not a zero-sum game. And I think the media especially wants to make everything black and white.
Right. And pit people against each other, right? I mean, we're seeing that in a lot of the way that the election is being covered, both on traditional media and on social media, which is, instead of understanding people's pain and their reluctance to vote for someone, instead of being mad at Democrats for putting these people in that position, they're blaming the people who don't want to vote for someone who blew up their people's baby. I mean, their family's relatives. And I think that, again, people have different ideas about who, and I don't think anyone really thinks of or can see this as electing a good person. I think you can make various arguments about you can make a lesser evil, or maybe you can't make a lesser evil. You can even argue about that, right? But what's certain, I think, is that anyone who I see crapping on people who say that they can't vote for Harris, I'd ask them to, especially if they're Jewish. I just thought of this before, but like, would they be crapping on Jewish people who said that they would refuse to vote for someone overseeing a genocide of Jews? And again, you can make a calculation over whether you think that would be the right thing to do or not. But I would suggest that a lot of people would not be calling these people idiots, or would not be maligning them. They'd at least understand where that was coming from.
Good point. Good point. Rania, you want to get in there?
I do. I actually just wanted to say, I noticed that Florida was Trump, which I think is not to be unexpected, but is really funny because do you guys remember back in the day, not to take away from Katie's point, but like back in the day, it was always Florida was the big swing state. Florida was the big swing state. And now the map is just completely different.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that's very much the case. There's a lot of different pieces to it. I have to say Georgia, which has 63% of votes in, pretty tight right now. Trump leading 52 to 47. That's again with only 63% of the votes in Georgia. That's one we're going to be watching. Pennsylvania, it's still far too early, 13%. Michigan, 8%. Still far too early to bring you much there. Here's our map. You can see what's been called. And these are primarily states that you would expect in the Northeast, Illinois, and the Deep South that tend to go for Republicans every time. There'll be some down ballot stuff in some of those races we'll check in with later. But I think you can see Florida, you can see Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, and others. Indiana, Illinois those are all that I just listed for Trump. Illinois called for Harris, along with Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Jersey, and Maryland. So for the states that, as we talked about with the Electoral College, every state has I believe it's a combination of the number of House members and Senate members. So 2 plus whatever House members, I believe, is the number of electors. So you do not have to win the majority of votes in America. In fact, you can lose, often happens, the popular vote and still win as long as you win the right states. So it means we're in a situation where there's about 7 states that will determine the whole thing, and they don't represent a majority of the population. States like California, states like New York, the most populous states, Texas, Florida, actually, like whether we're talking about red or blue, Democrat or Republican, tend to be known. And so the actual weight of the voters is taken down significantly. So again, I just want to keep coming back to that as we go throughout the evening, just because I think it's an important part that this is really not all that democratic of an election. And of course, to keep coming back to the fact that there's billions and billions of dollars that are being spent on this. I believe it's all told just the outside money alone. And that's a lot of like the dark money or whatever it is. I want to get this right, so I'm not just lying to you. $4.5 billion in outside spending on 2024 federal elections. So House, Senate, and the presidency. I mean, it's outrageous. And you look at the names. Katie, you look at some of these. I mean, you got Future Forward, the big PAC for Kamala Harris, allegedly $50 million from Bill Gates, $50 million from Michael Bloomberg. You look at the people who are donating to Trump. You got Tim Mellon, who's the top guy, who's not only a big industrialist himself, but the son of the great industrial Mellon fortune, so the multi-generational oligarchy of the United States, in addition to Miriam Adelson, who's giving him a lot of money, the gambling maven, who's a big supporter of Israel, Elon Musk.
R.I.P. Sheldon. R.I.P. Sheldon. I'm still not used to his loss.
Let me just ask you guys this, both Rania and Katie. What do you guys make of Elon Musk becoming like a main character in the election?
Did you see his tweet today? I sent it to someone. I wish I'll try to bring it up, but he said something about like the men are out in their cavalry. They're coming.
The cavalry has arrived.
It was
men are voting in record numbers.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, I don't know what his thing is with Trump. Like, it seems like there's a very personal connection that he feels towards him. I'm not sure if it's like an aspiration. I don't know if it's thinks that he'd be pro-apartheid or something, and he comes from, an apartheid place. I don't really understand it. What are your guys' theories about his feels for him?
He said on the podcast, the X space he did with Musk, and Trump. Musk said, I'm just telling you guys what he's saying. This is what he said. He said that for autistic people and women and, as they use in the right wing, low T people, I'll let you Google that one, that they look for protectors. And Trump is a protector. And if you remember that whole thing where Trump was like, I could ask Elon Musk, like, get down on both knees, blah, 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 and praise me in the Oval Office, and he would have done it. It seems like there's sort of a weird, like, father, son. I don't know how to describe it. Rania Khalek, I don't want to get too psychoanalytic on Elon Musk and Donald Trump.
Well, so, okay, hold on real quick. I keep seeing on Twitter that he's like saying he gave people $1 million to sign some petition, which like, I'm actually a little bit clueless about how real that is. And if so, should I have signed that petition?
Well, it turns out that it was not, you would not have gotten the money. So he did, it was looked like a lottery. But then the state of Pennsylvania, or primarily actually Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Kratzner, sued him and said this is an illegal lottery. And so to get out of it, what they said is actually, this is not a game of chance. We knew exactly who we were going to give the money to. So the whole thing was totally rigged. They just got a bunch of Trump supporters, got them to agree to sign this petition, got them to agree to come on stage and fake like they had been chosen as fake lottery winners, and gave them $1 million to get many more people to sign up for Trump. So the whole thing was actually a scam by Elon Musk.
That's incredible. But yeah, I mean, I think that also the big missing element, sorry, Katie, I just wanted to throw in here real quick, is how little attention these like Silicon Valley right wingers who are backing Trump get. Like, at least Elon Musk is sort of like out there and you do know that he's aligned with Trump. And then there's other people too, like Peter Thiel, who gets like almost zero attention, even though he basically funded J.D. Vance's entire identity and career. And it's one of Trump's biggest backers. And he's a really, really disgusting man. Go ahead, Katie.
Yeah.
No, I just wanted to read the tweet. It's the cavalry has arrived. Men are voting in record numbers. They now realize everything is at stake. And, because he's Elon Musk, it got 87,000 retweets and 38.7 million views.
Wow.
So we think that's organic, though? Like, because it is his, I mean, it's his ex, right? Sure. So, also, what's the cavalry? I mean, what, does he think it's like 1843? Or actually like 1743?
I mean, we've already had Trump say we should go back to 1798.
There you go.
That's a very specific year.
I think he does have a fantasy. I think it's in it, and I think it's, well, that's what I was going to say is like, obviously the Electoral College is like based on a slavocracy. So I think he and Donald Trump probably wax nostalgic and wax poetic about that. And I think that, they like, it's some weird, I mean, there's definitely role play going on. I don't want to get too into it because this is a family show, but there's some weird psychological stuff happening there.
There is. Well, and just to note, you have Mark Andreessen, the big-time venture capitalist who's supporting Trump, Joe Lonsdale, who's a co-founder of Palantir. You mentioned Peter Thiel, Doug Leone, all these different people. David Sachs, of course, who's been very outspoken, on Twitter. And a lot of it, there's a number of different angles to it. I mean, we should also just note here that Kamala Harris is also getting a lot of support from big tech, and she made a big play towards one of the areas of big tech that's the biggest backers of Trump, and that's crypto. And crypto PACs have actually been the biggest PACs of this cycle so far. I'm actually trying to see if I can look it up. I think it's been well over $100 million to some of these crypto PACs. Yeah, $133 million. But those are the two biggest issues for these tech billionaires. And you can see the sort of nature of oligarchy when you look at how they're aside each other. It's crypto and AI, and it's about how to regulate them. And so there's one set of people who are in AI that are supporting Kamala Harris, some of the bigger names, who are kind of already ahead in the race. So they're saying, let's have serious regulations on AI. Now, I'm not saying there shouldn't be, there should be, but they're self-interested because they don't want other companies to break in, and they're trying to protect their monopoly advantage. Then you have another set of AI players who are really backing Trump because they're saying, let's have no rules whatsoever. There's nothing to worry about. Let's unleash AI. Everyone's going to make a lot of money, and Trump has really been playing to them. Crypto, same thing, is you have some people who say, this is like all financial instruments, potentially a dangerous form of gambling, and it should be regulated more. It's not regulated very heavily. Also, it takes up a lot of power, so it has big climate change implications. Maybe it should be regulated. And most of those people fear, any regulation, so they're spending $133 million. Crypto, the main force that was behind the ads against Jamal Bowman, Cory Bush. So even though there was all this money coming in from the Zionist forces, which was big, crypto was actually tending to putting in more money, and it was this unholy alliance of crypto and Zionist organizations and super PACs that seemed to come together to target black progressives because of the fear that they would support more regulation of crypto. So it's a great point you make there, Rania, about the tech billionaires, and I think it's a great opportunity for us to really look at what the oligarchy looks like now in our country, where AI and crypto are like two of the biggest players in this election, and it's either to protect their monopoly position or to make sure that they don't get regulated at all, that they're donating.
Well,
Yeah, and Katie, I just
Eugene,
want to
they're
throw something to you.
disruptors. They're disruptors. Sorry.
Katie, I actually want to
Innovators
throw
and
this to you. I
Yeah.
wanted to throw this to you because obviously there's last election, Trump tried to claim that he actually won when he didn't. And already I see on Truth Social, our editor-in-chief, Ben Becker, has made sure that we're aware of this. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm Kei Pritzker. Sorry, Kei. Kei has thrown this in on Truth Social, which is another
big fan of Truth Social, right?
Another big, oh God. Well, it's like one of these other, I don't know, so I'm sure some right winger in Silicon Valley funds it. But Trump tweeted a lot of talk about massive cheating in Philadelphia. Law enforcement is coming. So I'm just curious, Katie, like,
The cavalry.
I know we don't know what's going to happen, but like, could we look at, I mean, could this be another situation where if like Trump doesn't win, he's going to pull like a Bolsonaro, or like we could see like trucker protests trying to like block roads because Trump didn't win. I mean, I don't know, that crowd's been a little bit dormant lately, but if he's already kind of laying the groundwork, what do you think might happen with that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Well, are you asking me because I'm a Trump supporter? You're singling me out as a Trump supporter?
The resident Trump supporter on Breakthrough News, Katie Halper.
Yeah.
You heard it here first, you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that he's say what you will about him, he's very good at revving up his base. I mean, in a way that I think the Democrats honestly could learn from. Not that I like the way he does it or what he does with it, but he's very savvy. I don't really put anything past him. I do like, speaking of Larry Krasner, the Philly, the Pennsylvania, the DA, he did say, he was saying, I don't know if you guys saw this. There was a clip of him where he was like, if you feel like you're going to play the militia, F around and find out. You think you're going to try to disrupt voting, F around and find out. F around, I think he said it 3 times. It was kind of cute though, I have to admit. So I think people are, he's like, we got the cuffs, F around and find out. So I think people are preparing for attempts to, disrupt stuff. And, going back to the theme of disruptors. But, I am reminded of how scary it was when during the debate in 2020, he was asked about the Proud Boys. Do you remember that? And he said, stand down and stand by. I think I like repressed that memory. Sometimes because the Democrats are so awful, I find myself, and Trump is so funny, like not intentionally funny, but he's just he's obviously odious, but he can be unintentionally funny. I forget stuff like that. Also because the Democrats are so irresponsible in their attacks on him that you have to kind of sift through what's a fair attack. But of course his telling the Proud Boys to stand by was a fairly scary moment. Of course, it's great that under the Democrats, we see a lot of suppression of the right to protest, the right to gather. But I'm not comparing that. That's not Proud Boys, obviously.
Yeah. No, I just want to quickly break in here with another big story. Florida, one of several states that had a ballot referendum. Excuse me.
He's getting moved for clamped. He's clamped over it.
Sorry. Wow. Ooh. Florida had a ballot referendum to enshrine the right to abortion. It has failed. What I want to note about that, I'm looking for the numbers. Sorry, I got a little something in my throat. But in Florida, you need 60% of votes to pass ballot measures. So doesn't mean a majority of people weren't for it. I'll look for that information and we'll have to update you on that. But Florida, it looks like, I guess I can say editorially, unfortunately, did not meet the 60% threshold to enshrine essentially a Roe v. Wade style law.
It wasn't viable, I guess. Sorry.
You said it, not me. But nonetheless, there's a range of other states we'll be looking at: Arizona, Colorado. We'll have to look at Maryland, Missouri, a few others. But that's a big story here. I think that a lot of people will be talking about. We'll be talking about it in depth even more later with Jessica Mason Pieklo on the show.
It's a good thing that the Democrats didn't codify Roe, right?
Yes, this is the result. I mean, as Donald Trump has so consistently said, this is it's gone back to the states, and this was a factor that, in all the time through the 1990s into the 2000s, the Democrats, when they had total control of the presidency, the House, and the Senate, despite constantly saying they would enshrine a right to abortion, they did not do so. And ultimately, that meant that the Republican strategy of taking over the Supreme Court, which is something that we also have to talk about here, a lot of people talking about Project 2025, but the Supreme Court is already doing Project 2025, but we can come back to that as well. But that there are so many that they passed all these states who had been ready with these trigger laws to pass these draconian anti-abortion measures almost right away. I mean, some of them are like feudal, the way they operate. Doctors having the opportunity to potentially be prosecuted, so refusing to perform life-saving medical care. I mean, all these other factors. So this has been a huge, so far since Roe v. Wade going down, most of these referendums succeeded. I think we'll probably see the same tonight. Florida has that high threshold. Rania, I see that your camera's okay. Thank you. But I think it's an important story, Katie, because a lot of people were saying that this potentially will help Kamala Harris because it'll bring people to the polls who maybe wouldn't normally show up to protect their right to choose. So, yeah, but I think it goes back to your point. And, Joe Biden was known for years as one of the main Democrats that, did not want to codify this, despite him being a latter-day supporter of the right to abortion. At the start of his term, the Democrats had the time for 2 years. Start of Obama's term, 2 years. Clinton, 2 years. So the Democrats always demagogue on this issue, where for a woman's right to choose over and over. But when given the chance to codify it in law, they're nowhere to be seen.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's truly disgusting. I mean, I think that they would rather fundraise off of it and fearmonger off of it. I always, when I talk about this, I think it's kind of, you don't want to equate the two because they're not the same, but it's certainly disgusting and cynical that the party that in theory cares more about reproductive rights and reproductive health, if they care that much, then why on earth are they not doing everything they can to ensure them? I mean, it's almost worse in my opinion. Not the effect. I don't mean the effect, but morally, it's almost worse to know that it's the wrong thing to do, or know what the right thing to do is, and still not do it. Wait, Rania, why is your mouth open like that?
You're muted.
You're muted.
Appears to have
Is it
one
Trump
Ohio.
One Ohio?
Trump
Wow.
appears to have one Ohio. So there's one swing state out for the Democrats. Sorry, that's why I went whoa.
Yeah.
Because
Right,
obviously there's swing states that we're waiting on, right? Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Georgia. What is it? Is Nevada a swing state? You guys can remind me what we're looking at. I think North Carolina.
Nevada is a swing state. Ohio is not really considered a swing state this year, but Nevada is definitely one.
Oh, okay. Well, my apologies. Maybe I wowed a little too early, but I was like, wow. All right, guys, premature.
Yeah.
Continue what you were saying, Katie.
Ohio
And sorry for
has
all the
been
tech problems we're having with
right?
mics.
Ohio has historically been a swinger.
Yeah, swinger, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's only the last few cycles. Florida,
Istanbul.
Ohio, Virginia have kind of
Did you see
switched
what
out
she
of
was
their
doing
swing
there?
state
Did you see what
area.
I saw,
Thank you,
Katie, I
yeah.
saw what you were doing there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, Eugene is too
Anyways,
wholesome.
Yeah, I'm just trying to track everything that's happening. A lot of different races that are out here, so I'm missing maybe some of the jokes.
The son of a preacher, literally the son of a preacher, man.
That's true.
Really?
That is indeed true.
Yeah.
A progressive preacher man. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you know the term PK? A PK?
I do know about that. I think we have a guest that is waiting with us here.
Yes, we do.
Briahna
So we're
Joy
gonna
Gray,
actually go ahead.
the journalist,
very
is
excited.
with us. She's many superlatives I could list.
Yes.
With Briahna, host of the
But
Bad
I'll go
Faith
ahead and list her.
podcast.
I'll go ahead and
The
list her.
hostess with the mostest, since we're talking about
The host
superlative.
is there.
Hi,
She
Bree.
is. Briahna,
Hey, guys.
Briahna Joy. We got Briahna
How are
Joy Gray
you?
of Bad Faith Podcast.
Bad Faith
It is
podcast.
good to
Yes,
see you.
indeed.
Sorry it's so loud where I am.
Oh,
The
no,
last time I
not
had
at
Briahna
all.
Joy Gray on my show, she was wearing not one, not two, but 3 Jill Stein hats.
Hey,
Literally.
That is commitment.
I've got
Yeah.
one within arm's distance if you really want me to.
There you go. She never goes
Briahna,
far. Never leaves me
Briahna,
without it.
I am
Yes,
so
Rania.
excited. I am so excited to have you on because you have been all over the place. I saw you on AJ Up Front with Mark Lamont Hill, and you did excellent in a debate about voting third party. And you have been a really strong advocate, not just this election cycle, but repeatedly about the importance of breaking the two-party stronghold by forming third parties in this country. And before before I get your response to this, I want to play a clip. I know you've already seen it, but I did this focus group while I was here of Arab Americans who everybody's been talking about who they're going to vote for. I got people of a variety of perspectives. And Briahna, what was so interesting is it was like pulling teeth to find a single person in Michigan who's Arab American who was willing to go on the record and publicly say they will be voting for Kamala Harris. So our focus group was all third-party voters, a couple undecideds, and actually 2 Trump supporters in the Arab American community. But I do want to play a clip from that of those 30-party voters. Can we play that for Briahna?
We don't even exist on the list when it comes for the American government. They care about Israelis, not us. So when we choose to vote, we don't choose to vote because we don't see how the American government have hands on that. It's because depends on what goal we're trying to achieve. Anna, when I speak to people in Lebanon and they tell me, Mishu, can you make sure you don't mobilize the community to vote for Trump? I'm like, I'm not doing that, but why? Can I know why? They're like, because he wants to expand. We want to finish. We just want to finish. I'm like, so what do you think we should do? I listen to my people back in Lebanon. I don't just listen to the same emotions that we all know about it, and we don't need nobody to remind us about it. No one have the right to do that. No one have the right to dictate our life story and being re-traumatized and generational trauma. We pass it on to our kids. Like, truly, is that what we're trying to educate ourselves about? Like, F women's rights when our own women struggling, losing their babies in bags. We know that. We know that we're being betrayed by the Democratic Party. But
So actually, that's somebody who interesting. Sorry, that was actually the wrong clip. I was going to play the third-party clip as well, and we can do that. But she actually was one of the people who she works inside the Democratic Party, and she refused to say if she endorsed Kamala or not. She was still undecided, but she was still seeming to be struggling because she feels her own community is upset with her for still working inside that party. And we can go back to the third-party clip, but I guess, Briahna, I want to ask you, as we're on election day now, what is your response to the way that this has been covered? I mean, you did a really good segment about John Oliver, basically using this woman in South Carolina, a Democratic Palestinian-American woman, I believe, who endorsed Kamala, but is a bit of a Democratic operative, to say that because she said that, we should all endorse Kamala over Trump.
Right? The Georgia representative.
Exactly. Yes. And look, John Oliver, I think many of us have enjoyed his, lighthearted work over the years, but it's for that reason, I think, particularly disappointing to see him sort of leverage one woman's political choices to sort of launder his own desire to defeat Trump. And as he says in the clip, basically go back to brunch, not have to think of him anymore, especially when Rua's politics are not at all representative of what polls suggest is the norm within the Arab American community, and what also your own interview suggests and anecdotal evidence suggests. So I actually use clips from that really amazing panel you put together, Rania, to help to illustrate this point. I used them to kind of provide some anecdotal context, but also remember the CARE poll from just a few days ago, which shows that more Arab and Muslim American voters, I think it's actually Muslim American voters, are choosing Jill Stein than Kamala Harris. The numbers are close, but Jill Stein eked out slightly ahead. So to then pretend as though finding Rua and having her sort of opinion stand in for the all is deeply disingenuous. We also have a little bit of information that's just come out, I've seen on the timeline. There is a vote tally from one majority Arab American Muslim precinct in East Dearborn, Michigan. The leader in that tally is Donald Trump with 203 votes. Right behind him with Jill Stein is 153 votes. Kamala Harris is down at 59 votes. So Jill Stein got almost 3 times as many votes as Kamala Harris. Donald Trump is a bit ahead of Jill Stein. But what we're really seeing is that Jill Stein is Kamala Harris is nowhere in this conversation, at least for this precinct that we have numbers for in Dearborn, Michigan, which of course has a large Arab American population.
Yeah, and just real quick, I mean, there are Arab Americans who have endorsed Donald Trump. They're not many, but there's a lot of people in the Yemeni community here in Dearborn who have endorsed Donald Trump. Some of them are just actually Republicans, and others are, not as informed, and they really believe, like, Donald Trump actually came here a few days ago, and he's saying, I mean, very superficially, peace in the Middle East doesn't really mean anything, but he at least came here and said it, whereas Kamala Harris and the Democrats have refused to. Instead, they sent Bill Clinton to Michigan. We all saw how that went. But sorry, real quick, I do want to play that third-party voter clip and then get your response to that clip. Can we play that?
For those who are voting third party, I'm just going to ask you this because a lot of people are saying it. What do you say to people who argue that you are wasting your vote and helping to get Trump elected? Who would like to take that first?
Well, if Trump does get elected, that's not our problem. That's solely the Democrats' problem. I can't, in good conscience, vote for either party, Democrat or Republican. So, like, when they say, "Oh, but a vote third party is a vote for Trump," well, first off, I'm not gonna vote for somebody who has a direct hand in genocide, and then secondly, I'm not voting for Trump either. So that's your problem, not mine.
Okay, does anybody want to add to that, please?
I think it's kind of presumptuous to assume that the Democratic Party had our votes in the first place. So I actually, I resent that assumption. In 2020, not 2020, I'm sorry, back in 2000, I remember both parties kind of scaring our community into going one way or another, right? I was not old enough to vote. Then in 2004, they scared me into voting for John Kerry. I said never again at that point. I'm not going to be backed into this anymore, into this corner. The lesser of two evil is actually the evil of two lessers, and I'm not going to engage in that.
I think it's quite powerful. Go ahead, Briahna.
Well, every single person on that panel could have been a comms professional.
Right.
In another life. I mean, really well-articulated opinions across the board, including from the gentleman who said he was not actually going to vote third party, but gave a really compelling case for why other people might make that choice. Similarly, the gentleman in the front who was going to vote for Donald Trump made a compelling argument for why it was the Democratic Party was not going to be a choice. Obviously, I would choose a different party option for him, but still, all of them had really, I think, clearly been exposed to the counter arguments that you're hearing from the Democratic Party, and they simply were not moved. For them, voting for the party that has had such a disrespectful, that's putting it so lightly, murderous relationship with their own community just is a complete and total non-starter. And Rania, to your point, Donald Trump is often criticized for making promises he doesn't plan to keep, making bad faith arguments, choosing to have every opinion under the sun that are completely contradictory, all of these kinds of things. And of course, that's true. But I do think one thing that the liberal commentariat sometimes misses is that sometimes voters, they know you're BSing them, but they appreciate someone who's willing to come to them and at least try to win their vote, even if it's pure horse manure, than someone who will give them the middle finger to their face. And I think sending Bill Clinton to Michigan to spew Islamophobic garbage is frankly plainly worse than Donald Trump, reasonably to some people, than Donald Trump showing up and at least trying to pretend that he cares about what you care about. If you believe those are the only two options, I understand why somebody would opt for Trump. What's been really miraculous here, I think, is that so many people are aware of that the fact that there's a third option in Jill Stein, a genuinely pro-Palestine, anti-genocide candidate who's been doing a lot of work trying to connect with the Muslim and Arab community across the country, who has a Muslim running mate, and who hasn't shied away from this issue in the least.
I think it's also interesting that. So I was just going to say, I mean, I think maybe My theory is that the Clintons didn't want anyone besides Hillary Clinton to be the first female president. So Bill Clinton tried to sabotage Kamala's chances. But I also think that, something that Donald Trump does so well is he's a pathological liar, but he kind of alternates between pathological lies and radical truth telling. So he will say something very honest every now and then. And I think people appreciate that, which doesn't deny, I don't want to downplay his lies, but I think that it's like every now and then he says something that no one else will say. And that buys him a lot of credibility with people.
I think that's right.
Well, listen, Briahna, I hate to cut this short, but I love that you got to come on and respond to that. I appreciate you so much, and I want everybody the amazing monologue you've been doing. I've seen that you've been back to your monologues.
The debriefs.
But now
the
doing
debriefs.
The debriefs, which I love just as much, if not even more, than what you used to do at the Hill. So thank you so much, Briahna, for everything you do. Briahna Joy Gray. That is podcast. We appreciate it, and we'll all be watching you.
All right. Thanks to you both. Take care.
Bye, Briahna. Bye, Bri.
Thank you, Briahna. Well, Katie, wow. I love how we're all having identity crises. Hey, Eugene. I don't know who's who anymore.
Yep.
Eugene, welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to go ahead and throw it out to you.
No, I appreciate that, and I shout out to Briahna Joy Gray, who I thought was great. I think we actually have our next guest sitting with us, so I won't do too much editorializing, but we can come back around it and give you guys an update. There's not too much to update you on so far. Saul Williams, well-known poet, thank you so much for joining us here on Breakthrough News.
It's a pleasure to be here with you guys. It truly is on such a crazy night.
Yes, I mean, unbelievable night. I mean, there's so much to say, so much we still don't know as we're waiting to see how things play out. One thing I wanted to just start by asking you with here is just the way the election is framed for us. I mean, a lot of people were talking, for instance, about, Kamala's town hall on CNN when she was asked about Palestine and basically said, I will do nothing other than continue with the genocide. But I know you also care about grocery prices, as if the two things are mutually exclusive. The same thing with even just the Trump versus Kamala, like you only have two. I mean, it just feels like the way the election is framed is in and of itself has this just, I don't know what to say, just odious nature to it.
Well, it does have an odious nature to it. And I think the Democrats have made a hell of a dangerous gamble by essentially, waving the banner of anti-Arab and anti-Palestinian hate, and Kamala doubling down on her support of Zionism and of, Israel and what have you. And at the same time, they're fighting Trump, right? And what we've been saying, I mean, because they've also gone against protesters and what have you. And what we've been saying is, we're all in this together. And the only way that we defeat fascism, the only way that we defeat racism is together. And if you're going to splinter off and, in fact, go and side with people that a lot of us identify as racist, you have less of a chance of winning. So there's something sad because I don't know if they carefully weighed the actual weight of anti-Blackness in this country. When you think of the possibilities of Trump winning, and so the way that this thing has been framed is completely disingenuous. It's forced people, not to weigh the price of groceries over the price of Palestinian lives, actually, but to actually weigh their own consciousness and try to dismiss their own conscience, when they know that something happening is wrong. And when they have all of the polls that have said that the majority of your constituency wants an arms embargo, the majority of your constituency has wanted a ceasefire. And so to go against the grain of their people and believe that they'll be able to win new people and still be able to win without counting us in is just dangerous. It's dangerous. This election should not be close, actually.
Saul, I want to just tell you, I really appreciate all of your commentary so much. It's really powerful, and I follow everything you write. And I want to actually play a clip for you. Yesterday, I had the opportunity in Dearborn, Michigan, to interview a gentleman and his wife who are Lebanese-American, and he lost 15 members of his family in South Beirut in an airstrike back in September that leveled his entire apartment building that his parents live in, that he grew up in, killed his parents, several of his nephews and nieces and siblings, just horrific. And of course, we know that this is all reduced to human shields, Hezbollah's stronghold. Can we play that clip of Hosam Feres, and then I'm going to come back to you, Saul.
There's been a lot of media in Dearborn specifically because the Arab American community here is so big, and everybody wants to know, are Arabs going to vote for the Democrats or not? Oh my God, Trump might get elected because of this community. That, oh, you should vote for Harris because it's more likely there'll be a ceasefire under her than Trump. I mean, who knows with these people? But I'm just curious your thoughts on all the different narratives around the election, given specifically what you both have been through.
So some people consider what's going on overseas like an international issue.
Mm-hmm.
For us, this is our life, or what's left of it. I can't say like I would vote for the persons whom at least who at least supplied the weapons that my parents were killed by.
From the U.S., from the Americans' tax money.
Yeah.
From our tax money.
Yeah. Which is something everybody should know.
It's something that makes me sad. It's something that I would love to change. And for me at least, I don't see that changing by either Trump or Harris.
Mm-hmm.
So I would go, for now, I would go green,
Mm-hmm.
at least. And I hope that this, like we have enough votes this might not make a change later, make a change now, but it would make a change for later years. Then we would know that.
I think he agrees.
Yep. Yeah. Then we would see like an actual people, whoever is the candidate, would know that our voices matter, and it's something to look for the future. But as mentioned, I'll go green in these elections.
So that interview, the full interview, will be out in a few days. But Saul, what's your response to that clip we just showed?
Well, that's something I relate to deeply. My wife is from Rwanda, and I've spent a lot of time in Rwanda. I've spent a lot of time with actual genocide survivors, and you do not compromise with genocidaires. You do not. There's no way that you can vote for the person that is responsible for the death of your family. And a lot of Americans, I think, feel very removed from the actions of our country because these are things that we're doing externally and over there. And we've been trying to ring the alarm to say, no, these things are major. Like genocide is not a lesser evil. This is not something that you can ask someone to say, yeah, I get it. But this is a very, very horrendous crime. As we know, it's the mother of all crimes. Like it's horrendous. And so when I hear, the unfortunate reality that this family faced and also so many, of course, so many in Lebanon and so many, of course, we know in Palestine as well. When you think of Palestinian Americans and Arab Americans and people who are, I don't want to say sensitive to it. I just want to say sensible, people who understand the weight of this moment. It's not something that can be overlooked. It simply isn't. And so I identify greatly with what he has to say there. And in that sense, it becomes something really simple. You cannot vote for the people that want you dead.
Well, I think that's such a crucially important point here. You might have lost Saul. Oh, no, we got you back here. I think that's such a crucially important point here when you talk about the other issue that you've already sort of raised, the issue of anti-blackness in this country, because this has obviously been a big conversation, from 2016 to 2024, according to the New York Times, 22% drop for the Democrats, amongst the black population. And a lot of people are surprised, Saul, but I think, listen, if you live in New York, Detroit, Chicago, DC, Houston, you've seen the quality of life decline from affordable housing. I mean, the killer cops on the street. I mean, it feels like the media is like shocked that this is happening. But I think for those of us, who've been black all our lives on the ground, it's easy to see how the Democrats, especially at the local level, aren't delivering.
Well, no, they aren't delivering. I mean, most of the things, the cop cities that we see being built in Atlanta, in New York, across the country, many of them are helmed by Democratic mayors and sometimes even Democratic governors. When we think of the criminalization of homelessness and the sweeping of encampments, there's so much that has been done by Democrats. And yes, it would make sense that a lot of us are waking up to the fact that we deserve more and that we shouldn't be beholden to people who dangle this carrot and don't necessarily deliver. And like so many of our youth, who are identifying as non-binary, I think American politics should identify as non-binary as well. That it's certainly time that we break this duopoly as we realize the corporate money behind both parties. And I think more and more people have been awakened to that. And that's been another thing that's happened over the last year, right? So many people have learned so much about this country. They've learned so much about Zionism. They've learned so much about Palestine. They've learned so much that you can't ask us to turn away from what we've learned. It's the same argument the students made when, they're studying anti-colonialism and decolonialism in class, and then they're being told that they have no right to build encampments and protest it happening in real time. We can't turn against what we've learned. And so I think that's the same holds true for many people in the Black community. As we learn more and more about what Democrats are actually doing, it's our then responsibility to respond to what we've learned. And for many, that means moving away from the Democratic Party. And no, that doesn't necessarily mean joining Trump or Republicans or either. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying carving the space for third parties and things that will hold these other parties, these corporate-run parties, in check.
Mm-hmm.
Saul, what strikes me as interesting, because I live in Lebanon, even though I've been away for a little bit because it's escalated so much, but I do live there. And the U.S. is always backing fascists in Lebanon. And then I look at other global South countries, and the U.S. is backing fascists in Venezuela. The U.S. wants fascists to take over Cuba. The U.S. literally backs terrorist groups in Iran. The U.S. you could go country by country, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so a part of me is like, and I don't know what to do with this contradiction, because I don't want fascism in America. I don't want fascism anywhere. But I find this viewpoint by liberals so entitled and almost offensive that people like I'm supposed to care, and I do care, but it's just the idea that I'm supposed to care when liberals scream fascism and go vote for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, who are enforcing fascism on my country abroad.
Yeah.
And a lot of them don't understand. I'm just curious your thoughts on that dynamic, because it's hard for me to deal with that contradiction.
Well, that contradiction has to do with a lot, right? It has to do with the fact that only 14% of Americans have passports. It has to do with the imperial role of America as an empire over the past, 75 years, if not longer, the role that it's played on the continent, the role that it's played in killing leaders like, Lumumba, Sankara. It's had a hand in any time these people, as part of the global majority, have tried to claim control or sovereignty over their resources, over their political climate. America has stepped in and, like you said, done deals with fascists in order to please and appease their bottom line. Right. And so, as Malcolm X would say, it becomes a matter of the chickens coming home to roost. And we have to be really clear on what fascism is. And, and what that is when a leader or leadership, makes choices that are distinctly, opposed to what the people want. And as I already stated, the people made it clear that we wanted a ceasefire. Back in last December, the people made it clear that we wanted an arms embargo. And so what have we been experiencing? The people made it clear in 2020 that we wanted to, abolish, and if not abolish, play some role in defunding and shift, policing in this country. And instead, Biden came in and said, defund the police? No. add more funding. And the people went for it. Why? Because they wanted to get away from Trump. And then they asked us to once again make these decisions to get away from Trump. And every time they say, this is the biggest election in your lifetime, what have you. But the fact is that, the things that America practices at home, like imperialism abroad, the flip side of that is fascism at home. And as we go harder and harder abroad, as we're doing right now in the Middle East, and not only in the Middle East, right? There's NATO, there's there's still what's happening on the continent and what have you. We have our hands in the Congo. We've made military ties with the UAE, who's involved with Sudan. Like, we're involved in so much of the horrendous stuff that's happening on this planet. And yet we think somehow we deserve to have a comfortable life here. What does that comfort come at the expense of, right? And so Americans have to be made aware of what we are actually doing and responsible for outside of this country. And we can't lambaste America first as an ideology when Trump says it, yet practice it abroad.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an extraordinarily good point. So many good points. Unfortunately, we're going to have to keep moving forward, but we were really, really honored to have you here with us. Poet Saul Williams, thank you so much for joining us.
I appreciate you both so much. I'm so appreciative of your voices. I'm a preacher's kid too, and love you both. All right.
Love it.
Right on.
Palestine.
Thank you so much. Oh, man. Real quick, Rania, before we switch gears, just want to note, and big shout out to Saul Williams, but New York and Maryland have passed the referendums to enshrine a right to abortion there in those states. That's the state of New York, state of Maryland, obviously Florida with that sort of weird 60%, not weird, just anti-democratic 60% procedure has lost. So we're 2-1 here in terms of the various abortion referendums that we're looking at. There's a number of others. Arizona, Nebraska actually has a couple. You can see there in some of the states as it comes in, but did want to report in New York and in Maryland, the right to an abortion has succeeded at the ballot box to be enshrined in those states. So ongoing issue, big issue on a range of different fronts. But one of the things that we're watching tonight, not a lot to call before we go to our next guest in terms of states of note. I will say, Georgia has about 76% in. Trump's got 52%. Harris has 47%. So that, is not necessarily looking great for her. But when you look county by county, there's some tricky pieces. It looks like Gwinnett County, it's in the Atlanta metro area, is very low number of votes are in. Some people call it the red mirage. You never know. Virginia, both of our home states, 57% in, and it's just about tied. I think that might be a little bit of a mirage. Richmond only has about 23% in, big Democratic Party stronghold, but something to watch. Kamala been up by 8 percentage points there in the state of Virginia, but not that much to call yet. Not even 15% in Michigan, not even just about 30 in Pennsylvania. So I don't want to say too much about those as of yet. We will hold as it concerns that. Rania, you look like you wanted to jump in there.
Sorry. Trying to play that mute and unmute button. No, I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how all of this plays out and as the evening goes on. I'm glad to see the good news about the abortion access. I know there was also the Florida abortion access that was voted against, but this is an important moment, and we're going to be talking more about that later on in the show. We have a very good guest to come discuss the status of women's reproductive rights and what this all means in these coming referendums and moving forward. But super important issue that we lost to reproductive rights advocate under a Democratic administration because the Supreme Court is incredibly anti-democratic and run by right-wingers. So there you have it.
Absolutely. Well, let's bring in Miriam Osman, who's an organizer with the Palestinian Youth Movement, to keep our conversation going here on election night. Miriam, thank you so much for being back with us.
Thanks so much for having me.
Well, it's an honor to have you here. I think one of the biggest questions in this election is the impact of the genocide in Gaza and the broader war in the region on voters. And that feels like an important question for me because some people are wondering, what has the impact been of the Palestine solidarity movement? And it seems to me just the very fact that this has become such a salient issue is not random, but is in fact connected to the context that's been set by the broader movement. But I don't. Maybe I'm overdrawing the point. I'm curious your thoughts about that.
No, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, anyone who's been paying attention to this can see clearly that Palestine has been the main subject of discussion leading up to these elections this entire year, obviously. And what the movement for Palestine has been able to do is to force this issue where both Democrats and Republicans would much rather be avoiding it, right? I mean, you see them using those talking points over and over again, just trying to hide their own complicity in this genocide. And what our movement has been able to do is made Palestine completely impossible to avoid over the course of this election. I mean, you see it in the fact that, over the last few months in particular, anywhere that Democrats or Republicans have gone on the campaign trail, they've been met with protests, with disruptions. And most importantly, you can see it from the fact that from the very start, from over a year ago, this movement has had really, really clear demands, especially of the Democrats, which they have not, been hearing at all, and which is making a big impact on their voter base. And you can see the numbers. There's all these concerns. I mean, I was just listening previously, you were mentioning all the states that we still don't know yet how it's going to turn out. But, there's key states where there's Arab and Muslim constituents that make up a significant voting bloc for the Democrats. In Michigan, where you are, Rania, we have also Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, even Georgia. And they, in 2020, 86% of Muslim voters elected in the Biden-Harris administration. So it's really a key bloc. But what we're seeing now, overwhelmingly after a year of genocide, is that Arab and Muslim voters are not just disillusioned with the Democratic Party, but feel actively sidelined and silenced and shut down by these politicians who refuse to hear their not just their concerns, but their demands. And it's in Muslims who feel this way. I mean, we're seeing this trend as well among Black voters and among young voters who are so frustrated and disgusted with the way that the current administration has been responsible for this genocide. And what we're seeing now is a whole new generation of young people who are rising into political consciousness at this time, are feeling alienated by the prospect of having to choose between, a candidate that stands for genocide and another candidate that stands for genocide. And the polls are showing that overwhelmingly, again, the position among young people, among the majority of Americans, is for an arms embargo, which neither of the parties have been able to deliver. And the Democrats could have delivered, but refused to. So again, we've been clear about our demands from day one in this movement. And if the Democrats are concerned about losing this election, the blame falls on them, because they could have delivered easily on those demands. They could have stopped this genocide, and they had every opportunity to listen to us.
Miriam, I want to ask you, this idea of lesser evil voting that is just constantly trotted out, not just this year, but every year, but it's so offensive to hear it this year. Nonetheless, we're still hearing it from Democratic operatives and Democrats in office who are like, yeah, maybe the Democrats aren't great, but they'll do less genocide or something. So two things. The idea of lesser evil voting, I'm curious your thoughts on that specifically during this election. And more importantly, this idea of pitting issues against each other. Like, yeah, Palestine is one issue, but what about other issues? I'm just curious your thoughts on those two aspects, because it's also like a divide and conquer strategy when you try to say that, if you're voting based on Palestine, then actually you're letting down women over reproductive rights or something.
Yeah, thank you, Rania. That's a great question. I mean, we've reached a point now where as voters, as progressives, as anyone who cares about any of these issues that you mentioned, we need to say enough is enough with this narrative. This lesser of two evils narrative, all it's doing is pushing pushing us to the right in this country. That's what we're seeing happen at each election cycle. The Democrats, they can't continue moving to the right and then turning around and saying, "Oh, well, we're not like the Republicans, right? They're fascists, but we're just light genocide in comparison." I mean, how can you say light genocide? How can you say lesser of two evils when what we've been seeing for the last year is a Democratic administration administering a genocide that's still ongoing? And when you look, at the policies, right? Like what we've been seeing on the campaign trail is Trump and Harris literally competing over who is the most anti-immigrant, competing over who is going to spend the most on the military, competing over who can give corporations the least restrictions when it comes to the climate, and most disgustingly, competing over who supports Israel the most. I mean, that's literally what they've been saying. So again, this lesser of two evils narrative, it just needs to stop. And it's a deal that, we're always going to lose if we buy into. And the fact that this genocide has been taking place, again, under a Democratic administration, live streamed for us day in, day out, that could have been stopped. I mean, it's so important to reiterate this point. With a phone call, they could have had an arms embargo, right? But they refused. So really, who's to blame, right? And just to give another example of the similarity between what these two parties are offering, Liz Cheney is endorsing Kamala. And what's her record? Her record is that from 2017 to 2021, 93% of her voting record was in support of Trump policies, of Republican policies, and now she's endorsing Kamala. So what does that say to us about the differences between these two parties and this idea of the lesser of two evils? And then the point about, if you care about Palestine, somehow you don't care about what's happening in this country. I mean, this is completely missing the mark of what the majority of people in this country now have their eyes open to. Their consciousness has been shifted. People are seeing now the true cost of U.S. imperialism, not just in terms of the genocide in Gaza, but in terms of all of the places around the world that are being oppressed under this imperialist system, and all the places here in this country that are also being oppressed under this system, right? I mean, what we have here is $27 billion that the U.S. is spending to support genocide that could have gone here. The same $27 billion could have ended child hunger in the U.S. It could have ended homelessness in the U.S. It could have replaced all lead pipes in the U.S. It could have doubled the disaster relief programs here. But instead, what we've been seeing is people being left without food, without power in North Carolina and Florida. We're seeing, consistently Black children are just disproportionately affected by lead poisoning here. And instead, we're seeing this money spent to murder people in Gaza and in Lebanon. So again, how can we, call this some sort of single issue? None of this would have been happening had these $27 billion been spent here to meet the needs of people in this country.
And on that note, Miriam, I want to show a clip. Speaking of people dying and being killed in Palestine, in Lebanon, and beyond. I actually interviewed a man a few days ago, a Palestinian-American who lives in Michigan. His name is Muhammad Anaya, and he lost 90 family members over the last year in Gaza. 90 relatives, 37 of them in a single strike by the Israelis. It was actually as early as, I believe, either last October or November that happened. So I got to speak to him. He actually has been organizing for people to vote for third party. And here's a clip of what he had to say.
I was getting minute by minute updates. Even when I sleep, I flip the phone every hour or 2 hours. And then you hear the news. And I would not say we have been desensitized, but we used to cry 3 or 4 times a day, not about our relatives, but about the stories that our relatives tells us. And at night, it's you wanna resist flipping the phone, but you can't because you want to honor people. And one night in October, late October, I flipped the phone and it said 37 people have perished. And when I start glancing, with the phone, they all seem from my mom's side of the family, my mom's sister's side of the family, and the survivor who had sent it had lost all of his kids and wife. And you're torn between mourning the dead, but mourning the living, worse.
What do you mean by that?
As a father, that guy, Saul, was ripped out of their chest. And me being a father and a grandfather, I understand that it's worse than for the people who died. People died, don't feel anymore. I'm sad. But what about the father? How is he gonna go on through life?
Oh, Rania, we can't. You're muted.
Sorry about that, guys. That was a really tough interview. As you can see, it was quite emotional and it's lengthy. You guys can go watch it. Those who are watching later on, you can go check it out on the Breakthrough News YouTube channel. It's up. We put it up this morning. But Miriam, I'm curious your thoughts on that clip.
Yeah, I mean, my first thought is how, in relation to the elections, how can you see a clip like this? How can you hear so many stories like this from Arab Americans who've lost family in Gaza, in Lebanon, and expect anyone to vote for a party that's putting forward a policy that has done nothing but provide the weapons that are killing your people, killing your family, right? How can you ask someone like this man to affirm a system that is completely disregarding human life, disregarding the life of your family, both abroad and in this country? And I think what is really important here is that it's not just people who are directly affected by this genocide in the sense of losing loved ones who are coming to this realization, but people all across the country are realizing the true cost of U.S. imperialism, right, abroad and at home, and are firmly realizing now that this policy of genocide that is embraced by both parties has to come to an end. This policy of imperialism, of this endless war machine has to come to an end for both people here and all around the world to have a viable future. Because the way that we're heading now under this Democratic administration has been towards more war, more destruction, more death, and on a scale that is a threat to all of humanity. So when I see this clip, I also think about the tens, hundreds of thousands of people that have been mobilizing week after week, who are a part of this movement, and who see the tens of thousands of martyrs in Gaza, and the injustices that this country is perpetuating all around the world, and really want to put an end to it. And it, more commitment to our task, which is to be more organized than ever to continue this fight for Palestine, because we're reaching a breaking point, and a point that many of us haven't seen many of us haven't seen before. So I think it again makes me more committed than ever to keep building this mass movement that we have been building. This movement that has been able to provide clarity for so many Americans, and has also been able to identify what exactly is at stake for all of us all around the world.
Absolutely. Well, Miriam, as always, we really appreciate you joining us. Miriam Osman with the Palestinian Youth Movement. It was a pleasure. Thanks so much for giving us some of your time here on Breakthrough News.
Thanks so much for having me.
Mm-hmm. Well, Katie Halper, welcome back with us. I don't have a ton to report on the election update, but let me just throw something at you here in terms of, perceptions of the election. Obviously, one of the biggest issues that people are bringing in is the cost of living crisis. And one of the aspects of this has been the conversation about whether or not things are improving, whether they're not improving, vis-a-vis inflation, and how that could affect either of the candidates. But just to give you a sense, in October, you had average wages rose about 4%. Also year on year from the year before. So 4% from October 2024 to October 2023. The same cost, the cost of housing, of shelter, increased 5%. So the cost of your rent or your mortgage went up 1% more than your wages. Food away from home went up about 4% as well. Electricity went up about 4% as well. So your wages went up 4%, but your rent went up 1% more than that. Your electricity went up just about as much as your wages, and so did the cost of going out and having your friend, going out with your friends and trying to have a good time to get away from all the stress. I mean, really just a sign, Katie, of how up against it, people really are, and how much that the economy always frames the election, but I feel like we're kind of underplaying, and the media is underplaying, like how difficult it is for people day to day.
Yeah, I mean, who was it? A wise woman named Hillary Clinton, I believe, was revealed when she was addressing Goldman Sachs. She said that she worried, in a candid moment, she worried that maybe it was hard for people like her with all their fortune to stay in touch with the realities of people who don't live in that circle. And I do think that even just like cynically, I think these elites are so out of touch that they don't even know how to pander correctly. You know what I mean? Like, obviously, they're not providing the right solutions, but they don't even know what to pretend that they're providing, what solutions to pretend to be providing.
No, it's a good point.
So, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a good point.
But
go ahead.
Yeah, sorry.
No,
please. I have it. Someone just shared with me a statistic that's totally unrelated, and it's pivoting from this question. So if you want to stay on this, we can totally stay on this. This is
go ahead.
A question about. Well, it's funny. Speaking of, the turnout. Prem Thacker, who's a great journalist. I don't know if people watch his work, but he's absolutely amazing. Always holding. I don't know how the State Department still takes his questions, because he's always asking them about Israel's crimes, and he asked them about Hind Rajab, like basically like every other time he's on. But he tweeted out that in terms of the Jewish vote, I think 78% in exit polls from CNN showing that they are voting for Kamala Harris. Let's see. For comparison, one 2020 exit poll from J Street found that 77% of Jewish people voted for Biden and 21% for Trump. 4 years later, the CNN poll has the margin the exact same, which is funny because something that Donald Trump said in one of his many moments of unhingedness, or maybe not, was he said that if he loses, it's going to be because of the Jews. I don't know if you guys heard about this. Mm-hmm. Right. And of course, because we live in the worst media environment, that story was compared by CNN. That was an example of anti-Semitic speech coming from the right. And that was compared to the anti-Semitic speech coming from the left. That was literally Rashida Tlaib criticizing the Attorney General of Michigan for prosecuting student protesters. And I don't know if you guys followed this at Breakthrough News. Forgive me if you did, and I'm explaining something that you already know about. But excuse me. Basically, you had Rashida Tlaib, and this relates back to the theme of Gaza. She very rightly criticized the Michigan Attorney General, Dana Nessel, of prosecuting student protesters, pointed out that there was a bias. She was not talking about a bias stemming from Nessel's identity. She was pointing out a bias that was related to the identity of the people being prosecuted, that identity being either a Palestinian or Palestinian supporting. And CNN actually, Dana Nessel actually pretended and lied and said that Rashida Tlaib had singled her out because she was Jewish. And then that claim was picked up by Jake Tapper, and then by the ADL, and then by Jewish Insider, and then again by Dana Bash. So I'm just reminded of Trump's words about that. And it's interesting that it hasn't changed at all since Gaza.
No, it's a great point. And also noted that Representative Tlaib was trying to bring attention to the fact that the Flint water crisis, that, you know, these racist and pro-corporate people who had poisoned tens of thousands of Flint residents, majority black, had never had any sort of legitimate accountability whatsoever, and that got totally wiped out of the story. And they were like, oh, she's, you know, making this anti-Semitic attack on the AG of Michigan. And it's like, no, she's making a point about how they won't go after racists who are who are poisoning black children, but they will go after college students who are protesting against a genocide.
Right, exactly. And honestly, like, that guy, she's a Democrat and this guy is a Republican, Rick Snyder. You'd think that she would maybe want to go after him, but I guess the corporate circle jerk is so strong that she won't even go after him. So she tanked that prosecution of Rick Snyder, the Michigan governor. But anyway.
Amazing. Yeah. Well, let's move forward here in the show to a critical issue. We've already obviously been tracking it, and that is abortion rights. We've heard from 3 of the states so far where there are a number of referendums up, I think maybe 10 at all, but we're going to get all the details and all the relevant context from our next guest, Jessica Mason Pieklo, who's a senior vice president and executive editor at Rewire News. Jessica, as always, thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks so much for having me. It's great to be back.
Well, it's always great to have you here. And I mean, there's a lot of issues that I want to touch on in regards to this. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of referendums that are out tonight regarding, you know, abortion rights. I might argue the right to have the appropriate health care you deserve. But one I just want to start with here quickly for people to understand. So in Florida, there was a loss, but it's partially because of the way Florida is structured, because 57% of voters have said that they do support abortion rights and they want it codified in Florida. So what happened there, just so people understand?
Yeah, thank you for letting us start with Florida, because it is, in any other context but Florida, would be a win that reproductive rights and justice advocates would be celebrating for years to come. And that is that abortion rights and restoring Roe, which was effectively the top line of the amendment there, received nearly 60% of the electorate. And so ballot initiatives are managed differently state by state. And Republicans in Florida had very successfully pushed for the 60% threshold. Interestingly, Republicans in Ohio had pushed for a similar threshold, and that was defeated, which was one of the reasons why Ohio saw a successful ballot initiative to restore abortion rights, but Florida did not. And so even though we have an electorate where, I mean, my first television appearance was 2000 as Florida flipped. And so from there, the Florida elections have gone increasingly conservative. And yet, abortion got damn near 60% of the votes in. And at a time when the DeSantis campaign was running nothing short of a full state authoritarian attack on its supporters, sending state police out to folks who had signed the petition to support getting the matter on the ballot to begin with, threatening local news stations for airing ads in support of it that resulted in court decisions. I mean, this was a pretty clear 2025 playbook in terms of how conservatives plan to run against abortion rights advocates. And so we got a good trial balloon in there. But I do really want to underscore that the message that folks should take away is, even in deeply conservative and increasingly so Florida, bodily autonomy is very popular.
Yeah, Katie, go ahead.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask you about why the threshold to pass ballot initiatives is so high in Florida. Is that typical?
It's typical in states that fear voter direct participation. And so, I mean, I'll let the viewers make their own conclusions there. But truly, when states have been effectively gerrymandered and voters respond by trying to initiate ballot initiatives, we see a response to create additional hurdles to having those initiatives placed on the ballot to begin with.
Yeah, I think it's an important question, and we saw the same thing with the issue of felon rights in Florida and how that played out. We have had the wins in New York and Maryland. Now, I know a number of the other referendums are further out west, Nebraska, where there's dueling referendums, Colorado. Maybe just give us a scene setter, if you will, of what people should be looking for, what amendments are up, and things that are relevant about them.
Proposition 1 in New York is really important and was one that was not even necessarily a clear win for abortion rights advocates. And Proposition 1 is effectively a mini equal rights amendment. And what it does is protect against gender discrimination broadly, and that includes pregnancy outcomes. And there was a lot of infighting around the New York campaign. There was concerns about the fact that the ballot initiative didn't say the word abortion, and that would create confusion. There was a really, what I would say, aggressive anti-trans campaign against the ballot initiative in upstate New York. And yet still, despite very little advertising, I mean, from my colleagues who were in New York City, many said that, their friends didn't even have any understanding that it was on the ballot or on the election this time around at all. That still did very well. So I think that there are going to be a lot of lessons for there. I mean, I think one of the things we will see coming out of all of the 10 states, no matter if it is a 9-to-1 ratio with Florida as the outlier, or if there are other states that struggle to pass initiatives as well, is that the blueprint for restoring reproductive rights is not going to be a one-size-fits-all solution. And that is probably a good lesson for reproductive rights advocates to learn sooner rather than later. And it is then a necessary shift into a reproductive justice framework, which should have happened a long time ago. But I think that will be one of the top lines as we look back 3, 4, 5 days from the ballot counting now, which is, it is important to restore access, but there is not a one-size-fits-all approach that is going to do it. And what works in Florida or doesn't work in Florida is not going to be the same thing as Missouri or New York or even here in Colorado, where we have abortion on the ballot as well.
So we would all agree that Republicans are abysmal on this issue of reproductive justice, as you framed it. So, but what do Dems need to do more of, and what have they failed to do that they really could still hopefully do?
Well, I think what they could do is actually really embrace reproductive freedom and autonomy with their entire chest. And again, I'll point to Florida. If Deep Red Florida has a 57% support rate for what would effectively restore Roe, and that state currently has a 6-week ban in effect, right? And now conservatives are already pushing for a total ban, right? Like that is what they will try to do next. If Deep Red Florida still shows up for 57% for abortion rights, then it is foolish to think that that is not the case, even in places like Alabama, Mississippi, and Texas and Louisiana. It's just a question of tactics at that point. And so then that is going to be listening to the folks on the ground, letting the local organizers do their business. One of the concerns around New York is that the campaign was a consultant-heavy, bureaucratic, top-down operation. It could have cost New York and equal rights amendments. So let the people who live there and know their localities take the lead. And even then in places like Kansas, for example, or Ohio, when they do, we see success.
No, I think that's such a good point. And I mean, we've obviously seen in many different states, this has been a factor in just sort of driving enthusiasm as well of people going to the polls because, they see something positive that they can vote for and move forward. And I just feel like that is also an element of this, is that when we talk about where we are right now, the need to have broad coalitions that really bring people out around issues they care about and not narrow everything down to just, 1 or 2 issues, as it were, but speak to people as their entire person. I think especially young people. I'm kind of rambling now, but it just feels like that is a lesson I've taken away from a lot of these ballot measures is you feel like, okay, this brought a lot of positive energy, a lot of young people who maybe don't care that much about politics, that we actually can really engage people just beyond the horse race if we really start speaking to the core of these issues with actual solutions.
And they want to be engaged. You know, my oldest is a sophomore in college, and this was his first presidential election voting in, and he and his cohorts were excited to participate. And that is great to hear, and not because of any one particular issue, but because they sort of understood the moment. And they are split on a lot of things. I think that will be another lesson that we see coming out of this election is coalition building is real and needs to happen, because this idea of a big tent will just carry candidates that tent is frayed so significantly that, you know, and we've learned that an overinvestment in top heavy national races does nothing but leave places that need investments in locality, that need actual money and candidacies, like they're left twisting in the wind. And that is no longer a viable, I mean, it never was, but it is, especially in my issue set, not a viable strategy after Dobbs.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this real quickly. Sorry, Katie, to jump in, but something you just said, Jessica, really stuck with me. And that's actually the impact on just healthcare in general of what we've seen with a lot of these abortion bans in states like Idaho, I know, and others, especially in rural areas. It's had a pretty, if I'm correct, devastating impact on healthcare providers generally.
Yeah, I mean, abortion is healthcare. And when you criminalize an aspect of healthcare, there's a domino effect that goes well beyond the meme of, I didn't think the leopards would eat my face. And I'll use the example of the tragedy, the most recent tragedy out of Texas that ProPublica reported on the 18-year-old woman who died in a mid-miscarriage. Reportedly, she was a supporter of Texas abortion bans, as was their family. And her mother was screaming, why will not the hospital intervene in this miscarriage? And what folks have failed to connect, thanks in large part to an excellent propaganda campaign by the anti-choice movement, is that abortion is one outcome of a pregnancy. Miscarriage is another outcome of a pregnancy. Live birth is another outcome of a pregnancy. Stillbirth is yet another outcome of a pregnancy. Pregnancy has a myriad of outcomes. And when we criminalize one, we endanger them all.
Right. Yeah, that's so important, because people, like you were saying, the anti-choice movement, which is more, that gives it more kind of grassroots credit than it deserves. But the anti-choice agenda business really does like to divide and conquer, like you said, and make it seem like reproductive health is something and reproductive justice is something people only need to worry about if they're going to terminate a pregnancy.
Right. And I mean, we see it in very tactical ways, too. Their entire effort to redefine healthcare so that it does not include abortion, to erase abortion out of statutory language. That's not just because they're weirdos fixated on something. There is a very strategic reason behind it, and there's a rhetorical reason behind it as well.
Yeah, no, I think that's such a crucial point. Well, listen, Rewire News is on top of all of this, and you are the senior vice president and executive editor at Rewire News. Hopefully people are checking you out. If you're not, I don't know what you're doing. But as always, Jessica, we really appreciate you joining us and helping us sort through it all here on Breakthrough News.
Thanks. It's always a pleasure. We've been through it for a while now, Eugene.
We sure have. Oh, man, right on. We'll keep fighting. Thank you so much, as always.
Great meeting you.
Yeah, talk soon.
Excellent.
Great to meet you.
Bye.
Yeah.
Please. It's that story is just heartbreaking. About that woman who literally was killed. I mean, not that anyone, this is not the irony. It's just so disgusting. It shouldn't have to matter what the person was doing or wanted to do with their pregnancy. But, you know, this was a person who happened to not be seeking to terminate. It was a miscarriage. And because of these draconian anti-abortion, anti-choice laws, was killed. Because of that, was killed unnecessarily because of sepsis that she didn't have to endure, had people not been afraid of being prosecuted under these draconian misogynist laws. So that was an awful story. But I just wanted to point out, by the way, something that I was looking at the Arab American Institute, which is great. They do really great polling, and it's really important to remember that. Again, sorry about my voice, but it's not just a majority of Harris voters, but a majority, a small one, but 51% of Trump voters say it is very or somewhat important that the United States demand an immediate ceasefire in Lebanon and Gaza. So it's just a good reminder of how bipartisan not only the political elite consensus is, but how out of touch how bipartisanly out of touch the elite political consensus is, because it really is a departure, does not reflect what people on the ground want. And it's not just Democrats, it's also Republicans who want that.
Yeah, no, listen, I think that's maybe one of the most notable issues is as much as, they say we're divided on this or we're divided on that, there are like pretty clear majorities around a range of different issues, whether we're talking about the right to choose, whether we're talking about a higher minimum wage, whether we're talking about higher taxes on the rich, whether we're talking about free college, whether we're talking about, any range of issues, you can find a clear majority to a supermajority around things that would be considered progressive, but because, oftentimes those things aren't even on the table when we're talking about the two major parties, or the way they are is in a watered down way or a complicated way, or the nature of partisanship. And I think the nature of partisanship is big because, as you know very well, Katie, a lot of these things, it's like, if I tell a Republican, oh, it's a Democratic policy, they won't be for it. But if I say, well, here's just a policy, and what do you think about it? They're like, oh, well, of course, I'm 100% for that. And I think it just takes us right back to the overall issue of, $4.5 billion of outside money, 150 billionaire families spending 100 some odd $billion. I'm trying to look at it now. 150 billionaire families spending $1.9 billion. I mean, it's unbelievable the amount of money. People dropping $50 million checks, $10 million checks. And that, of course, along with the corporate media, helps shape people's perception of issues like, and we'll go to our next guest in just a second here, but one thing I know you and I have talked about before, Katie, was the infamous thing with the Bernie Sanders campaign in 2020, where there was that Washington Post poll that showed that it would be cheaper to have universal health care than to keep going the way we were going. But they kept saying, well, Bernie, the Washington Post said it was going to cost X billion of dollars. And he kept replying, but yes, but they also said if we go the same way, it will actually cost us more money. But it was like that second part never got heard. And so it shapes people's perception of universal health care being too expensive for us to have.
Right. It's so often in the framing of it. And that's why you have to be very suspicious of the way polls and statistics are weaponized, because things change in the way it's framed, the question. But also, if you just show one part of a statistical, analysis, it sounds really expensive. Well, you haven't told people how much it's going to cost in the other way. And it absolutely distorts reality. So
it does.
Something to be very conscious of. Yeah.
Well, for a range of different things that we want to discuss here, we've got a lot that we can talk about. We're going to keep going. We've got a lot of fantastic people with great insight on multiple different arenas. And the next person we are bringing up, who is also multi-talented, Tara Houska, Indigenous lawyer and activist, back with us on Breakthrough News. Tara, thank you so much for being with us.
For sure. Thanks for your guys' work.
Well, always happy to have you here. And I want to start with, just, I guess, a week ago, it seems in search of votes, President Biden issued this apology of sorts to Indigenous people in the United States. Reminds me when Bill Clinton apologized for slavery, and I'm putting apologize in air quotes. It felt very electoral to me, felt kind of hollow in many ways, but, that's just me. I don't know, Tara, how it struck you, if you felt it was important. Or whatever it may. I don't want to editorialize. I'll just take it from there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was, for us, a moment where you see decades worth of effort of our people within that system, pushing and pushing and pushing to even be acknowledged, right? Like, we are not at a place of truth and reconciliation. We don't even tell the truth. I mean, most schools don't teach about boarding schools. They don't understand that there was a cultural genocide that occurred here after the genocide of our people, that boarding schools continued well into the modern times. And people like me, my living grandmother went to a boarding school and residential school on either side of the border. I mean, it was a moment, I think, that, as far as I've heard, it was actually supposed to happen a couple of years ago. And so it seems pretty timed, given the fact that there is an active genocide of people happening in real time. And here is a almost shield moment of, we're going to apologize for this cultural genocide that our country committed upon Indigenous people while simultaneously committing a genocide somewhere else. So it was it was a beautiful moment, I think, for many, many people that have gone through and experienced the intergenerational trauma of boarding schools, but it was also one that felt like we're being used as a political shield, even now, even for something as serious as this.
Yeah, it was really beautiful to see the solidarity that was on display with people calling out the hypocrisy. And of course, it's good for things to be, for apologies to be issued, for mistakes to be owned, acknowledged. But it's when you're doing it as in a politically cynical way. I mean, it's pretty disgusting. And it's always how many years from now are we going to our government going to be able to apologize for the genocide they're committing now? I mean, it's much easier to do it when there's decades between the genocide and the apology.
Right. And what are you going to do about it? You know what I mean? Like, you're
Right.
showing us what you're doing about it right now, which is, okay, so you're sorry for this genocide. So that means that you're opposed to genocide, right? But you're still actively committing a genocide on other
Right.
people right now as you're actually saying these words. So clearly the lesson of that, which is just words, right? It's just the words. We're not even to the action stage yet, but just the words, you're not even taking that in, right? Like, that felt really hollow to me, and it's really unfortunate. I do hope it's that they kicked open the store, and we'll see.
Mm-hmm. One of the issues that's obviously been at stake here, and maybe connecting a couple things, is oil and gas extraction. Obviously, Trump, drill, baby, drill, no doubt about that. But Kamala going back on her previous opposition to fracking, so essentially saying we're going to, bring in some pipelines as well. And that in and of itself, I think, is an important issue, is maybe the lack of adequacy of either major party on the just crucial climate catastrophe. But then I think about issues that are crucially related to this, and certainly crucially related to the Indigenous community. I mean, murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, and the existence of man camps and all these other things. I mean, it just feels like when we're talking about the fracking boom, that's an important aspect of this, that in addition to the degradation of land and other factors, is really playing into some serious consequences for Indigenous people in this country. But it feels like it's not a big part of the conversation to the extent, the conversation's being had.
Yeah, I mean, I think, as far as the partisanship of it goes, I'm living in Minnesota, right? That's where my people are from. I'm right on the border between Minnesota and Ontario. And I'm living Tim Walz's climate legacy, like, I carry the scars of that climate legacy, which is building the largest tar sands infrastructure project in North America. That happened under a Democrat, right? And there was thousands of out-of-state workers pouring into our rural communities during a pandemic, right? And causing all kinds of issues to our people. Hearing from, advocates saying things like, women are being harassed in their workplaces. They don't feel safe when they're leaving, like, restaurants that are serving all of these people, all of these men from somewhere else that are here to destroy our territory, right? Like, there is a reality of what it looks like when both sides, no matter what they say, are still ultimately doing the same thing, right? Like, the first 2 years of Biden's presidency, there was more oil and gas leases approved than under the Trump administration. You know what I mean? Like, what are you actually doing, right? Like, the rhetoric might be different, but your actions are virtually in sync with each other when it comes down to it, when it comes down to corporations and to oil and gas extraction and all the rest.
What are some of the stories that the media is failing to highlight that you think are important for people to know about? I mean, I'm sure we don't have time to cover all of them because they've done such a derelict job, but some of the most important things for you.
I mean, I think, the moment that folks saw us standing together at Standing Rock, I think most of the world was really shocked to see that not only were Indigenous people still here and alive, but that we were experiencing much of the same types of treatments that people thought happened a long time ago, where we're lined up and being shot at by police officers and treated so brutally on our own land, as they come for the resources that they want, right? Or putting something through our territory. I wish people knew that those are ongoing struggles, that it is something that is shared by sacrifice zones, not just Indigenous people, but sacrifice zones all over this country, that we are breathing in petrochemicals, that we are basically bearing the brunt of what corporatocracy looks like. I wish that people understood that. I wish that they understood that even if the Democrats are saying they're going to go green and all of that stuff, that they're doing a lot of the exact same things, and that it is so critically important for people to engage in their local systems, right? And to build community power and to be on the public utility commissions and to be involved in your own local community. I mean, that is, I think, one of the last lines that we have in the sand.
Mm-hmm. No, it's an important issue, and it reminds me just of another thing that I feel like a lot of people aren't talking about. I mean, there's discussion about whatever censorship, civil liberties, but the rise of these critical infrastructure laws and the draconian things that come with them, in addition to the policing. You combine that with the cop cities we're seeing. I mean, it really does feel that the attempt to stop people from even the most basic of nonviolent civil disobedience is something of a civil liberties crisis, but we don't really talk about it that way. Well, maybe we do, but not CNN.
No, not even the movement, right? Yeah. Like the movement itself doesn't even really talk about it. Like I'm currently being sued for $4 million for protesting the Mountain Valley Pipeline, right? Alongside a bunch of grandmas and college kids and local people that were protesting and exercising their rights to protect their land. There's no major organization's name. They're not after money. They're after revenge, as far as I can tell, to drag it out like this and to target older folks in particular, going after their pensions. I mean, that is a really dastardly thing to do. And that pipeline was handed off by the Democrats, right, to pass the Inflation Reduction Act. I mean, there is pushing against the right to free speech and the right to demonstrate and assemble. These are not just things that affect us, right? Like we are the climate movement. I understand that the environmental space is oftentimes like where they kind of test things out, but you don't think that that's going to happen in union spaces. You don't think that's going to happen in so many. We've been seeing them beat up college professors standing next to their students for protesting genocide, brutally assaulting professors. These things are happening in real time, and they're happening no matter who is sitting in office.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a very unfortunate thing that I think a lot of people, I mean, we were talking about the danger of partisanship, and I think a lot of people would like to think once they get their people in the White House, it's going to end.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, again, we are, when you were talking about right before I came on, something that really does resonate with me is when you speak to folks about free college, universal health care, these basic services that we should have as the so-called, wealthiest nation on earth, most people are actually in agreement, right? Like there is a massive majority of people who are common sense, but things have become so partisan from folks who are deeply embedded with the very corporations that are doing these things to our people and to our communities. I don't know. I feel like I really do have hope that our strength as communities, as people's eyes are open to what is actually happening, gets stronger and stronger. I really hope that we see a 5% third party vote. I mean, that would be, it might open another door for people to see something else.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm right with you there. I think there's a lot to be hopeful about. Sorry, Katie, was I cutting you off? Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to ask you what your hopes are with third party movement building.
I mean, you look at other places that are doing fairly well as a society, right? Like nobody's doing perfect, governance structures are what they are, but there are numerous parties, right? There are numerous different pathways to having your value systems represented. There are checks on how much money people can pour into candidates, right? Like the Citizens United decision, I think, is at the crux of so many of these different issues. It has allowed an absolute purchase of our entire elected system, right? Like that's really what has happened. But I think, if a third party candidate is able to garner, the third party is able to garner at least a percentage, right? That it might open the door to folks thinking, hey, you know what, there actually are other options and we don't have to do this, even if they're spending $1 billion on an election cycle, which is absolutely insane.
It really is. Yeah, there's a self-fulfilling prophecy element to it for sure, I think, in terms of how this plays. Everyone who wanted an alternative voted for an alternative, things would be different. So we'll keep pushing that boulder up the hill, as they say. Tara, as always, it's really an honor to have you here. Tara Houska, Indigenous lawyer and activist. Really appreciate your time here on Breakthrough News on election night.
Thanks so much for everything you do.
You too.
Well, a lot that can be said. You know, while we're kind of on the subject, Katie, a little bit of time before our next guest, I have a chart I want to try to bring up here about the climate, about sort of climate issues in and of itself, and how sort of poor the two major parties' plans are based on where we need to go. I'm just sort of randomly rambling here, but it just basically shows you that whether it's a little older, so it has Biden and Trump on it, but it more or less just shows that
I'm sure it's going to be really out of date because Kamala's going to be so different. Yeah.
So there it is. So the top one is Trump, the second one is Biden/Harris, and the third one is where we need to be target-wise. So as you can see, both parties are just completely and totally off base in terms of what's possible, which means we're heading towards 3 degrees warming, maybe, depending on that's something that a lot of scientists are talking about now. And it's hard to even say exactly what that means. But just to give you a few things here, Katie, the average chance of major heat waves goes up to like 80%. So you've got in some cities, like, in places in Pakistan, they're saying that they just face deadly heat waves, every single year. Like they had some deadly ones in 2015, I think it was. There would be more than that. The possibility of drought, the percent of time spent in drought would triple if we hit this sort of 3% threshold here. Obviously, flooding would go up significantly. And this is really in every single place around the world. And I think that in and of itself really says a lot of where we are right now, like on such a critical issue, the viability of all life on the planet. Sea turtles, just to give you an example, would likely go extinct under the current scenarios of where we're going on climate change. And neither side speaking to it with really any significance whatsoever. I mean, obviously, the Democrats are like talking about it, but in terms of their actual politics, there's not really all that much happening there. I mean, it really is amazing. This is a chart I've shown to people dozens of times over the past 2 months because I think it really just gives a real sense of how far off our political system is. Whatever you think of how you want to vote tonight, our political system is just not fit for purpose in terms of actually promoting solutions that meet the scale of the problem. I think we have some updates here on some of the states that have.
And by the way, that's
gone
a
up.
job. That's an issue where the media being derelict is so damaging. I mean, just think about all these weather-related stories that if the media did its job and plugged into how it's related to climate change, these would be such teachable moments, and people would understand on a visceral level why these policies are so important. But of course, they don't do that.
No, I think that's a good point. We've got a few not unexpected: Trump winning Utah and Montana, Kamala winning Colorado and DC, Trump winning Missouri. So a few more that are, just sort of generally out there that, are so-called safe states that you never know. I will say in Montana, which is one that a lot of people are watching, the Senate race, they've called it for Trump because Montana will definitely almost certainly go for Trump in the presidential, but still too early to tell. If you're wondering about Tim Sheehy versus John Tester, the Democratic incumbent, only about 3% of votes in. That's one that the Republicans expect that they will pick up relatively significantly, or, that's the one they're really hanging their hat on. So we'll have to see what exactly takes place there in that regard. But just to update you on the Senate race, in addition to a few different states coming in there, Katie. But so far, I think about what we would expect. Georgia, 88% of votes are in. It's pretty close. It's about 3-4 percentage points with Trump in the lead. But, when you look at the state itself, I think that you look at a lot of the big population centers that tend to be more Democratic. I'm looking here a little bit at Southwest Georgia is in the Black Belt. Still a lot to come back there. So not sure how much of a mirage or not that is there in Georgia. Virginia, as I spoke to, Harris is edging forward. It looked pretty close. 69% of votes counted there. Pennsylvania, 57% of votes in. Trump is ahead by about 2 points, but nonetheless, there's a lot to it. Only 51% of votes in from Philadelphia, for instance. There's still, 26% of votes out in Pittsburgh. These are the big population centers, which means that even though there's a lot to come in Republican areas in a number of spots there in Pennsylvania, there is a lot of votes from Democratic strongholds, so a lot will undoubtedly be on turnout situations there. North Carolina, 83% of votes counted, pretty close, 50 to 48 in Trump's favor. But, looking at it, you still got, again, big population centers. Well, Mecklenburg County, 98% in, but Raleigh and the Triangle, not really in. Big question, something that we're seeing already. Trump seems to be more or less blowing out Harris in the counties surrounding Charlotte, the suburban counties. That was a big reason why Biden did not win in 2020 in North Carolina. And you compare some of the states he did win, being able to get those suburban voters. So it doesn't really bode well, even though the race is a little close for Harris. But we shall see. We'll continue to report. Michigan, again, it's less than 25% reporting. And I'm always hesitant to say when you don't even have a quarter of votes, but it's basically tied if you look at it like that. Wisconsin, basically tied with 54% in. Minnesota, only 4% in, so I don't want to say anything about what that looks like right now. But nonetheless, we're still watching, still waiting. Some of the states far out in the West are starting to report a little bit. Arizona and New Mexico, I believe, as well, are starting to report, looking like a dead heat so far in Arizona, a major swing state. So I just said a lot there, Katie. I don't know if there's anything you want to say. I'm just looking to hear a few of the other races on the Senate side.
Do you have any idea when we're gonna hear, like when it's gonna be determined and decided?
It's a good question. I mean, in 2020, it obviously took us quite some time. I think in some states it was like a week because they were conducting various recounts. I mean, honestly, the way it's looking tonight, it all really depends on if it's contested. And I think that's what it really comes down to. Like, I think we will have a pretty good sense of most of these states tonight. I think especially the rise of early voting means you get a lot of votes in ahead of time. The late coming in absentee ballots are obviously a factor. The military ballots are obviously a factor. And in the states in the far west, of course, it just goes into late in the night. But I think in the east of the Mississippi River, some of these states that we are looking at, like Michigan, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, I get a sense, I don't know if we'll know by the end of this broadcast. We'll stick with it at the very least till about 11:30, 12, but we may go a little bit longer if we'll see. But I suspect it's going to be contested if it looks like Harris won. I think if it looks like Trump wins, I think Harris will concede maybe late tonight. But I think that if Trump loses, that he will, or at least is appearing to be appears to be losing, that he will aggressively contest the election results, and that means it could take us some time actually to get into it.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, we have our next guest with us. Wow, I'm struggling a little bit here. Very happy to bring him in, having joining the show once again. Dayvon Love, the Director of Public Policy at Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle. Dayvon, thank you so much for being with us, my brother.
Yep. Thanks for having me. I'm actually at one of our election watch parties, so it's a bunch of noise in the background. Thanks for having me on.
No, thank you, and you sound great, and, shout out to the people of Baltimore, Maryland. Let me just ask you this. I mean, obviously, Dayvon, there's a lot out. We don't really know a lot in a lot of the key states, but one of the big questions, and we talked about this before in the show, that a lot of people are talking about is for Kamala Harris, it comes down to whether or not black voters in the places of Philadelphia, Detroit, a lot of these major cities are going to come out. I mean, a lot of those cities also have a pretty similar profile to Baltimore, the city that you are in addition to all the work you all do studying things around the country. Any expectations, any thoughts as it concerns that conversation?
Well, I think part of the problem with the Democratic Party is that, there are a base of voters in a variety of states where they, have very contested races, whether it's Georgia, whether it's North Carolina, that have substantive black populations. The problem is that what it would take for them to build the electoral advantage will require them to give power away to working class black people, working class brown folks, in ways that would cede power away from the corporate wing of the Democratic Party. So in many ways, my sense, and even we look at where things are now, where the Democrats are struggling, right, in places that have high black populations. And I think in many respects, those that are, the kind of Democratic Party establishment have alienated large swaths of working class Black people that, given what Democrats say they're about, right? Democrats should be delivering on policy to Black folks that would make their electoral chances in some ways almost unbeatable, right? But I think what we're seeing today is an example of when the Democrats are focused on maintaining the corporate core of the party at the expense of working class Black people. This is what you get.
What would it look like if they weren't doing that? If they weren't going for the corporate center? What was the term you just used? The corporate.
So like the corporate wing of the Democratic Party, right? So when you think about some of the policies that we would describe, like one of the things that we work on here in Baltimore and in Maryland is at the local level, there is a resurgence of some of the tough on crime policies, right? Whether it's mandatory minimums, whether it's relying more on detention as opposed to alternatives to incarceration. And so I think and so those are things that the kind of liberal, suburban, multicultural base, right, has anxieties about, right? Or policies like reparations, like actually delivering on a substantive reparations policy. Like these are the kind of things that if Democrats would have pursued those policies substantively, then you're gonna bring Black. In fact, I was actually at the polls. One of the things we worked on was reparations for the war on drugs, and so there was a couple of young people that were volunteering. And one of the questions on the ballot here in Baltimore is establishing a reparations fund. So it's a part of the work that we did, establishing a non-lapsing reparations fund. And these are young people that I hadn't talked to, but as they're giving out literature, the thing that they, on their own, without prompting, tell people walking by is vote for question G, reparations, we need reparations. You know what I'm saying? So just to me, just an anecdotal example that when you actually deliver on policies that are popular working class Black folks, but then again, these are the kind of policies that in some ways the Democrats perceive to trade off with what I think is their more coveted base, which again is that kind of low, liberal, multicultural suburban base.
No, I think that's a critically important point. I mean, I think that it's like they have a certain rhetoric, but you can certainly see it in the actual results that they're not really doing it. And the thing that it really I think about a lot in this regard, Dayvon, in terms of how people even view the election, because people say, well, how do Black people feel about Kamala Harris? And they may feel many different ways. But oftentimes when I see her go to these places, whether it be Baltimore, Chicago, Philadelphia, Houston, wherever, the surrogates that are standing with her are like the mayors, the prosecutors, the city council people who are ultimately pursuing these agendas that have been so detrimental to Black working class people. It's like, even if you kind of were inclined to like Kamala Harris, I could see how it could give you a little bit of pause if you felt like, oh, well, she's working with this person, when you understand what their history is.
Yeah, it's complicated because I think when it comes to Black folks, when you think about the historic trauma collectively that we've experienced, there are ways that representation appeals to folks, to just being able to see a Black person in that position. And there are some Black people, particularly those that are more active in civic life, who they may see the benefits of Democrats and Kamala Harris in particular being president. They may see the material benefits in their own lives and their networks in ways that some of the masses of our community may not necessarily see, right? And one of the things that I think corporate media is most negligent of is teasing out, right, what the dynamics that undergird some of that, right? Because I think there's a way that when you think about some of the corporate Democrat talking points, they'll talk about some of the nominal things that they'll do, whether it's things like, investment in HBCUs, right, or some nominal investments in social programs. And one of the things that, again, corporate media doesn't do is tease out the fact that for the masses of our community that are disengaged, that don't participate, right, in the electoral process, for many of them, they don't see or experience the material benefits that the Democratic Party promises them on a regular basis, right? And so to your point, it's easy for a mayor or a prosecutor or even like a state or U.S. senator to stand next to many of these folks and say that these folks would be good for Black folks. And I think part of the challenge that I think that is a challenge for those of us that are organizers, those of us that are trying to build power for Black folks, is to help bring to the fore examples of and put on the table the kinds of policies that the Democrats in rhetoric will say they support, but they actually won't push for, right? And I think there's some instances where we've been able to push the Democrats beyond where they like to go. I like to give one example. One of the major things that we're working on here, Sinclair Broadcasting, which is a right-wing conservative news company. They have, news stations all over the country. In Baltimore City, there's Fox 45, where they've been pushing, again, some of that tough on crime policies. They've been pushing back against, Baltimore's has historic declines in homicides and non-fatal shootings, while at the same time having what they describe as a stated shortage of law enforcement. So it's been community-based approaches to law enforcement that is responsible for the historic declines in homicides in Baltimore City. Sinclair Broadcasting is pushing an agenda where they want more investment in law enforcement. They want harsher penalties. They want more young people in the criminal justice system. And one of the things that Sinclair Broadcasting and David Smith, who's the executive chairman, put on the ballot is Question H that will reduce the size of the Baltimore City Council, because you can buy off 8 council people easy, you can buy off 14. Well, some of the preliminary results tonight is we won, right? That Question H. And to put that in context, usually when people go to the ballot, they just vote yes on a lot of the ballot questions. People don't read them. So this will be the second ballot question in the last 30 years that the voters actually voted no, right, of something that was on the ballot. So it's and this coalition of people that were involved in that are, your unions, your Democratic Party folks, but also Green Party, right? People who are outside of the political mainstream that were a part of the effort to win that battle, right? So I raise that to say that those are the kinds of examples of the kind of things that when we talk about electoral politics that people should know about, that we can beat the Democratic Party establishment if we organize sufficiently in ways to push back against some of the kind of forces that I mentioned a moment ago.
And you're being, I believe, sued, right? Can you talk about that?
So Sinclair Broadcasting actually sent us a cease and desist letter back in the summertime. So we actually had an event at the Reginald F. Lewis Museum in downtown Baltimore to talk about the ballot question that I just mentioned. So I sent us a letter saying that us characterizing their stance as diminishing Black political power besmirched the credibility and reputation of Sinclair Broadcasting. Now, what's crazy, and part of what they say is David Smith, even though he's the executive chairman, they say that he was contributing. He contributed $400,000 to just this ballot question, and they say he did it in his personal capacity. It's an insult to our intelligence to think that a company that he's the executive chairman of, he's not going to use as a conduit to advance his own agenda. And so after we started saying that, the current mayor, Brandon Scott, some members of his team formed Stop Sinclair. And so there are a variety of organizations that came on board to push back against it. We weren't scared because it was clear to intimidation tactic. A lot of lawyers that we talked to said there's no grounds to really pursue litigation. But it goes to show that's one of the tactics that they were willing to use to try to stop us. And I think tonight is evidence as to why they wanted to shut us up.
No, I think that's a very, very cogent point. Another issue I just kind of want to ask you about, this is semi-random, but, we're almost at 11 o'clock, so I'm in the random part of my election brain. One issue I'm curious about in relationship to community violence, when Kamala had the moment with Oprah, where she said, if you come into my house, you're getting shot. And, I think this is an issue that's maybe underrated in, sort of for Black voters is, how we're going to address community violence, not, should it be addressed, but how it's going to happen. And obviously she's appealing to a certain kind of colloquial talking point there, but it feels like it also has sort of a deeper significance to it when we talk about if there's any real serious agenda from either major party of addressing community violence.
Yeah, this is the place where Democrats actually have some semblance of a point in terms of some of the federal investment in community-based violence prevention. Now, part of the challenge is they are both in practice and in their rhetoric investing in community-based violence prevention and law enforcement. Because I think even though I think the general public, there's more consciousness around the kind of fascist politics of law enforcement, FOP, there's still general sympathies that folks have with law enforcement, right? So what the Democratic Party has done is they're going to invest in both. One of the challenges, though, that we have locally is that, we have a prosecutor, Ivan Bates, for whom and prosecutors around the state of Maryland, who their policy is wanting to invest more in law enforcement, not wanting to give credit to community-based violence prevention. And I think for me, I've been on this show before, and I've used this example a lot because I think it's important for those who describe themselves as abolitionists, who describe themselves as wanting to look at what does it look like to implement community safety that doesn't rely on law enforcement. Baltimore is a premier example of many of the community-based organizations that have done the mediation, that have done, they have a Stop the Beef hotline, that use people who are formerly incarcerated as the basis for their approach to public safety. So it can be done. And again, Sinclair Broadcasting, the importance of pushing back against them is we need the country to see right? And it's not just Baltimore. Newark actually, in many ways, preceded Baltimore in cutting their murders in half during the pandemic when other jurisdictions where it was skyrocketing, right? Using some of the same kind of community-based violence prevention. So if we're serious about like what abolition looks like when it comes to, you know, alternatives to public safety, it's important that we use Baltimore as an example as to what it can look like to do public safety that doesn't require law enforcement. That law enforcement really, at best, is a last resort.
Wow.
Yeah, sorry, Katie. I didn't want to jump in if you were gonna say
Oh
something.
no, I'm just it's just a lot of information, and it's really, I think, fascinating. I really applaud you guys for the work you're doing, and it's a good sign when people are scared.
Yeah, indeed. Well, listen, as always, we always appreciate having the sage information coming directly from Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle. Dayvon Love, you are the Director of Policy at Leaders of a Beautiful Struggle. Thank you so much for joining us and taking some time out of the watch party to be with us here on Breakthrough News.
Yep, thanks for having me on. And we have you up on the screen in our party, so people are watching this.
Right on. Appreciate you, my brother.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Y'all take care.
Hi, you too. Oh, wow. It's going to be a long night, huh?
It is. Rania looked like she was trying to say something, but then there you go.
Yeah, she
Go
was
ahead.
muted as usual. Rania's back. Rania's back. Sorry, guys. I was literally like, I had to run from one stream to the other. There's a lot going on over here. So thank you for putting up with me and my muting and not muting. And I am sure there were some great segments that happened in my absence.
Yeah, definitely.
Despite your absence.
Despite your absence.
Despite-
Or in your absence. Well, some
I hope
states
not because
did.
of. I hope not because of.
Some states did go. Trump won Kansas. Trump won Iowa. Colorado has passed their abortion referendum. So things are happening. Things are moving on that front as well. And we'll continue to keep people updated. Like I said, in this, so-called battleground states, not a ton to report at this stage in the game. Not a lot to report really in the Senate races either. All relatively close, but still not a ton in. So go ahead.
People are freaking out on Twitter because of the New York Times needle.
Yeah, where is it? I'm not looking at the needle. Is it saying Trump's going to win?
It's showing at 10 p.m. New York Times gives Trump a 72% chance of winning, with an essentially even chance of him also taking the popular vote. I'm reading a tweet from Primo Radical, but I'm looking at that's actually the screenshots do show that. But I want to know what they said at this time in 2020.
Well, also the other thing too is that, I mean, not trying to make Democrats feel better, but maybe it'll make it feel better. I do notice a trend every election is that because the states that are first to come out as being won are typically the southern states, which typically go Republican. Basically the entire map we've seen. I don't know if this is based on exit polls or if it's based on what's started to come out of certain states, but so far the states that we know are going to go blue still haven't reported yet. So that's always an issue here. Also, I'm a little bit confused. What's going on with the count, Northeast? What's happening there? I don't know.
The Northeast in what states?
I see that they haven't reported yet. I'm just curious. How come they haven't reported yet in what is it, Maine? What's up with that
Maine
count?
only has 16% of votes counted. It's probably because there's a lot of rule votes in Maine, a lot of different issues like that. A lot of times the count is slow because people haven't invested in their infrastructure. But yeah, I'm not looking at the New York Times needle, but I certainly get some sense of it. Georgia now has 90% of votes counted. Trump is up by about 3-ish%. So with 10% left, there's a lot of ways it could break when you kind of look at the counties. But, obviously if Trump wins Georgia, that's huge for him. You look at how it's trending in North Carolina with 86% of votes in, Trump up by about 2 percentage points. Wisconsin with about roughly 60% of votes in, Trump up by about 2%. So you can see in some of the key swing states, and the way it's sort of been parceled out is, for Kamala Harris to succeed, she has to win the so-called blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and probably also would have to maybe win Georgia. And if she loses one of those, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, she definitely would have to win a Georgia, Arizona, or Nevada. We know nothing about Nevada. Arizona, it does look like about 50% of the votes are counted, and it's basically tied. It's almost exactly tied. It's 0.2 of a percentage point there between the two candidates.
Do you have any idea how third parties are doing? I'm just curious if y'all higher in certain states than last election. Do we have any information on that yet, or not quite yet?
It doesn't look like third parties are necessarily doing any better than last election. I mean, I'm getting some reports on that. It seems like in most of the states, it's looking below 1%. I have to go a little bit deeper here to see.
I see,
So
yeah.
it doesn't seem like it's tough to say, but it doesn't. And I don't have 2020 in front of me, but I don't see anything that off the top of my head is leading me to believe that there's like a significantly greater vote. Seems to be
Yeah.
under 1% for third parties in most of the relevant states that I'm looking at here. Yeah, that seems to be basically the case. So I'll try to do a little bit more research on that as well.
Yeah, I mean, and we should also point. I mean, people are gonna. We should it would be a fun game to guess who is going to be blamed the most. Like, it's not going to be obviously the Democrats if they lose. It's not going to be the Democrats. It's not going to be courting Liz Cheney. It's not going to be Chuck Schumer's famous words about going to the suburban. What was it? Suburban housewives. Real Housewives of Suburbia. It will be what? Third party. It will be Palestinians. It'll be Brooklyn podcasters. Who else? Anyone else? Any other targets that the Democrats will choose to focus on so they don't actually have to reflect on what they did?
The children of Gaza.
Right. Yeah.
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 I haven't been looking at any tweets, but I'm sure that people have already tweeted out random segments from CNN blaming Arabs. I'm not at all surprised that happens. I've gotten so many disgusting responses from people to my tweets in the last few days because I've been just reporting what people in Michigan are saying. I'm not even saying it myself. And their response is, you're the first one Trump's going to deport and you're going to whine about it. I'm fantasizing about that.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
they're really doing a great
okay.
job getting out the vote. Yeah.
Yeah.
The entitlement is just disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Anyways, I'm just trying to keep up with. I'm looking at look, I see also there's the third party candidates. I'm a little interested in how it goes in Michigan because if you actually add them together, it does reach more than 1%. I don't know if that makes a difference, but I'm just curious if I guess we'll have to wait till the end. If given all the antagonism or not antagonism, given all of the outrage we've seen at the two major establishment parties, if we're just going to see a little bit of an uptick in voting third party this time around. We'll see.
Right. I think what we will see is maybe we'll see more of, historically, and this is why the third party blaming has been so stupid, is because historically it has been mostly people who would not have voted otherwise for the Democrat, right? Like when they blame people, Stein voters, for Hillary's loss, they're so stupid. The assumption is, look, this number voted for Stein, this number was needed for Hillary. So obviously, but for Stein running, Hillary would have won. And that's just not true because the majority of the people who were voting for third party were people who would not have voted for the Democrat anyway.
Well, I also just want to say that there are people who didn't vote. There are people that did vote third party, but there are people who just felt so powerless. And so, what's the point? Because the system's so broken that they just didn't vote. One of the people that we had in the focus group, his name was Todd, actually made that argument. I mean, I don't agree with that argument, but I get it. His whole thing was why even vote in a system that is rigged anyway? So there's that attitude as well. So if the Democrats lose, it will be because probably the genocide in Gaza, because they also just don't ever follow through. Not even just Gaza. They don't ever follow through on anything they promise as a party. And also, so a lot of people just don't vote, and they never even try to reach out to the voters that don't vote. I mean, Eugene talks about this quite often. But I find it really it's really obnoxious that that's never, ever, ever discussed.
Yeah, right. No,
And
never
also-
discussed how to actually reach people who don't vote, right?
And there's a lot of people who don't vote who are just poor and working class people. Nobody tries to reach out to them.
Right.
Ever.
Because they don't want to
the
actually
Democrats-
have to provide any solutions to those people.
Right, they don't want to even try to appeal to them. They would much rather try to appeal to Liz Cheney Republicans.
Exactly.
Which,
right.
by the way, how many times do you need to use that strategy and for it to fail, for you
Right.
to recognize that it doesn't work? Like,
I mean, and it's so
it
pathetic
doesn't
because
work.
then you get Trump. Trump gets to like totally roast you for that, you know? And again, Trump is cynical and inconsistent. And I think probably his strongest, the thing that makes him most effective and his like get out of jail free card is the fact that there's zero expectation of any ideological or political consistency. So he gets to say whatever and be on any side of the issue, and no one cares. His hypocrisy doesn't look hypocritical, if that makes sense, because he's so brazen about it. But like he was totally dinging the Dems on. He's like, she killed a lot of, Liz Cheney's father killed a lot of Muslims, killed a lot of Arabs. It's like, yeah, of course. Like you're handing it to Trump on that issue.
Someone just walked up to me and offered me food. I'm not joking. This is Arabs, guys.
This is Dearborn, Michigan.
Everybody, do you want to say hi real quick?
Hi.
Put your right head in. This is
Hi.
Dr. Ali Dabaja. He's incredible.
I think I saw
And he
you,
was in the
right?
focus
On a
group.
video? Yeah, I saw you. Yeah, you're famous.
Yeah, he was in the focus group. Yeah. You're
We
famous.
love
You're
we
here.
love BTN.
Here, you
Honestly,
can hear.
you guys are
Tell him-
amazing.
Tell him he's sorry. That's gross.
Thanks.
I just gave you my earpiece, but tell him what you said. He can hear you now.
I just want to say that you guys are an unbelievable news network. We've been following you, honestly, for a while now. Actually, ever since the beginning of the genocide.
Bring your head in more. They can see you better.
And we just appreciate all that you guys are doing. I hope more and more people support the network. And we love Rania.
Thanks.
Aww.
Great. Yeah.
You said thanks.
I'm like a Phil. I don't know. I'm a BTS friend and ally, not officially part of the
He
team. So
literally
I
just-
felt
he literally just came
weird.
Well, yeah, I know, but he literally just came up and literally every single person that like tries to talk to me here just keeps offering me food. That's
Food,
how
yeah.
you know you're in a place
Ridiculous.
with a lot of Arabs, like food
Yeah.
of all kinds, sandwiches, burgers, Lebanese food. Like it
Yeah.
doesn't end. It's great. I'm overly fed in Dearborn,
Yeah,
Michigan.
you're nourished.
And
You're
I'm sure
nourished.
anybody from Dearborn is proud I just said that. They want people to know that when you come here, they feed you well.
Yeah. Well, I was
Yes.
going to ask you, do you have a question, Eugene? I have a question, but if you have a time sensitive question, you can go.
I do not have a time sensitive question.
I was wondering, Ronnie, if there was anything that you saw and witnessed that you weren't able to fit into the video because of editing time, or if there was anything people said to you but they didn't want on video. Obviously, if they don't want you to repeat it, don't repeat it, but maybe things that they don't want to be named, but we're okay with you saying, anonymous person said this.
So interestingly enough, we were trying to just kind of talk to the average person a few times on camera with like Vox Pop style. For those who don't know, it's just like you got the BT Newsroom microphone and you're like man on the street interview sort of thing, right? And there was a group of college kids that were like, or not college kids, they were seniors in high school, but they were old enough to vote. And we were just asking, who are you voting for? And has the genocide in Gaza and the war on Lebanon like impacted and Yemen impacted your or influenced your decision? And there was one group of girls who were like, oh no, I can't say that on camera because I'm trying to get into this university and I don't want to get in trouble and not get in. So actually, yeah, like that's the kind of country we live in right now, where high school seniors are like, after witnessing what happened on campuses last year and this one girl told me, she was like, look, I 100% support Palestine and Lebanon. I'm Lebanese, but like, I'm trying to get into this university and people got suspended last year for opposing Israel's genocide in Gaza. And I just don't want to like ruin my chances of getting into college.
Right.
So yeah,
Wow.
It's horrifying.
It is.
Such a
It
free
is.
country we live in.
Well, let's bring on our next guest who is here with us, who is waiting. Todd Miller, the author and the journalist who specializes on border issues, obviously one of the biggest issues in this election. Todd, as always, thanks so much for being back with us.
Oh, great to be with you. Thanks.
Well, a lot to be said, of course. We don't know exactly what the outcome is going to be here. I don't want to make too many predictions, as it were, although, of course, Trump seems to be up in Arizona. He obviously they've called Texas and others, New Mexico, it looks like, and California might go to the Democrats as always. So, it's sort of a mixed bag maybe in the so-called border counties. But it does seem, since immigration has become nationalized as an issue, the way things are trending so far, which is looking good for Trump in many of the swing states, it maybe seems to speak to the fact that Kamala Harris's idea that trying to be just as brutal or hardcore, however you want to put it, on the border, was not necessarily the best possible strategy to just sound just like Trump.
It is a surprising tactic by Kamala Harris, definitely. I mean, considering that in 2020, the Democrats definitely ran, at least rhetorically, right? Even though in practice they did other things after getting in power, but rhetorically they ran on a humane border, right? Not building one more foot of wall, right? Those sorts of that was the campaign. It was like a cornerstone to the Democratic campaign, and then throughout since January or February, first Biden and then Kamala Harris, it's been this tactic to out-Trump Trump in a lot of ways. Like this whole idea that Trump isn't serious on the border, but we are, and we're going to bring the heavy hand to the border. And they keep referring to the bipartisan border bill that came up in the House and the Senate in February, but was rejected, right? And that border bill, which they say it's bipartisan, but really it was packed with all this funding going to border and immigration enforcement, $15 billion worth of funding, $15 billion over the already astronomical budgets. And throughout Kamala Harris's campaign, she's been saying that she's going to sign that bill as soon as she gets into office as president. And so that's just sending a message that I think if Harris wins, she's probably going to do things immediately that will drastically affect the border and the borderlands, maybe even quicker than Trump will.
Yeah, Todd, it's really incredible to me that of all the things, she just tried to out-hawk Trump on, she went right into the border. I couldn't believe this one ad she put out where she'd be like, at like some town hall or some speech she was giving. She was making fun of Trump because she was like, he said he was going to build the wall and he only built 2% of it. And he took a photo of himself in front of the part of the wall that Obama built. And you're like, that's not something to be proud of, but okay.
Yeah.
So insane. But that said, we've had you on a lot to talk about how there's a bipartisan consensus when it comes to the militarization of the border and the deportation machine. But that said, is there any nuance to be seen between these two parties? Can we expect a slight difference in policy under one versus the other?
I mean, what I've seen, at least we only can go by the rhetoric at this point, as far as this particular election and who wins tonight, right? And what I've seen is almost like a Cold War, right? Where you have Kamala Harris saying, I'm going to sign this bill and put all this, I'm going to hire more Border Patrol agents, bring in more technology, blah, 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 blah. And then you have Trump responding to that saying, I'm going to do even worse. I'm going to round up 15 million people or 20 million people and massively deport them. So you have this. So what it seems to me is that every time the Democrats raise the bar, Trump will raise the bar even higher. And so that's what I think is. So instead, there are nuances between the parties, right? And rhetorically, of course, right? Because Trump's remarks are, just xenophobic and racist, straight out, flat out, and Harris and the Democrats try to avoid that sort of language. Yet the actual practice and what is put into place is very, very similar. So similar that it almost seems like there is very little to no difference. However, as I said at the beginning, that I think Trump will, if Harris is saying one thing, Trump will try to do more than that.
Yeah, no, it really is, amazing. It speaks to maybe one issue here that I think is maybe important is that it feels to me, Todd, and you tell me if you think I'm wrong here, that, a lot of how this is going to be shaped is going to be about the resistance to increased criminalization of immigrants and militarization of the border in the same way it has been in 2006, in the same way, movements so far, that it's really not an issue that's going to be fully shaped by the politicians.
Yeah, in fact, I would argue that the whole border and immigration enforcement apparatus is it's a whole bipartisan system, or even it goes out of politics altogether, and it's its own system that is moving on its own volition, regardless, and it gets more, like, every year there's more budget, for example, so there's more of the components of the enforcement apparatus, which brings the more criminalization, which brings more militarization, which brings more, quite frankly, brutalization of people trying to cross the border, and the criminalization that goes along with it, and the sort of rhetorical justifications of all of that, and that happens from mainly, you're seeing it from the Trump side, but it does happen from the Democratic side too. As in Arizona, where I am, we've seen the campaign commercials, and the campaign commercials coming from the Trump side, of course, are just egregious. I mean, they're almost like the video that we're seeing right here of constantly showing people going through the border in these sort of grainy videos that almost, in the way that the kind of narratives that are superimposed over them create this like horror flick sort of scenario almost. But I've been watching the Democratic ones as well. Like, we have in the Senate, Ruben Gallegos, and we have, of course, the Harris commercials, and they'll put in the similar border pictures that aren't quite as bad, but still it depicts the border as this volatile and chaotic and violent place. And today I actually went down to report on the border. So today's election day. I'm going to go right to the border. I'm going to go right to the border wall, and then I'm going to ask people about. I just wanted to do that and do a report right from the border, just to be in the place that's been characterized as this violent and chaotic place, when in reality it's just people going about their normal lives.
So Todd, I think an element of this I'm also curious about is, one of the reasons there is flight away from Latin America, specifically to the U.S., is because of failing economies and violence, and that is often the outcome of horrific U.S. policies, whether it's policies of regime change and sanctions that have destroyed economies like those in Venezuela or Cuba, or whether it's constant intervention in places like Haiti or Honduras or El Salvador or Guatemala, or just generally speaking, the neoliberal policies that have been pushed on these companies to privatize everything and empower resource extracting industries that literally have militias that kill people to get them off their land. I guess all that's to say, do those policies change under one of these people or the other people? Like, it seems to kind of be a constant inflow of immigrants, whether we're talking about a Democrat in office or a Republican in office,
And they don't change. It doesn't matter who's in office. Those sorts of policies not only don't change, they're the things that we don't hear about. Right? It's amazing just to follow the immigration story and how it's the national discourse, the national narrative around immigration and borders, and how little is mentioned about why people are leaving where they're leaving, why people end up at the border to begin with, right? It's almost as if they come in a vacuum and they arrive to the U.S. border, and there's no reasons behind why people are coming in the first place, and more specifically, not reasons having to do with the U.S. foreign policy or U.S. economic policy. And I can tell you, like as watching, a lot of times it'll be characterized, the word violence will be, there's a violence in this country or violence in that country, but rarely is that word unpacked. So it's almost xenophobic in its own right, just using that word, and then you're supposed to assume, that country is just violent. That must be just that way in that country. And what then we get this lazy analysis And the lazy analysis doesn't look into U.S. foreign policy, doesn't look at how, for example, U.S. corporations are crossing borders into other countries and stealing their wealth, going into communities and stealing their resources. I interviewed a woman from Honduras recently who was blockading a cemetery in her community because a mining company was trying to mine silver, and they said that they'd found some deposits underneath where her grandmother was buried. And so she, because she did the blockades, she got these death threats. And because she got these death threats, she left, and she ended up being deported several times from Mexico once. And then she finally got to the United States, got caught by the Border Patrol, and ended up in an immigration prison for a year and all that. But the whole story about the mine and the resource extraction, which is one tentacle of what U.S. imperialism, if we're going to go into that, right, is one tentacle of it. But that story is obscured. You don't hear that story at all. You don't hear these stories of who can cross the border, in this case, U.S. companies and a mining company, and who can't, or U.S. military, 800 bases around the world. They can cross U.S. military can cross borders wherever they please and go and put up bases wherever, right? And so like who can cross, who can't, and then how are those foundational to why people are leaving their homes?
Yeah, no, I think it's absolutely crucial. I mean, as much as we had some conversation about the root causes of immigration in 2020, and that was put out there, that's all been pushed to the side. Well, as always, Todd, we really appreciate you being willing to join us. It's not as late there, but still staying up pretty late for us. As always, happy to have you with us here on Breakthrough News. Thanks so much.
Always great to be with you, Eugene and Rania. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Katie is back.
Well, guys, I am looking at these maps, and it is not looking good for Kamala Harris.
Well, I can say that Trump supporters are already celebrating on social media, but I think that there are some points that they could potentially be, let's see. I mean, there's 90% of votes counted in Georgia, for instance, but when you look at this sort of county by county map, you can see only 49% from Chatham County. That's where Savannah has come in. You look at the more heavily Republican areas, a higher percentage of votes have come in. You look at Gwinnett County, 80%. You look at Pennsylvania, which seems to be trending away from her towards Trump. Similar sort of piece. I mean, someone just sent me a note that she's outperforming Biden in the suburbs of Philadelphia, but you can also see in a number of them, some of them Bucks County, I don't think a lot of people live there, but even Philadelphia itself still has about 43% of the vote left to come in. So, there's some other kind of, you might call them notable factors from other races that maybe speak to how it's going. Somewhat surprising to me, it's basically tied in the Wisconsin Senate race with about 66% of the votes in. And also a little surprising to me, it's, Dave McCormick, the Republican candidate in Pennsylvania, is ahead now. So it's not exactly clear, I think, how this is breaking. I think that the Trump camp absolutely feels like they're about to have a blowout. They think they're going to win Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Some of them, I think they're going to win Minnesota, too. Arizona, Trump basically continues to be tied with 50%. Ruben Gallego, though, up on Kari Lake. So it certainly means there could be some split ticket. That's the Senate race there. Some split ticket voting happening there. Dan Osborne, the independent from Nebraska, in a dead heat with Deb Fischer. This is interesting. He's an independent, but he was one of the leaders of the Kellogg strike in 2021. He's a union president. He's been running on a very pro-union, pro-working class platform. He's also tried to kind of co-opt some elements of the Trump campaign as well, and some elements of the Democrats. Says he wouldn't caucus with either, but a lot of people in the labor movement talking about Dan Osborne neck and neck right now with 60% reporting. And on a similar note, you've got the paid sick leave referendum there in Nebraska that would give 5 days of paid sick leave to everyone who works in a business with fewer than 20 employees, 7 days for more than 20 employees. I think a lot of people thought that because, paid sick days being critically important might help Osborne get over the hump. Anyway, that could end up being a spoiler. I mean, the Republicans only needed 2 seats, I believe, to retake the Senate. But that could spoil it. But I don't know. I still think we're kind of in it could go either way territory, but I can definitely say that there's celebrations happening amongst Republicans. But when you look county by county,
I think,
a couple of these should shift.
well, the New York Times, just so you know, and you can think of it what you may, 'cause I have not looked at the specifics, is saying 89 chance of victory for Donald Trump. So I don't know where they're coming up with that statistic. They're estimating Donald Trump will likely get 299% of the electoral votes, and Harris will get 239. It is still, you're right, there's a lot of stuff that hasn't been counted yet. So, obviously we have to wait, but saying an 89% chance of victory, I mean, I don't know why you'd say that unless it's really likely. They're saying a likely Trump victory.
Yeah, I mean, they are saying that. The needle has
been
been wrong before, though. So, that's...
But also, then in that case, it's really irresponsible to do that, because you know what the Trump people are going to do if they don't win is that's going to give them reason to say it was stolen. Just saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I have a friend someone I really trust on data stuff says that it's either going to be Trump, or if it's Harris, they'll be close enough that he's definitely going to contest it.
Yeah. North Carolina just called for Trump. So, yeah, I mean, it's just Trump has more paths to the Electoral College, right? So if he can win just one of Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, he throws a big wrench into Kamala Harris's campaign. And then if he wins Georgia, that's kind of one of the key states she could make it back with. Then she also has to win Arizona, which is obviously very hotly contested. Nevada, we have no results yet as of now, but that also comes into play. So I think we're in the state of the night where you can see the way it's trending is it looks like it could be getting away from Kamala Harris. She has to get, I would say, a significant number of all the votes that are left to come in Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Michigan is still counting very slowly, 31% of the votes. It's trending towards Trump, but I think at 30% of the votes, it's honestly very difficult to say.
I want to be very clear. I mean, if Kamala Harris loses and Trump wins, there's going to be a lot of different reckonings and narratives about why. There's a clip I wanted to play earlier, but we ran out of time. It's a clip of a young man named Ali from our focus group who actually endorsed Trump. He's quite young. He's Yemeni-American. And I think it's an important clip to play because there are people who voted for Trump because of the Democrats running, essentially, on genocide and refusing to abandon it in the Middle East. Can we play that clip of Ali from the focus group?
So I want to ask the two people who are voting for Trump. We have Ali and Sammy. So I want you to explain, why are you voting for Trump? And if it's related to what's happening in the Middle East, how do you think him winning will be better? Sorry.
First off, whether my opinion is towards Trump or Kamala, I look at all of you guys like brothers and sisters. My political view should not affect the way you look at me, and your political view should not affect your way of my way of looking at you. My family my grandfather has always been Democrat. He's always been, as all us Arabs, we're always the backbone for them. And I really don't think they ever appreciated us. And that's the only reason I'm going for a Republic, and that's why I'm voting for President Donald Trump. I understand some of you guys have a different point of view, and I respect it, and I still look at you the same way like I always do. But from my point of view, I have family at Yemen as well, and I have my brothers and sisters in Palestine and Lebanon getting killed every single day. When you see Trump coming to Dearborn, and when you see him, I feel like he's really focusing on us Arab more than 2016. Back then I was way young. I was young. I have no clue what was going on. I just wanted to go play Fortnite or do whatever I want to do. But now I'm really getting into the family business. I'm really holding into my college. I'm trying to pursue my life, and I really do see President Trump, being the best choice for us. Kamala and Biden, as I like to say, we're in a very, very unique election. We get to see both administrations that already ran. Technically, Kamala already ran. Biden is not even our president. I really don't look at him as my president, and I know some people here agree that he's not our president. But Kamala has a stance too. She had a stance in the border control. She had a stance on Palestine. She said there will be a ceasefire. I never seen one. CNN always comes out every other week. Oh, Kamala is asking for a ceasefire, but never happened. they keep making us get in those promises and making us promises and be like, hey, we're gonna take care of you guys, but never end up doing nothing. I'm tired of it. I really am, and that's why I'm voting for President Donald Trump. We really think he's gonna give us peace. He's giving us so much promises, and if he doesn't do it, letting you know, we will hold him accountable.
Yeah.
So there you have it. I mean, I don't agree with that sentiment, but, and I know he said something about the border that was a little bit awkward, but the point is, and I think it's a very naive outlook, because he did have other options besides Trump and Harris. But that said, there are people who did that, who voted for Trump because Kamala Harris chose to stick with genocide, and Trump is paying lip service to whatever peace in the Middle East means. And, you know, that's something that, like, we shouldn't ignore. I know we will, but the mainstream media, if he wins, is going to ignore that and blame people who voted for third parties.
Yeah, it's already started. It's already starting. I'm like taking screenshots of the people saying, if you voted for Jill Stein, F you. I blame. This is why you don't vote third party. It's just the absolute gall of people who are blaming people who felt like they couldn't vote for Harris instead of blaming the Democrats for not doing what they knew statistically from polls was going to be popular, which was saying not the day before that they were going to end the war in Gaza. It's just, I don't understand how I understand people thinking that Trump will be worse. Like that's totally, I understand that. But the idea that you're going to blame the people who felt like they couldn't vote for the people who oversaw a genocide, either of their people or if they're not Palestinian, just a genocide of people. But it's especially rich to think that you're going to blame someone whose own people are being killed and decimated and genocided. The fact that you would blame those people, even if you're upset about the outcome, it's mind-boggling to me. And you see this stuff with, okay, well, they're the ones who are going to be deported. They're the ones who are going to be banned. It's disgusting.
Yeah,
and just also just no desire to actually look at how this could have been avoided. Mm-hmm. Because you don't actually care. Democrats don't care about, according to them, defeating a fascist, which is what they say Trump is. Because if you care about defeating the fascists, then you look at the polls, because they bow at the feet of polls, right? And the polls were saying it would be popular to call for an arms embargo.
Yeah.
I just want to point something out. Kamala Harris is likely to, well, she's definitely not going to win the south end of Dearborn, an area with 90% plus Muslim voters. Biden won that area with 88% of the vote 4 years ago. So you can't sit there and tell me that those people who overwhelmingly voted for Kamala Harris before are all just a bunch of idiots or racists or stupid Republicans. There is a very specific reason that number happened.
Yeah.
Right.
No, I think that's true. I think we do have the map that we could bring back here. You know, obviously, North Carolina was called for Trump, Oregon for Kamala. Most of the West Coast, is out there, pretty clear where that's going to go, all things considered. Yeah, well, I feel like that map looks like we have Washington State colored for Trump, which is not true. That's definitely going to go for Kamala Harris. But that being said, North Carolina, obviously a state I think the Democrats are hoping to take one off the Republicans. That is not going to happen. Probably wasn't necessarily a huge surprise to anyone, but nonetheless, that is the case. But, nonetheless, we are moving forward here. A lot of continued watching of a lot of different pieces. The House seems like kind of a mixed bag to me. Yes?
Well, I just want to say one thing. I'm just scrolling through my Twitter timeline just to see what people are saying. And you know what came across my feed is somebody we've had on our show, Abu Bakr Abed. He's in Gaza. And he says, we can't endure this anymore. My body is so fragile. May you feed us and give us a drink. May you end this horror. I've never, ever been through this. May you give me patience and strength. This is somebody who's literally in Gaza and starving. And I'm just like, my timeline makes no sense. This year makes no sense. I don't know what to say, anymore. Someone is starving on Twitter, live, right in front of our eyes. And then there's all this commentary about the election and numbers, and he's going to still be starving. What a horrible system we have. I'm sorry, I know it's just stating the obvious, but it just feels so horrible. It feels like no matter what, he loses and we lose, and it's just really painful. And I know that we have to have like ultimately understand and recognize that this is a long struggle, and like we can't like be just in despair about it and stuff. It's just painful. It's painful to watch that, and it's really just it's painful to just keep talking about it over and over again, hoping that maybe at some point, if we talk about it enough and draw attention to it enough people will have enough empathy for Arabs in these places to make it stop. I don't even know. I don't know. It's really unfair. That's all. Sorry, guys. It's late at night and I'm upset.
No, I think that, what you're saying, Rania, is I don't want to say glimmer of hope because that sounds too positive, but as like depraved and sadistic and sociopathic as our leaders are, and these total idiots on Twitter who are already blaming people for voting for third party, like I do think that this has become one of the major moral issues of our time, and we are seeing people waking up to it in a way we haven't before. That's because they've been live streaming a genocide, so the reason for that is absolutely tragic, and it's an abomination.
What's frustrating is like, what's the introspection going to look like? And I know I'm jumping the gun because nobody's been called yet, like for one or anything. But since we're looking at what the numbers are showing so far, like just thinking about the level of introspection or the lack thereof. I don't know. But I know we have a few other clips we wanted to play. We wanted to play a clip of people at a marching for Gaza about abandoning Biden. And I think it's important. There are some voices in the crowd that we should hear from. So can we play that clip?
So tell me, why aren't you voting for Joe Biden?
I am not voting for Joe Biden because I have finally realized that man is a racist.
I'm not going to vote for someone who funded a genocide. Absolutely not. And I don't think there's any way he can recover from that. His best bet right now is to drop out of the race.
And why not?
Because why would I vote for someone that's calling for the genocide of my people? I'm Palestinian myself, so how am I going to vote for someone that's fine with the people of Gaza being slaughtered?
It seems like he has no regard for human life, especially when it comes to Arabs, and it's really disheartening the fact that we have to live in the U.S. knowing that this is how our government feels about us. In D.C., there's a bunch of homeless people, and some of the money that could have been given to Israel could have been given to these people so that they could get off the streets and have a successful life. It seems more that he cares about the people overseas rather than he cares about his own constituents.
Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe, as I like to call him, he's not listening to us, and it's not right. I can't name one thing Joe Biden has done that was good. Not one.
While he's doing this in Gaza, he's also still trying to do the border walls, and he's also trying to keep kids in cages. Like he thought that was going to be done with Trump. He's still doing it too.
The United States people have awakened to the fact that we're constantly facing the reality that we have to vote between the lesser of two evils, and I'm tired of making that decision.
He might be the lesser of two evils to you, someone living in America, but to someone in Palestine, they're the exact same,
Biden's unwavering support for Israel's genocide has totally shattered his support among young and progressive voters. But supporters of Palestine aren't just planning on abandoning Biden this November. Many are revolting against the idea that they should have to pick between two morally reprehensible candidates at all.
And I have been a lifelong Democrat. I have supported this man. When we found that he won, I knocked on my neighbor's door and we popped champagne. We celebrated his win. We were so excited. And today, you know what we do today? My neighbor and I, we shed tears. I will not be voting for Joe Biden, but the sad thing is, I will not vote for Trump either. So as a Democrat, a lifelong Democrat, I really hope that we start thinking about who we can run on the ticket in 2024, because it honestly cannot be Joe. And if we elect Trump, if we stay home and Trump wins, Palestine will be even worse. Joe Biden has utterly failed our.
Sorry, guys. It is that's from January. Did we point out that clip's from January? Obviously, that's why they're talking about Joe Biden. But I think it's important to remember that because that is proof. No, but that is proof that Democrats have seen people abandoning them for months and months and months. Yeah. And they have chosen to cover their ears literally at the DNC. Do you remember the iconic image of that woman putting fingers in her ears? as they walked by anti-genocide protesters. So I want that to be remembered. We have it documented. This is not like just last month or a few weeks before the election, people started saying we're abandoning Biden, we're abandoning Harris. This has been going on since last year. I still remember the protests that Breakthrough News live streamed last November in DC against the genocide in Palestine. Last November, a year ago almost. And what was the common phrase I heard speakers saying? It was like, in November, we remember. In November, we remember. As in next November, we're not going to forget this genocide. And there were people in the Democratic Party at the time saying they'll forget by next year. They'll forget by next year. Guess what? It's next year, and they didn't forget. They're angrier than they've ever been. So I want to keep reiterating this. I know I'm going in circles here, but we need to continue to reiterate this because I refuse to be blamed or let anyone I know who refused to vote for this genocidal party be blamed for what we're about to maybe witness.
Right. Yeah. And if they cared this much about, if they really saw Trump as a fascist, why weren't they demanding that the Democrats do the right thing? Electorally speaking, forget the moral issue, which I would like for people to care about, children being starved, being operated on without anesthetic. Like, would be nice if that was an issue. But even if you have a heart of stone, but are like a blue MAGA type, you should have been moving the Democrats to do what the polls were saying would be popular for them to do. I have empathy for people. I really do have empathy. This is something we could debate, but I have empathy for people who think Trump is going to be worse for the world. Whether or not that's right, that's in itself is not, I don't think, an inherently disgusting position. But what's inherently disgusting and what is unforgivable is to, regardless of what you think of a Trump or Harris presidency, to blame people who couldn't bring themselves to vote for Harris. That is not, these people are not the enemy.
Yeah, well, I think that's true. I mean, but undoubtedly they'll have no choice but to blame people because it's so obvious what they've done. And I think that were Trump to win, and I think there's certainly predictions that is going to happening now, I think the question you have to ask yourself is how do we get here in the first place? And I mean, everything that Trump is capitalizing on was bipartisan. There's no doubt about that. But there hasn't really been as hard a break from the Democrats of many of these points, especially when it comes to the wars and the other things happening abroad. I mean, there was a little bit of a shift on the issues of like trade and unions and so on and so forth away from the sort of NAFTA consensus. But even there, when you think about how the Build Back Better plan was set up by Biden, that, was nothing crazy. It was just an extension of existing social programs and giving them more money so they could address things more significantly, extending the child tax credit, like things I would consider to be basically simple things, broadly supported. They couldn't even pass that. And it wasn't because of the Republicans per se, it was because they were sabotaged by their own party. And of course, Joe Manchin is the person mentioned the most, Kristen Sinema. But the reality of that is they're really covering for about 12 other people who really didn't want to vote for it either. And we're happy to have them as a stalking horse, as it concerns the overall issue of, Anyway, I lost my train of thought. The basic point here being that there's just a lot happening on the screen, so it's hard to stay focused. But the basic point being here, I think, when you look at what is happening, that the Democrats have acquiesced to a pro-billionaire agenda. I mean, you look at everything Kamala has been saying in the whole campaign. I mean, she's going out of her way to talk to the crypto industry and say that she will be fair to them. She has, at least according to the Financial Times, although her campaign is pushing back on this, promised to try to get rid of people like Lena Khan and Gary Gensler at the FTC and at the SEC, who are known for being more aggressive against corporations in general in the first half and financial corporations as it concerns the latter person, and replacing them with more quote-unquote pro-business people. She's brought in Tony West, the attorney for Uber, her brother-in-law, who is one of the top advisors for Uber's legal cases. He's been fighting them in court to make sure that drivers are considered independent contractors. So basically they will be able to be paid poverty wages or the equivalent of poverty wages, in all the different places around the country. I mean, she's been saying how she's getting support from the biggest people from mergers and acquisitions and all these other places. So she's gone out of her way to really court a more conservative pro-billionaire agenda rather than pushing back against this at the time of the greatest cost of living crisis of all time. And in fact, has not really aggressively, I mean, she has talked about it, but hasn't really aggressively tried to wage much of an offensive against what what is universally reported in the media, despite it being totally false, that inflation was really about government spending, when we know for an absolute fact that inflation was primarily due to corporate profiteering on top of the existing issues like the war in Ukraine, the COVID-19 crisis, which were kind of the proximate issues that started the whole thing. So, I mean, rather than embrace a sort of broad social agenda, they have set out a place where it's made it easy for Trump to pick people off here, there, and everywhere. I mean, you have the just conservative people in the country, but beyond that, individuals who are so tired of what's going on and are looking for more of a disruption. I mean, this came up in the Data for Progress poll they did earlier this summer about swing voters, that when it was just a 2-candidate race, the majority of them, or the plurality of them, were voting for Trump. I actually have it sort of in front of me. But when it went down to a 6-candidate race, which included many third parties, the thing that you actually started to see was that the two major parties got very little support. 4% backed Biden this in the summer, 7% backed Trump. 46% actually, by the way, were supporting Robert Kennedy, and 12% other third parties. Kennedy, of course, now backing Trump. But I think what you can see very clearly is that people are looking for something disruptive. And while Trump is pro-capitalist, anti-worker, an insane militarist, the reality is he's so rude and crude that he does seem to be breaking from convention. Because on some things he's breaking from convention, maybe in a good way, negotiating with North Korea. But by and large, Trump breaking from convention is just saying racist, sexist things in public, transphobic things in public that people feel are like kind of in politic. But I think in people's minds, when you look at the Democrats are so status quo, and you're like, well, the past 40 years of the status quo has gotten me nothing, so I can't expect anything from them. I think even if you don't expect that much from Trump, you might be thinking, okay, who's more likely to really kind of shake things up? Like you hear Trump say something like, we're going to cap credit card interest at 10%. Bernie Sanders only said 15%. Now it seems highly unlikely that Trump would do that or Congress would ever pass it. But you might think as a layperson, well, if someone was going to shake up the credit card industry, is it more likely to be Trump or Kamala? And I think we've underplayed how Trump's sort of outsider disruptive agenda, however fake it may be, is actually playing into a very strong desire. 69% of Americans, I believe it was, told the New York Times they thought the economy should be either majorly changed or completely torn down. 70% amongst black people, 70% plus amongst Latinos, amongst people under the age of 30. So people want big transformative change. Neither candidate is offering big transformative change. And I think that rebounds in the favor of Trump as a candidate who seems to be a disruptive force in the political scene, even if he won't really address change. But I think people are so desperate, that's where it leaves them.
Right.
You're muted.
Yeah. Oh, I'm muted?
No, Rania.
Oh.
I'm muted. I'm basically always muted. Just assume I'm always muted because you can hear me. I actually was hoping we could play a clip that we didn't get to play. And that is a clip from our focus group. It was a clip with someone called Tarek, who was not voting because he's basically like, he explains anti-imperialism and his views on why he didn't want to vote. And I think it's an interesting take because there is a group of people who did not vote. I'm not saying he represents all of them, but this is one of the reasons a certain type of person did not want to vote. Can we play that clip of Tarek from the focus group?
He's gone now, but he said America lost its integrity, and I was going to make the point that America, since its inception, didn't actually have integrity. But no, but on a serious note, I think one thing people lose sight of when they talk about these two parties, and again I think it's like if I could leave here having accomplished one thing, it would be to convince everybody that every time we bring up the discussion about the Democrats didn't do this and the Republicans didn't do this and whatever, it's that's the whole point. They are both two fronts of a corporate empire. The only reason why they come to Dearborn, for example, and beg for our votes is because they want to ingest us into the system. Why? Because when you vote, you're not just voting for one candidate. You're voting for the legitimacy of the system. And if you want to see, pay attention to how the U.S. empire deals with the elections in countries that are opposed to U.S. hegemony. Look at how the U.S. empire and the corporate media deal with Cuba, Venezuela, the Islamic Republic of Iran. All of these countries, whenever their elections come around, the U.S. empire is always talking about how the people don't believe in the system and the elections are rigged and blah, blah, blah. Why? Because they want to delegitimize the system so that they can go take some lovely U.S. democracy to them. So if you reverse engineer that, then it's the same same idea. When you go and vote, there's like, if you play the game, you have to accept the outcomes. If you go vote for Kamala or Trump or even Jill Stein, although she's obviously different than them, although I think she has issues as well. But whoever you vote for, you're ultimately voting for the system. When you vote, you're giving consent for the system to govern over you. And when the sister mentioned that real political activism is not one day every 4 years. That's the biggest facade of U.S. democracy, is that you come every 4 years, you pick one of two hand-chosen candidates who are both set up to screw you out. Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, he literally said, I'm sick and tired of hearing people say that this is the most important election of our lifetime, because in the long run, it doesn't matter. Like, he's the CEO of the largest asset managing firm in the whole world. And he's literally telling you it doesn't matter who you vote for because we're in conversation with both parties. Like, you're getting it from the horse's mouth. But then we still come back and talk about how, well, you know, we gotta make sure that we hold them accountable, and the Democrats and blah 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 and all this stuff. And then just the last point that I want to end with is, like, it's not that they just devalue the lives of people in West Asia, so-called Middle East, or like brown people or whatever. These people don't care about black people. They don't care about brown people. They don't even care about white people. They could care less. You're just talking about the opioid epidemic. 90% of the opioids in the world were coming out of Afghanistan after the US invaded Afghanistan. It's the U.S. military sending opioids, just like how Ronald Reagan brought crack to America. They don't care about black, white, anything. They care about the bottom line, which is their profits.
The pandemic disproportionately affects white people.
Right, so they don't care. It's not about, like, even this whole idea of, like,
completely devalue human life.
Yeah. So and they want to constantly play on this idea that, like, oh, you know, white people have it so great. Like, 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. The country's falling apart. Like, they don't care about anybody. They just don't care about anybody. It's not a broken system, as you said. The system is functioning exactly as it's meant to. It's an evil system. It's a satanic system. Bottom line.
Yeah, no, I think a number of very relevant and important points. But one thing I want to say before we get to that, I see we have Kei Pritzker with us from the Breakthrough News team, but relatively big issue here. Bernie Moreno, the AP has called the Senate race in Ohio for Bernie Moreno. That is an upset. Sherrod Brown has been up pretty consistently in almost all the polls. He's beaten off Republicans many, many different times. This was a time that I think a lot of people are will be a little surprised by this. Ohio, of course, has been trending significantly more conservative over the past few presidential cycles. There have also been some, I think people were surprised at them at the time, but not surprised subsequently, issues as it concerns the broader sort of context of referendums and things like that. So it may not be that strange on trend, but it certainly is big. Republicans, I believe, are at 50 now, just about. So it looks like, and it seems pretty clear, they're going to get Montana. I mean, there's not that much in, but Tester is way down. State leans Democratic, leans Republican. Tough to say there. I mean, the Osborne thing could trip them up a little bit, but it seems like that might not be able to prevent them. This one also a surprise. Very close between Tammy Baldwin and Eric Hove there in Wisconsin. So whatever happens in the presidential race, I would say for Democrats, it is not looking great for them as it concerns the Senate. House, a bit more of a mixed bag. A lot of the things are sort of shaking out as you might expect. Sort of lean Dem, lean R. California, 45th district. Michelle Steele there is the incumbent. She's down. That's one of the few that are out there. So Republicans ahead so far in the number that are called. Democrats needed, I think, 6. I don't have it in front of me to pick up the House. Unclear if that can happen. But what I will say, that does seem to be not as consistent as what we're seeing in the statewide races for president and for Senate. So that's partially where that stands on a number of different fronts. Just looking at a couple other things here. Kamala has been announced as winning Virginia, New Mexico. I think I already said Oregon. So there's a lot of different pieces there. But let's bring Kei back on to introduce something that you all, I know, Kei, were working on, you and Rania, in the context of all the reporting that you did out there in Dearborn.
Yeah. Hi, guys. Good to see you. So I think Rania needed a break. But anyway, we've been going around Dearborn. I'm sure Rania's discussed it heavily tonight, but I'm here also with Craig, and we've been hearing stories from voter after voter in a heavily Lebanese and Yemeni community. Obviously one of the biggest Arab American communities in the country. And we just wanted to play for you. Rania and I recorded our sort of reflections on the week, and we were just having a discussion in the living room of our Airbnb about what our thoughts are, not just about who we've spoken to, but I think in the context of the last year and, beyond just what it means for Gaza, but really what it means for American politics. So I don't know if we have the clip queued up, but maybe we can play it and listen to it right now.
Hey everyone, it's Rania and Kei, and we're here in Dearborn. We've been covering the election, so we've been here for a few days talking to people in the community. This is one of the largest Arab American communities in the country, and it might be a decisive factor in the election. So Rania, I don't know what you've been thinking, these last few days when we've been talking to people.
Yeah, okay, so this is obviously, we're surrounded by people from different Arab countries that have been impacted by the genocide in Gaza, the escalation into Lebanon, and the bombings of Yemen. But I think for me, the most significant thing has just been the level of loss that individuals have experienced throughout the last year. A lot of the Arabs in Dearborn are Lebanese. A lot of them are from South Lebanon, which is what Israel is targeting the most. And so it just feels like every single person we've spoken to has either lost a home or more than one home to Israeli bombings, has lost actual family members. We spoke to a guy who lost 15 members of his family in an Israeli airstrike on a residential building in Beirut. Or their families are just displaced across not just Lebanon, but there's people whose families have had to go to Syria, to Iraq. There's even people here whose families have been displaced to Dearborn because they've had to leave Lebanon. So just the amount of loss on a personal level is so dramatic and tremendous, and it's absolutely influencing the way people feel about this election. What about you, Kei? We've been here for 4 days. We've had a chance to go all around Dearborn, speak to so many different people. You've been covering the genocide in Gaza from the perspective of political movement building here. What's been your take on what you've observed?
Yeah, I've been just thinking so much about the fact that we're even here right now, the fact that the election is coming down to Dearborn and Arab America, because so many of the people here have been told for the last year, for the last 5 years, for the last 10 years that their voices don't matter, that this is an inconsequential issue. They've literally been told at rallies, sit down and shut up. And the fact that, you now have a situation where it's the fact that we're even here, not just Breakthrough, but the entire international news media is here, from Japan, Brazil, everywhere in the world is here right now because it's a recognition that Palestine may very well be the decisive issue in a US presidential election. I've been in the Palestine movement for almost 10 years. You've been covering this even longer, and it's I don't think, the one thing they would always say is this will never change. And it's I never thought I would ever see the day where Palestine would actually shift the outcome of a presidential election in America. But here we are. And, when we got here, Donald Trump's plane had just landed on the tarmac. He was here trying to basically reach out to Arab American voters. He went to a restaurant in Dearborn. Kamala Harris came and went to Lansing the next day. And they're making all these desperate, just disgusting overtures to Arab Americans, trying to win them over because they realize they screwed up. And they realize it's all coming down to them. And, they've brought out Barack Obama and Bill Clinton. And the message from the Democrats essentially is we know you're mad that we killed your family. We know you're mad that we ruined your life, and we're not going to change any of that. But, what about the Muslim ban? And I think what I'm coming away with most is it's just not working anymore. People aren't buying it here. And, the frustration is so deep, and there's such a deep feeling that the Biden-Harris administration needs to be punished for this. And, I would just say to anyone, I know it's hard to feel optimistic in this moment, but this is something I don't think either of us would have ever foreseen happening, and it's happening now. And it's if you've just entered the movement in the last year, you have signed up really to fight the most the most sharpened, most inhumane, the cruelest, the most barbaric tool in the toolbox of the U.S. empire. We were never gonna win in one day. We were never gonna win in 1 month, but like we are closer than we've ever been.
I think that's a really good point, and I think that what we're seeing here is an unprecedented shift in the Arab American community, because that's where we're based at the moment, but it goes beyond just the Arab American community, I think. It goes far beyond that, to the point where I don't think in my lifetime I've ever seen such a massive disgust for the two-party system, a push towards third party. Maybe that was the case in 2000. But I was like still in school then and wasn't really paying so much attention. But this is definitely going to be looked at as, I think, an inflection point in the U.S. political process. And we're just kind of watching it play out in real time. But I think it's important to what you said to keep that like positive understanding, as dark as everything is right now and as much loss as people have experienced. This is radicalizing people to an extreme an important degree in terms of how they view the U.S. and how they view its role in the world.
Yeah, well, all very important points there. I thought the point you were making, Kei, about, it's people throw words around, should you be hopeful, this, that, and the third. But I think seeing such a massive movement, and the biggest movement in solidarity with the history of Palestine, we've seen renewed activity on the labor front on every different angle. I mean, I guess the point, Kei, I'm raising here, and I think this is what you were getting at, is, we can't let go of our own agency here. It's not just about who wins the election. It's about what people do after the election. And, many of the things Trump wanted to do the first time, he didn't do. Many of the things Democrats didn't want to do, they were pushed to do. So anyway, I think that's a good point, and maybe a key piece of the reflection you were making, Kei, is the importance of recognizing the agency of organized people in a context of a politics totally controlled by organized big billionaire money.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think none of this really would be possible if the movement for Palestine had given up 6 months ago or 8 months ago or 10 months ago, which is exactly what the White House, I think, was counting on. And I don't think any of us really expected people to be protesting for Palestine every single day, heckling politicians, like creating an atmosphere where basically anyone who supported the genocide would be ridiculed and, considered completely illegitimate in the eyes of millions of people. But that's exactly what happened. And that's the only reason we're here on Election Day talking about this. One thing I want to ask you guys is, one thing that Ronnie raised, and I know we played a clip from this earlier, was that interview with this man, Hassam, the Lebanese man who lost 15 members of his family. And just to provide a little more context, Hassam, his family, he lost his father, mother, his brother in an Israeli airstrike. They destroyed his childhood home. He had to go to Lebanon to identify his parents' corpses, which were not identifiable except by their jewelry. Wow. And they tried to bury his parents, and they couldn't do it because the Israelis were airstriking right near the gravesite. And, it makes me think about all the international media and all the Democratic operatives that are right now concocting this narrative about how third parties, because I'm looking behind me and I see Trump, pulling away in key states like Pennsylvania. They're concocting this narrative, very likely, that third parties and the Palestine movement are the ones who tanked this election. And, to me, it's just like, the idea they're going to say, oh, people like Hassam, they're insensitive. They don't care about other issues. They don't care about the rest of America. They only care about this one narrow Arab issue, which it's not. But, I think Hassam is a very sensitive person. I think he's very sensitive to all the suffering that he has seen in every single person, every member of his community. All the people here in Dearborn have the same story. They have either been affected directly or they know someone who's been affected directly by this genocide. So I want to know what you guys think about, this whole narrative that will probably come down if Donald Trump wins tonight. What do you think will be said, and what would you say in response to these narratives that that progressives and pro-Palestine people have got Donald Trump elected?
Katie,
well, it's funny because one tweet that's making the rounds is actually from this woman who let's see, Rebecca Jones. And she has like 300,000 followers. It looks like she's some kind of whistleblower. And she seems smart, which is disappointing. So she tweeted out, if you voted for Jill Stein F you. And then she puts a screenshot of Virginia presidential election results. And as Brad Bloom, my producer, pointed out, the actual numbers don't even add up. Like the numbers that went to Jill Stein don't actually give Kamala Harris a victory. So she's like blinded by her rage and it gets in the way of her intellect. And then someone else is like, this is why you don't vote third parties. And I mean, a couple of things to say to this. One is that this is kind of a great example because as Brad pointed out, literally the math is off. It's not correct math. But also, the idea that you just take these people and they would have gone for the Democrat, like as if but for Jill Stein running, all of these Jill Stein voters would have voted for Harris is just not true. Like we know this. The majority of people who vote for Stein are people who never would have voted for the Democrat anyway. But you get Rhodes Scholars like Rachel Maddow acting as if it would have made up that difference. And look, Rachel Maddow is many things, but she's not an idiot. So she's just a liar there, or she's in denial. I don't honestly know, but it's problematic. And then you get other people saying the same thing. This is why you don't vote green. Then there's like, I don't know, we should have a name for this when you like, it's like a weird, like Rania mentioned it, like this weird, like fantasy of where you inflict pain on vulnerable people. You're like, oh, I'm glad. I hope you enjoy getting deported now. Like person who voted for Jill Stein, which is like you scratch a liberal and you get like a sadist sometimes. So yeah, we should, I think, make sure. And, obviously it's like, well, they could have just not run on genocide.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a great point. Well, before I give some of my points about Kei's point, which I think is a great point, I want to say, Katie, I know you got to run here at the top of the hour. You have sick, powered through. You are sick, but you made it from 8 to 12. That's big. We really appreciate you joining us. Katie Halper, as a person, the Katie Halper Show, good friends of us here at Breakthrough News. If you're watching on the Katie Halper Show live stream, we salute you. And Katie, we really appreciate you joining and sticking with us despite being under the weather.
And thanks for everything. No, thanks for everything you guys do. And if there's any breaking news, what you think? How long do you think you guys are going to stream for?
Well, that's yet to be seen. I mean, I would like to try to hold out here, at least to see. I mean, Georgia's at 93%, Pennsylvania's at 83%.
Wow.
Michigan is snail's pace. I don't know what we're going to know there tonight. Wisconsin, 76. So we might have a pretty good sense of the election if we stick here till 1. I'm not going to promise anyone out there in viewer land, but yes, if you still see us on and want to come back,
I will do. I'll come
the appropriate.
I do, with my hair curlers.
Yes, and shout out to Brad as well from the Katie Halper Show team.
Thanks, Brad, and thanks, Tyler, and thanks, Phantom Esfanta for the clips, and thanks, Nathan, for the research. And I will see you guys if you're watching on my channel. Thanks so much. Love you. Subscribe, hit the like, and join Patreon at patreon.com/The Katie Halper Show. That's patreon.com/The Katie Halper Show. And of course, support Breakthrough News. And also, I want to remind people that it's interesting because Briahna Joy Gray was on tonight. She and I both have the honor of having been fired by The Hill, of course. And when The Hill fired me because they refused to release that monologue I wrote, what did I do? I spoke about it with Rania Khalek and Breakthrough News, and we made the video there. So great reunion as always.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank
Bye,
you
guys.
so much.
Thanks so much.
Well, Kei, you had just asked just before we had to let Katie go, and she had answered the question, the people being blamed. One thing I'll also note here, just sort of an aside, but I think an important issue, Missouri has voted in a ballot measure to raise the minimum wage to $13.75 there in Missouri. We will... there's a lot that could be said about that and low-wage workers, and I'll come back to that. But to speak to your point, I think Katie made the point correctly. I mean, she was saying that, I think it was Rebecca Jones, was posted the screenshot from Virginia. Well, Kamala Harris won Virginia, so I don't even know what you're concerned about there. But I just took a look while Katie was talking. In Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, and in Georgia, all are the three where we have the most sort of information. I mean, it's also true in Michigan, but there's still less than 50%. But these are all Wisconsin, 75%, Pennsylvania, 83%, Georgia, 93%. If all the votes that Jill Stein had went to Kamala Harris, she would still be losing, and she would actually still be losing by a lot. So the idea that it somehow was third parties, I mean, we've talked about it throughout the show. I mean, first and foremost, the sociological research on quote-unquote third party or multi-party voting is that most people who vote for third parties would not have voted would have been in that roughly 40% of people who usually don't vote if it wouldn't have been for that. But then when we go to the specifics, I mean, this is something that always came up in 2000 when the Ralph Nader thing happened. They're like, he got 90,000 votes, but I think it was something like 250,000 registered Democrats voted for George W. Bush. So why aren't you mad at them as opposed to being mad at Ralph Nader? There's also the question that was, I think, put out in the focus group that you all were able to do out there in Dearborn of people. One of the individuals said, even the idea that they own our vote ahead of time is like deeply offensive. And the idea that somehow it's the fault of the voter if the candidate cannot present a compelling program to the voter, a lot of people don't like that. But I think ultimately, from my point of view, Kei, the point that we'll have to make, and we'll have to see what the final vote totals are, but as it seems right now, it does not, in fact, seem that any of the progressive third-party candidates in any of the states anyone was concerned about got enough votes to actually make the difference in the election. Now, could that change over time? Yes, that could change. But as of right now, I think that's an important rejoinder. But even if it was to be the case, I think the most important question you have to ask here is the Democrats are concerned about losing. But the fact of the matter is the Democrats have, the majority of their voters are supporting more progressive positions than them. So when you don't support the position of the majority of your voters, I don't know how you can be surprised that you can't drive voter enthusiasm. And that's ultimately what drives non-voters to the polls, because people they know are sort of pulling them there around issues that they care about. But, we're not really seeing that front and center. I mean, I don't know if this is actually true. Ralph Nader said this on Twitter, and so someone can fact check me. But he noted how Kamala was constantly campaigning with Liz Cheney, but basically never campaigned with Bernie Sanders. And yes, it is true. She said she was open to a $15 an hour minimum wage, but, one, that would have to pass Congress, and that ain't happening. But let's just say that it could. She didn't make it a centerpiece of her campaign. I mean, she said we're going to bring down grocery prices, and she said it constantly and consistently. Now, of course, Trump said the same thing, but neither of them had much of a plan. I mean, Trump's plan was basically like, we're going to drill for oil and gas is going to go down, so all your prices are going to go down. I could go through a lot of reasons why that will not happen, including the fact that he wants to jack up tariffs. But, Kamala Harris never actually explained what her plan was. And when you actually looked into it, you saw that it was very similar to the sort of price gouging laws that exist in a lot of states, which basically just means the FTC can take you to court and say that you're price gouging. So maybe 2 or 3 years later, you'll have to pay some fine for price gouging. Now, some people would say that the fear of that, maybe it'll help prices stay down or whatever. Obviously, if she was campaigning on just price caps, we're just not going to let these people raise prices a certain amount, that would make a big difference. So you have all these points, and this is always the case with the Democrats, where they speak to the problem, but they don't speak to solutions that meet the scale of the problem. Kamala's saying, she's going to build 3 to 4 million houses or whatever that you need. We don't even, the affordable housing crisis is so big, we don't even know how many houses we need, but it's more than that. It's maybe more like 7 or 8 million. So at the end of the day, it's people can see this. I mean, they may not know all the exact numbers, but they can see how, even though the Democrats are talking about the things they want to hear, and so is Trump to some degree, that the actual goods are not really being delivered in a serious way here, and it hurts them. And I think it hurts them because people stay home. And I think the fact that they thought that Liz Cheney was an addition to the campaign is shocking to me. Whether or not you want to accept her support is one thing. I mean, whatever. Okay, you want to have as many people on your list, but I'm looking at Wisconsin, where they were campaigning together, Michigan, where they were campaigning together. Doesn't really seem like it helped them whatsoever.
Yeah, one thing that amazes me is the total unwillingness to listen to their base or to even try to win. Just talking to someone outside about 2016 and how the Democrats basically rigged their primary against Bernie Sanders and then did the same thing again in 2020 when obviously Bernie Sanders was bringing huge crowds of young people of all different nationalities, backgrounds, whatever, men, women, everyone, bringing all these small donors. And it's clearly if you wanted to win the election or defeat Trump or whatever they were saying, this was your candidate. And, they rigged the election in the primary in 2016. In 2020, I will never forget how poorly Joe Biden was doing in the primary. And then they engineered this whole thing on Super Tuesday where all the other candidates would drop out. But, it seems again, they have screwed up again. Obviously we don't know what's going to happen, but it looks right now like the momentum is going heavily for Trump. Eugene, you could probably tell me about some obscure county that I've overlooked, but it looks like it's going that way. And it's just, I really do wonder if the Democrats will take a hard look in the mirror this election. Obviously their corporate donors are a huge obstacle in that, but I don't know. I mean, I really do think, or maybe I just hope that people will take this as a very sobering lesson. And all these people who I think, I don't fault them. I don't want Trump to win. I think there are many, people who are voting against him or voting for Kamala Harris out of a legitimate fear about what Trump will bring. But I hope all these people watch very carefully what the Democrats do in the next few months, few years, see how they respond to their failure, and learn a lesson or two about where their values lie. And Eugene, I don't know if you think that's what'll happen or not, but I'm really skeptical that they'll learn lessons from this.
Yeah, I think you're right, Kei. I think they won't learn any lessons. I think that, it's in a way it's because they know what they're doing, right? I think this is one of the things we have to understand structurally about politics is, the further to the right you move, it's basically fine for the big billionaire donors who run politics because it just means you're moving in a more and more pro-capitalist direction, right? So I think from that perspective, it's like you can live with the more and more right-wing Tea Party, Trumper type people, even if you don't like them if you're a billionaire. But the more you move in that direction into the left, the more you're talking about curtailing the rights of capital and putting the rights of the working class ahead of that. And so obviously the people with the billions of dollars who, are the most affected by that do not actually want to see those changes. So they have actually installed within the Democratic Party a leadership that is just 110%, in a position where they are designed to block a move from a certain perspective, to make sure that there are clear red lines around particular economic issues, as it were, to make sure that there isn't big change and transformative change in the economy and foreign policy and so on and so forth in a more progressive direction. So it's like they know they can lose with these policies, but they don't want to change them because to change them means they got to jump off the gravy train of the big donations, the revolving doors, all the perks and things that come along with it. The whole reason why people want to be involved in establishment politics is that it's a way to get ahead and to get rich. All of that is not going to happen if you start to really stick to your guns as it concerns, more progressive policies, especially when it comes to the economy, especially when it comes to foreign policy. So I think that is a big part of where it's at, is the very fact that there is such a blockage because American politics moves from the center right. And it's like whatever the billionaires and the ultra rich want, that's what sets the agenda. And it can always expand more to the right than it can to the left. And it only really expands to the left in the context of, COVID-19 in 2020, this huge pandemic that was like a war. You know what I'm saying? You think about the images, people lining up in front of grocery stores to get rationed food, right? Like they say that's supposed to be, quote unquote, third world country type realities. And here you are in the United States of America. Deep psychological effect. Obviously, the uprisings against racism and the uprisings that had preceded what had happened in 2020 that had gone on. I mean, but 2020, of course, a moment of great turmoil. You have this huge mass uprising of people, mass anger at the mishandling of this pandemic. So yeah, okay, of course, they're willing to move a little bit more to the left. But at the end of the day, it's something that can open more to the right. To your point, Kei, I don't know if there are that many obscure counties left that I could even call on. You look at Georgia, which is like pretty close. Not a lot of votes left to come in. Savannah, which is a big Democratic area, kind of with some to come in. But by and large, it's looking pretty good for Trump, who had 95% of the votes in, is about 2 points ahead, a little bit less than that, but, pretty firmly ahead. And it does seem to be trending in a number of states in a similar direction. Wisconsin, it looks like the Democrats are up in Minnesota. Shouldn't be a problem with them there. Michigan, we've now gone over 50% of votes, and Trump is ahead by 6 percentage points with 51% of votes in Michigan. So that's Not a great sign, but, not the end of the world. Trump is basically tied still in Arizona with 53% in. So it's not trending great. Pennsylvania, let's see here. 87% in. Trump is up by about 3 points. And when you look at what's out, it's not necessarily, I'm just kind of randomly looking at the map. Certainly heavily Democratic areas in the Philly region seem to be a little less out than many heavy Republican areas. They are, of course, more populated areas, so could still switch around for Harris there. But anyway, long story short, Kei, to your point, yes, it certainly does look like Trump has a lot of strength here, and that the blame game is already started and is only going to intensify.
Yeah, I have a question for you, Eugene, actually. I don't know if you covered this earlier in the show. I hopped off when Tara Houska came on, but I do wonder, there was all this talk about Project 2025, and obviously, the Democrats were saying this is the future of the Trump agenda, and then many people on Trump's team, people like Elon Musk and all these people were playing down. They were saying, oh, this is like a Democratic hoax. They're just, using this to whip people up into a frenzy. But what is your read right now? Obviously it might be a little hard to say this far out, but what is your read on how much Trump will, try to, accomplish all these sort of hard right things? Or do you think he'll just try to preserve his legacy and sort of be palatable in the history books?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Kei. I think the first thing will, of course, depend on, what takes place with the House and the Senate, which will sort of speak to what Trump will be able to get through. Right now it does look like the Republicans are going to take the Senate. The House looks a little bit more like a mixed bag, but it certainly looks like the Republicans might hold there in the House. So if there is non-divided government, the Republicans control the presidency, the Senate, and the House. They also basically control the Supreme Court, which is somewhat separate but relevant, and most of the judges. I believe they will try to launch an extreme right-wing offensive. Now, what elements of Trump's agenda will they go for? Tough to say exactly. J.D. Vance was put right there on the spot as it concerns the issue of the deportations. And they said, how are you going to deport 12 to 15 million people? He totally dodges the question and says, well, we're going to start with the criminals. We're going to start with the criminals, which is like 1 million people or whatever I think he said it was. And I don't want to get into the parsing that. But you can already see there kind of backing off the fact that when you have 12 to 15 million people, many of them are living in households that have non-immigrants in them. I actually think I have the exact number here. I'm sort of looking, exactly for this issue, but it's really pretty significant. I think it's over 20-some million people, all told. As I'm talking to you, looking at it, but that to try to have a frontal assault and get all those people out could lead to serious social repercussions. People who would be involved in civil disobedience, people who would refuse to go. You got 4.4 million U.S.-born children under the age of 18 living with a not undocumented parent. So, you're going to rip families apart. So I think that, on that front, I think Trump will say, let's do as much as we can. But I do think that, J.D. Vance's answer there means that they anticipate there could be big mass struggle and that they will ramp up or ramp down how aggressive they move on immigration based on how much people push back. And I don't just mean undocumented people, I mean documented people too. And I think that's sort of the question on almost all these issues, right? The huge tax cuts that could be another $1 trillion giveaway to the ultra rich, right? Is there resistance to that? I think, using the Justice Department to start investigating bias against white people, which is what Stephen Miller says that they want to do, reverse racism and all these different things. All of it, when I put it on a timeline, I think will be shaped by whether or not people remain passive, inert actors, and in which case Trump will do, I think, almost everything he wants or get as close to it as he possibly can, or whether or not people offer opposition to what he's doing, in which case I think it will shape. Look at how COVID shaped Trump. Immediately they start giving out money. They start saying that they're going to have tax credits. They're, basically you could see that they were trying to avoid a social explosion over the mishandling of COVID. So if there's going to be a social explosion around any of these issues, it's also going to affect how Congress is going to address it. But I think they're going to go very aggressively. I think what Trump is saying on civil liberties, and that's, one big irony, Kei, is all the liberals, it's fascism, it's fascism, it's fascism. I can tell you, those are the last people Trump is coming for. The real people Trump is coming for is the actual left, the communists, the socialists, the people who are in favor of Palestine. Like, that's who they're talking about coming to get. We're going to root them out. We're going to hunt them down, communists, socialists. We're going to deport students who are here, foreign students who are supporting Palestine protests. We're going to crack down on all of that. So it's actually going to be the people who are going to be the most blamed, who are by the liberals, who are actually going to be the most persecuted by Trump. But I think he's going to heavily do that. And that's a big impact, right? Because if you're the FBI, NSA, all these people, your relationship with Congress comes down a lot to funding. And so when it comes down to the Republicans controlling both houses, if they say that they're going to affect your funding if you don't really investigate all these evil people who we don't like because they're in favor of Palestine, there's going to be an issue. They're going to investigate them. So I think he'll try to do that as well. So I think on a number of fronts, I think that the sort of wild card is, is he going to do any of the things that he said that people liked? I mean, is he really going to cap credit card interest at 10%? I don't think so. But will he push for that? Is he going to try to push for peace around the world? I mean, he keeps saying that, but I mean, he didn't really the last time. I mean, he did do the Kim Jong-un piece, but, he wasn't unique in that. Bill Clinton negotiated with North Korea, so did Jimmy Carter. So he did that, but he also, used the mother of all bombs in Afghanistan and did not end the Afghan occupation. He was the first one to send lethal weapons, offensive weapons to Ukraine to stoke the fire. He did maximum pressure on Iran. He tightened the blockade on Cuba and on Venezuela. He did more than almost anyone else to try to pivot against China. He himself came up with the Abraham Accords, which is the root of what took place because the Palestinians felt that they had no choice but to stand up for their own rights because their rights were being obliterated by the context of normalization. So, I mean, will Trump all of a sudden now, is he going to cancel the $1 trillion overhaul of the nuclear weapons industry? Because if you say you want to prevent World War III, unilateral reduction in nuclear arms would be a great way to signal to other countries that you're serious. But he's talking about building more of that, having more ships, more planes, more troops, more guns. And when you have more and more military force, it's not going to sit around in a warehouse, and every all you have is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. I think that's also, the fact that will happen. So I generally think, as Maya Angelou said, you should believe people when they tell you who are the first time. I think, and we talked about this extensively, Brian Becker and I, on this channel, on his show, The Socialist Program. I think Trump is going to move to a more far-right modality. I think to call it fascist, and you can go back and you can look at the show to talk about all that, I think is not entirely correct, but I do think it would be a far-right agenda. But again, the principal issue is whether or not people are going to just let Trump do whatever he wants to do if he is to end up winning the election, or whether or not people are going to try to launch such a massive fight back that there isn't really much of a choice but, for them to adapt their governance to the reality of needing stability in the capitalist polity.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting that you brought up COVID, and obviously also in the context of what's happening now with Palestine. There have been so many of these massive changes in just the last 4 years, where reality just shifts in a matter of weeks. The stimulus checks and everything you were talking about, the way the Trump administration completely changed to stop a social explosion. It's bringing back all these memories. I remember people were posting memes okay, now we're just getting free money. Where was this free money? When were all these student debt payment cancellations or pauses on student debt payments? Where was all this when people were drowning in it? Where was this when people were drowning in their credit card bills, whatever? And they did it overnight, with the snap of their finger. And likewise, obviously with the Palestine movement, U.S. politics has just been reshaped and retransformed overnight. And, I think there's this intentional narrative being driven right now between people who, again, for good reason, voted for Kamala Harris or wanted to vote against Trump. There's a wedge being driven between them and people who wanted to register anti-genocide votes. And it's really if we're all, I think everyone is, worried or concerned, but really the lesson to draw here is not that we need to blame each other. The lesson to be drawn is that in just the last 4 years in recent history, we have seen example after example that when the masses of people, when I say masses of people, I mean tens of millions of people acting in unison with the same united battle cry, when they act together, things that were once never, even conceivable, things we thought were impossible, all of a sudden become the immediate reality, become, as Brian Becker says, the imperative necessity of our time. And, there is no reason that can't happen under a Trump administration. We talk about sometimes like the massive outpouring of support for immigrants when Donald Trump was first elected, and he just unleashed bill after bill. This was, and people like Steve Bannon, they were just launching bill after bill, or executive order rather, out of the White House, attacking immigrants, attacking, LGBT people, attacking all these different communities, and people just mobilized in the millions. I remember I went to the airport. People would just go to the airport to welcome people that were coming in. But, there's no reason we should despair, because we've done it before and we can do it again. And I really hope, people that, voted for Kamala Harris, they don't see the Palestine movement as their enemy. And I hope they look to what we've been doing over the last year and see this is actually the basis of what could be another mass resistance against Donald Trump's second administration, if that's what happens.
No, I think those are really great points. I think there's a number of pieces that we're going to have to see. And obviously, we're still waiting to look at a few different elements of what's happening with the race. I am tracking the House race, which is somewhat interesting. I mean, it does seem like the Senate might be gone for the Democrats at this point. I don't necessarily see how they're going to come back on that one, but let's see what happens. But, of the 5 California seats that are toss-ups but Republican leans, 3 Democrats are ahead of the incumbent in those. North Carolina 19, the Democrat is ahead. That was also a lean Republican. In New York, that seems a little bit more solid. California, there's a lot left out there, so some of those could shift. But it does seem like there is a potential chance here in the House races for the Democrats perhaps to retake the House from the Republicans who control it now. I'm looking right now. They need 6 seats. So I'm not necessarily saying it's possible or probable, but what I will say is it does seem, while the Senate's looking relatively gloomy, Trump seems to be trending well. It seems like there may actually be a shot here, depending on how this shakes out, for the Democrats to take back the House, which will have a big impact. And I also just want to note, we've been tracking referendums in favor of the right to an abortion. Still, the vote is still out in many ways, but Arizona looks to be up pretty big. Colorado, as you already mentioned, did pass their amendment. Missouri, I don't know if we did mention this, but Missouri has also passed their amendment to enshrine the right to, as the language says, reproductive freedom, which includes abortion and birth control as well, which is a huge factor. Montana, very little vote in, but it's certainly in the lead. Nebraska, kind of an interesting one. There's both one that installs sort of a Roe v. Wade style system, which is up by a couple points. There's another one that is actually designed to limit abortion after the first trimester, except where medically necessary or in cases of incest or sexual assault, also winning. So that could become tricky if both of those win in terms of how that will get played out. Nevada, we have nothing as of right now. South Dakota, not a lot reporting, but it is pretty significantly up. So it seems outside of Florida, where they have this, sort of tricky 60% rule on a lot of amendments, it does look like the majority of amendments that will enshrine a sort of Roe v. Wade style protection for abortion will hopefully succeed. Some of those states, there's not a lot of vote in, but it does look the amount of the percentages look strong. So, some negative spots here and there, though, as well. It does look like, as of right now, and not a lot is in, that California's ballot referendum to wage the minimum wage to $18 is lagging. There's only 42% reporting, 41% behind. So it'll be interesting to see. Usually minimum wage referendums succeed. But there's been a lot of conversation about this one because there is recently a law that was passed by the state legislature that increased the wages for people who are working at many low-wage places, and they tried to stay at destroyed jobs. So it'll be an interesting way to see how that plays out there. There's also one around rent control, which doesn't seem to be doing as well. So, not not a huge number of bright spots here, but some. And, who really knows, again, at 12:28 a.m. Eastern time. I mean, Kei, where you are in Michigan, 56% of the vote is in overall. Wayne County, where you are, though, only 26% of votes in. Now, of course, it seems highly likely that Kamala Harris will probably get the most votes overall in Wayne County. But the real question is how many votes will be taken away due to individuals voting against her, and will that affect because of the war in Gaza, and will that affect her ability ultimately to defeat Donald Trump? But again, I think we can also say, looking at this, Kei, looking at this blame game issue, and looking at third-party candidates, it doesn't really seem to me that the difference between the two votes with Trump and Kamala is really being affected by Jill Stein or Cornel West, who are both on the ballot there. So, again, I think that's something that we have to really guard against, this idea that, third-party voters are taking away, from others. That doesn't really seem to be borne out by what we're seeing on the screen here, Kei. And that also includes Georgia by a long shot.
Yeah, were there any big surprises tonight? I mean, and also down ballot, you've been talking a lot about the referendums in different states, but I'm also wondering, were there any congressional races that you've seen where there was a surprise victory? Has anyone been running interesting campaigns, grassroots or unorthodox, non-traditional platforms, anything like that?
Well, I don't really think there's been any huge surprises. The biggest surprise to me in the big races is that in Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin was down. I didn't see that coming. She's been well ahead in the polls on a number of different fronts, pretty popular there in Wisconsin. So in the Senate space, that's a little surprising to me, but we don't know what's going to happen. So, tough to say 100%. The fact that Dave McCormick seems to be basically tied or up by 1 point in Pennsylvania, also a little surprising to me. So those are a few, surprises in that regard. Many of the other things aren't necessarily surprises. I actually would have predicted them, but, notable in Nebraska, Initiative 436, which is to require paid sick leave, is romping with 70% of the vote in. It's got 74% of people who voted so far. So that should succeed. And I think that's often the case with these sort of economic referendums, which is always something I find, interesting and notable about that. I mean, the big upset alerts of the night, Dan Osborne, the independent union president in Nebraska, slipping a few points behind. A lot of people had Ted Cruz on upset alert in Texas, but he won handily, 10 points there, with about 90% of the vote is called. So far, I actually feel the vote is trending, relatively interesting. I haven't checked in on the race, but the North Carolina Labor Commissioner, the Democratic candidate, is actually a wage worker himself, a low-wage worker himself. I don't know how he's doing. The predictions were that he would not win, but nonetheless, sort of an interesting race, to see what's happening there. But by and large, it feels like a lot of things are breaking as one would assume that they would break. One thing that I haven't seen anything on yet is Oregon has a ballot referendum that is essentially, creating something of I'm looking at it right now. Oh no, it already lost. To basically create a basic universal basic income for Oregon people by raising corporate taxes, but it appears to have lost and been called on no. So that's an interesting one, but one nevertheless I was looking at, but it seems like it went the way many people were hoping that it would not go. So, that's where we are there. I think there's a lot to be said. We're sort of evaluating where we are here. I mean, I think Georgia has less than 95% of the votes in, Pennsylvania 85%, Wisconsin 83%. So that honestly would basically seal the election if all those continue to trend. Might actually even help Trump win the popular vote. But if Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Georgia trend the way they are, I think that it looks like Trump. Michigan at 56%, the same is true. But I'm always hesitant to say too much about a state when there's less than 60% of the vote in. You look at the different areas. But yeah, Wayne County only having 25% of the vote in is also, someone needs to say something about, the voting machines or whatever they're using there. It seems like in Ann Arbor, there's still some votes to come in. So I don't want to say that it's over for her in Michigan. I don't think that's the right read given just the overall piece, where I think Saginaw is also still has some left to come in, and that's a place that might give some votes to the Democrats. So a lot to be said here. And as it regards, maybe we'll try to see if we can stick around till roughly the top of the hour or close to it and give you a sense of where we are in some of these other states. I think it's not that likely we'll have any complete results tonight. I think also, of course, Nevada has nothing out. Arizona only has 53% in there, several hours back. So we may have some indication, but maybe not a full indication. I suspect the Democrats will concede pretty quickly and not challenge the election. So it seems to be definitely leaning likely Trump at this point, and we'll hang on for a little bit longer and give some thoughts on that. Rania.
Hey, so we're doing this again, 8 years later.
Yeah, I called this in 2016 as well. I went late into the night, about 2 hours later than this.
Democrats chose, once again, a hawkish candidate that nobody likes, that people, literally their only argument to vote for her was the first she might be, like first woman president, first black woman president. The fact that she's the lesser evil was a big part of the strategy. And also, just like Hillary Clinton, what did she do? She courted Republicans.
Yeah.
She literally went on a campaign tour with Liz Cheney. She promised to appoint a Republican to her cabinet. I mean, it's like she took a losing script from 2016 and recycled it and thought maybe this time I can win. And the difference between 2016 and now is that this is after a year of genocide that she and her party refused to budge on. So there was more outrage and more distaste for her because of that genocide. In many ways, I mean, people didn't like Hillary Clinton for other reasons, I guess.
Yeah.
She was also a top cop, right?
Yeah.
Everything's hawkish. Everything is hawkish with her. I think they had a false idea that because she had that sort of honeymoon period that was completely manufactured by the corporate media when she was first anointed, because she wasn't elected, anointed as a Democratic nominee. The media fell in love with her and really promoted her and basically did PR for her, the entire corporate media apparatus. And for a minute, everybody liked her. It was Brat Girl Summer, and she was Brat. But that fades, right? That honeymoon period fades. And what's behind it is a hawk with no actual genuine principles, just selling herself to the highest bidder, just basically act like a mercenary.
Yeah.
So, I mean, here we are. Again, this is also a result of the narcissism of the Democratic Party, refusing to do any reflection or introspection after 2016, blaming that loss on who? On Russia? On Jill Stein? On stupid voters who they think they're entitled to their votes. So I want to repeat this. Here we are, 8 years later. 8 years later, on the precipice of a second Trump victory. And this is after Trump has already been president once before. And it was a circus of a presidency during COVID that exhausted Americans. People like him slightly less, maybe more than slightly less. He's aged a lot, so he's less coherent than he used to be. He's still just as obnoxious as he was before, but now has an actual record. And she couldn't, I mean, if it goes the way, I mean, it's very likely he's going to be called as president. If it goes that way, the fact that Democrats once again, it's like, what is that quote? It's the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and failing or something.
And doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result.
There you go. So here they are doing it over and over again and expecting a different result. The only reason Joe Biden won in 2020 was because it was COVID. People were tired and they were sick of Trump. They voted for Biden because they were sick of Trump. It wasn't even really a vote for Biden. It was a vote against Trump. That worked because Trump was just president. It didn't work this time around. And actually, you know what? Biden didn't even court Republicans the way Kamala Harris did.
Yeah.
I remember in 2016, all those national security Republicans did exactly what they did this time. They backed Hillary Clinton. Did that win her votes? No, she still lost. But they thought it would work again.
Yeah.
It's actually insane. So again, I'm going to remind everyone, I know I'm going in circles, Eugene. 8 years later, it's just a replay of 2016. Unbelievable.
No, that's very much the case. Okay, well, it looks like NBC News is going to call Georgia. I don't know if AP is going to call Georgia or the New York Times, but NBC News is calling it. Looks like the New York Times is not going to call it. I don't think AP is calling it yet, but that is just letting you know. NBC News has decided to get out there early on that call. You know, they got to say that they were right ahead of times. But, you know, there's a lot of different factors we're going to have to look at here. I mean, you know, you look at the exit polls, and exit polls, there's a lot of different pieces like that. But looking at the so-called blue wall states, you know, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, it does seem that Trump, you know, made gains, certainly with Latino voters. It seems like he is in Pennsylvania, maybe, you know, significantly increasing. I'm trying to actually get a sense if it's actually, these are raw numbers or not, or percentage increase, but it does seem, yeah, about 14% increase amongst, say, the Latino vote in Michigan, roughly, or no, 14% in Pennsylvania, actually more than that in Michigan, no real change in Wisconsin. Allegedly, they're saying the same thing, NBC News, about the black vote, but they don't have a poll that I can look at really quickly. But all that being said, you know, I think that'll be one of the big things to break out here is, you know, the politics of what took place. Looks like Deb Fischer is probably also going to win in Nebraska over Dan Osborne. But to look at the reality of what took place in some of the core Democratic base areas, you know, working class voters of different types, younger voters, black voters. I mean, some people have said the Latino electorate has already been more diverse, but still nonetheless one that went, you know, generally overwhelmingly towards Democrats. You know, what were the different issues that affected them? And I think, you know, there's obviously a range of issues. There's a whole bunch of things that you can always point to on so many different fronts. But, you know, something that I had raised earlier in the show is that when you actually look at some of the polling that is out here, you know, I mean, first and foremost, I also want to note, as much as there is so much talk about black men, we'll see in the exit polls, we'll have to see, I haven't looked yet, you know, black women also before the election were also trending down. But, you know, you have a point here, 71% of black respondents under 30, and black voters tend to, the black population rather, tends to skew younger, the voters older. But let's just say that 71% said we should pay less attention to problems overseas and concentrate on problems here at home. You also had 82% of black people under 30 think that the economy needs major changes or to be torn down entirely. You had 97% of black respondents under 30 say the rate of the economy is either poor or only fair. And, you know, it's not that surprising when you have 5 to 7% higher unemployment amongst younger black people as opposed to younger white people. The reality of the fact of the matter is the Democrats want to show up every 4 years. They want to say, we want black people to vote for us. We want them to come out. But the disproportionate poverty, the disproportionate income inequality, you know, the fact that it seems like all of our money is being frittered away in these wars all around the world as opposed to being spent here at home. I mean, that's what's driving this long-term trend of 2016, 2020, and now it seems like perhaps 2024, although again, we'll have to get into the numbers, we will get into the numbers here, but later in the week when we know more. But it seems pretty clear that that's the impact, the rise of gentrification in almost every single major city with a black population, or the lack of development for rural areas that are majority black in black belt counties. The fact that there has been no significant attempt to address the issues that were raised by the 2020 uprising or the previous criminal justice issues, just the rise of cop cities and more killer cops. And ultimately, when I think you put all these things together, and I could add many more of them, I won't add many more of them because I don't want it to be, you know, too tedious here. You can see that within the core base of Democratic Party voters, especially those who are more working class, the inability of Democrats to deliver while claiming they're doing so much. I mean, both candidates, Trump and Harris, you know, and Biden before that, brag, we had the lowest black unemployment, the lowest black this, the lowest black that, as if they've done so much. But then your lived experience in life essentially means that you can't, see that. I mean, just to give you a percentage here, according to the Census Bureau, you got 66.8%, so 67% basically of black people who found it at least a little difficult to make ends meet week to week. 67%. I mean, that's amazing. 20% saying they found it very difficult. So a fifth of the entire black population finding it very difficult to make ends meet, not month to month, week to week. And people are surprised that they're not coming out in the type of numbers they need to sort of rescue and save the Democrats. Now, percentage-wise, of course, they will continue to be the most Democratic constituency, likely. But nonetheless, you can see all of these various things that are happening. And people see the rise of big money in politics. It obviously increases their level of cynicism, because when 150 billionaire families gave basically $2 billion to races, you're thinking, well, why even do anything? Does my vote matter? And obviously it's being more shaped by these billionaires in many different ways. So from my point of view, the real piece that I think has to be discussed here is the fact that Democrats have overpromised and underdelivered for the people most likely to vote for them, and they are being punished on a range of different fronts, from Gaza to the grocery prices. Like when Kamala says, like when Trump says, what were you doing the past 4 years? Like, okay, that's obviously cynical. Like, obviously Trump is just saying that, but it is true. And so even if you don't support Trump, people are like, well, you talking about you going to get rid of the grocery prices. What about 2021 and 2022 when it was happening? What was going on then? Now, not that Trump is going to do anything more for it, but he's making a point that's going to resonate with people when they start to evaluate the promises versus what they were given. And I think that the lesser of two evil voting, there's too much talk about, well, the Democrats are better than Republicans on this. I mean, on a range of issues, that's like basically true. But when you have the question you have to ask yourself is voting for the Democrats stopping or arresting the slide to the right of the country? And from Reagan to Bush to Clinton to Bush to Obama to Trump to Biden is only gone further to the right, the political center of gravity. And 80, all the liberals said Reagan is a fascist. We don't want Reagan. In 2024, all of them are saying, I'm just like Ronald Reagan. So, I mean, just gives you a sense of where politics has gone in this country. And you think people start to look at that and say, well, if this is our alternative, the Democrats, what are we doing? And people have become so desperate by the status quo. Some are even thinking, well, let's go with Trump, even though, it's amazing some of the sophistry of Trump. He's saying, well, there's no tax on overtime. But when you look at Project 2025 and whatever Trump says, these are all his people. These are all people who worked for him and his supporters. So I believe they're going to do this. They're talking about wanting to reduce overtime. And there's two ways they would do that. One, they would reduce the threshold, right? Like if people who don't make overtime, you don't know about this, up to a certain amount of money, you have to be paid overtime if you work more than 40 hours a week. And the Democrats raised that cap. All the Trump people who would be making these decisions are talking about how they want to bring it back down. So yeah, he might lower the taxes on your overtime, but he's going to lower the value he's going to lower the number of people paid overtime. And then he wants to lower the value of overtime, because you're paid overtime on the basis of not just your salary, but also the cost of any benefits. So like if you get paid a paid lunch break, that's also included in how much you have to get paid. So they want to get rid of all of that kind of stuff so that the value of your overtime goes down. So they're telling you, well, look, hey, no tax on overtime, but nonetheless, your overtime still could go significantly down. So the taxes won't make that much sense. They're saying no tax on tips. The biggest issue is not tips, it's that you're not making a living wage. And why not have a stable living wage for someone rather than these other pieces? So it's all sophistry. But again, when you're looking at a situation where 155 million people, according to the Census Bureau, are having at least a little trouble making ends meet week to week, where some 20-odd million people are at least some of the time every week going hungry. You have to look at these kind of things and realize people are going to look for some different change. And as much as people want to blame third parties, as much as they want to blame black men, as much as they want to blame Russia, there's going to be a million scapegoats. The reality is that the Democrats have not been able to put together a political program that speaks, forget to people who don't support them, even to the people who do support them and want to support them, who feel like they haven't done enough. So I've been going on a long rant here. I'm basically really just trying to wait and see. Okay, looks like Georgia has been called by a number of different fronts here. So that, I gotta say, I think probably closes it out for Kamala Harris. I mean, there's a lot that could be said here, but she basically needs to win Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin for sure. And in all of them, it's trending against her. She also needs to win Arizona, where it's close and where there's only about 53% of the vote in, but it's certainly she's not ahead. So it seems like there's maybe 4 to 5 states, Nevada, we have nothing, that could potentially rescue her, but it doesn't seem that likely. I mean, if Pennsylvania with 90% of the votes in goes to Trump, I think that'll close the door, Rania. So we're getting pretty close here, I think, to having a good sense that there could be a Trump victory, and we know the Democrats will not concede or challenge it in that way.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, I'll tell you here, the attitude here is one of not at all surprised, somber, and just a shoulder shrug. Like, yeah, that's pretty much makes sense. That's it. I don't know what else to say. Like, I really, really don't.
Yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see the final numbers there on a range of these different points in Michigan that we'll just have to see and look at. I would say Wayne County, I don't even know what's going on, 25% of the votes in, but that'll be the one to watch. Of course, that's where Detroit and Dearborn are probably to watch the most. Macomb County, the famous home of the Reagan Democrats, Trump running away with that one. It looks like for sure, although still less than half of the votes in. So it's obviously you're seeing the accumulated realities of both the disinvestment in election infrastructure in Michigan and also likely the impact of what happened in 2020 and probably some challenges to the counting that are making it go slower. But you still have 60% of the vote in, and Trump is up by 6 points. So that's pretty tough. With 60% of the votes in, you'd have to get a very significant chunk of what's out there to succeed. So I don't want to say it's statistically impossible. But yeah, it's looking like kind of a Trump blowout in the Electoral College, and that it's possible, Rania, he could even win the popular vote.
Popular vote. Unbelievable. It's just, I want to remind people also that Kamala Harris in 2020, when she was running in the primary, was so unpopular. Did she even get 1%?
Well, at one point there was the famous MSNBC graph that she had 0% in the polls. I think she actually dropped out before any state voted because she had so little support. And you remember at the time, everyone was saying she's the candidate for black women, but black women were supporting like every other candidate higher, including Elizabeth Warren, I think Bernie Sanders, like almost everyone else. So she was not doing well, and I think you're right. I think we actually have Katie Halper wanted to come back in, risen from the sick bed. She has risen.
Yes. Hello.
Katie, welcome.
So guys, thank you for having me back. So I just wanted to say something since it's looking more likely that Trump is going to be the president. I can't believe that the Dems managed to do this. It's unbelievable. But I saw your tweet, Rania, which I retweeted, saying, "Don't you dare blame us." And I know that people are looking to blame people, so I wanted to give people some ideas of people they could blame besides Palestinians, Palestinian Americans, Arab Americans, Lebanese. Don't you dare blame the Druze. Don't go after the Druze. Protect Druze at all costs.
At all costs.
Yes. Okay. So here are some targets for your ire, and you guys help me fill in more, obviously. But so okay, here are some worthy targets for your ire: Biden, Harris, genocide; Bill Clinton / sending him to Michigan; Richie Torres / sending him to Michigan; Liz Cheney, courting Liz Cheney; Netanyahu, Biden not dropping out earlier, not having a primary; Matthew Miller, John Kirby, every State Department spokesperson, but especially John Kirby. I got to say, he's especially disgusting. Yeah. You could go with the Electoral College. But those are just some options because I know people are really are angry and they're feeling it. And I don't want them to regret outing themselves as bigots by blaming people who we've already seen them blaming. Oh, and also, you don't have to blame Jill Stein because you don't have the statistical evidence of that, because again, this fallacy that most people who voted for Stein would have voted for the Democrat is baseless, and yet it's said with so much confidence. Because what's the expression, like grant me the confidence of a straight white man or something? It's like grant me the confidence of an enabled, coddled lib. Could go with that also, yeah.
Indeed.
So, well, I didn't think this would be the result of tonight, and we don't know officially, right? But I did not think it would be this close. No matter what, either she loses, or if she does win, it's obviously going to be close enough that, the guy is like built for contesting it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I did predict that Trump was going to win, but a lot of people did. And actually, when you look at the polling, a lot of especially the Economist YouGov poll, which does something every 2 weeks, I always ask people this, but you see it in other polls. When you ask people who they thought were going to win, since like January, Trump has been the one. And in some ways that does affect people's voting. There is a self-fulfilling prophecy for sure. Like if people feel like it's guaranteed to be somebody, they are less likely to vote. I don't know if that's if they're supporting the other person.
Right.
I don't know how much that played into this at all, but it was something that was notable to me tracking polls throughout the summer, was how consistently people felt Trump was gonna win. And I just feel like people had to be feeling something, hearing something. I think it's just that the Democratic campaign was so anemic. And if you think about it, Katie, the whole concept, you will remember this, was if the Democrats, Biden was going to be one term, and his goal was just to get them through the midterms of 2022. And as we've seen from a lot of reporting about the Democratic Party, after they overperformed in 2022, Biden just decided he was going to run again, as did the team around him, and they abandoned the plan to have any other person.
Right.
And so instead of actually trying to set up someone who could start building the area so that they could have a competitive primary and probably win the election, to be honest with you, because issue by issue, I think the Democrats have more compelling issues. They just needed a compelling candidate. They did worse than did nothing. They actually propped up a person who they knew to be mentally infirm. That's the other thing that's coming out in a lot of this reporting, the Bob Woodward book, the things that are being leaked, Michael Lewis, things that people said at the time, things that George Clooney said. George Clooney did that fundraiser with Obama and Biden and didn't say a word until the debate, and then said, when we saw him at the debate, he was mentally infirm. Yes.
He's worked in an ER. So he should have told us, George Clooney.
Listen, that's a real throwback, George Clooney on ER. Yeah. There's a lot of people watching this who they don't know what ER is.
No
they
idea.
barely know
ER is
George
a great
Clooney.
show. It's on NBC.
He was great on that show. That was a great show.
Yeah, he was great.
Wait, who doesn't know George Clooney?
No, do you know from that ER from the? Yeah.
That's how I was introduced. Sorry, totally off topic.
Yeah.
I'm my brain wants to talk about anything but Trump now. Wow.
I know,
Well, we're not going to talk about ER,
but that's
unfortunately.
True. Thank you for reminding. Speaking of brains being off, and the cognitive issue that you just brought up, Eugene. That's true. Honestly, it's gotten I kind of forgot about that. The first time I thought Trump, when they named Kamala, I was like, oh, she's not going to win. And then when they had the debate between Kamala and Trump, when Trump was the Biden of the debate, he came off as very not with it. That was the first time I thought, okay, maybe Kamala will win. And then it seemed like he didn't have any traction against her. But Eugene, you're saying, this is shocking to me because I would think it would be the opposite, but I defer to your total superior expertise in this. You're saying that if someone really, if a Kamala person sees a lot of polls saying that Trump is going to win, the Kamala person is less likely to turn out?
Not seeing the polls, but just feeling that themselves.
Feeling it.
Just if the momentum feels like, I really don't want Trump, but it does seem like he's going to win. Those kind of things over time can reduce voter turnout because people feel it's a fait accompli. And I get the sense that may have happened, that people they were definitely against Biden. They weren't that excited about Harris. They felt Trump had a very good chance to win, probably especially since the assassination attempt. So some of those people I'm sure sat on the sidelines saying that it's not really worth it for me to turn out.
I feel like Trump all the people I was speaking with thought that she was gonna win.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of people felt that.
Sorry, my
do we think Do we think that she's gonna like do what Hillary Clinton did in 2016 and like not address, or is she gonna address?
Oh,
I mean,
I
they haven't called it
suspect
yet,
that
obviously,
she
but
will speak, but I bet she won't speak until tomorrow. We're at 1 a.m. on the East Coast, and Arizona, theoretically, Nevada, theoretically, Wisconsin, theoretically, Michigan, theoretically, could probably all go for her and change the election. And I suspect they'll want to really ride it till the wheels fall off, even though it definitely doesn't, look great for them. There's a Hail Mary, and as a Washington Commanders fan, don't ever say that you can't win on a Hail Mary. Sorry, Chicago Bears fans. Sorry, not sorry. Just remember, it can happen. So I suspect she'll speak
Rania
tomorrow
and I are very
and
picking
concede.
up on what you're putting down. Yeah. Well, you know what? Maybe she'll. Maybe do you think like Hillary, she'll spend the rest of her life blaming Bernie Sanders?
that'd be
Well, it probably won't be Bernie Sanders. It'll probably be Palestinians.
Jill Stein and Palestinians. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Or but who knows? Maybe she'll blame herself.
Lie a little more.
Yeah, right,
She's been less
Eugene.
loud. She's been less loud.
Ronnie, I don't know who
maybe
you're telling to be less
maybe-
loud. We're being very
No,
temperate.
maybe she'll tell Palestinians to have been like they should have just been less loud about.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's really well, yeah. I to me, it's unclear what I don't know. Anyway, we can get into more of it later. I mean, it seems obvious that the whole point of what she was doing had nothing to do with votes. It had to do with the fact that she was trying to show herself to be a reliable commander-in-chief to the sort of broader imperialist power structure.
Now, Eugene, I have a question for you and you, Rania, but something that I haven't really heard people address, because people would always talk about how popular it was for her. Popular would have been for her to call for the end of, she was never going to say the end of the genocide, the end of the war, or an arms embargo, right? But no one really answered the question of what would have that would have been the benefit. What would have been the cost in terms of backlash to that? So AIPAC would have gone after her, and how do you think that would have affected the actual election?
Well, the numbers on that are not really clear. I mean, I actually do not believe that it would have affected the election that much. I mean, the very limited polling we have on Jewish American voters, which is the only proxy we really have for Zionist, of course, there's not a direct relationship between the two, but that's kind of all we had, is it seemed as if people were more or less, the majority of people were going for Kamala because of other issues. I think the people who she would have lost were already gone. I think the sort of Bill Ackmans of the world, the other people like that who had a reputation as Democrats, I think they decided that it wasn't really about Kamala for them, and they switched to Trump early on. I don't think that there's anybody who would have said, I'm for Kamala, but now she's for an arms embargo on Israel, so I'm dropping. I mean, there may have been a few people, but it's hard for me to see that as because those people I feel already feel, whether they're right or wrong, that the Democrats are going to be more pro-Palestinian. Right, and that no matter what they say, once they get in there, they're going to do something else. So I think it's sort of like she was playing to a constituency that I'm not sure existed. I think the people who are Israel supporters of some type or another who supported her would have definitely stuck with her through a ceasefire and an arms embargo call, because it seems like that's what the polling was bearing out. So to me, it really feels like if it was just about votes, she could have done more, would have done more. There was low-hanging fruit, you might call it, that was not out there. I mean, there was a rumor that Biden was considering sanctioning Ben-Gvir and Smotrich at different points because of the West Bank. They chose not to do that. That obviously could have helped them. The United States is already on record that it views settlements in the West Bank as illegal. There's, pogroms going on, of Palestinian farmers. They said nothing about that. So there are all sorts of things they could have said and done that are already things that are the position of the U.S. government, of which she is the vice president, and that also already have the support of a significant number of Democrats, including most of them who say that they're for a two-state solution, more liberal Zionist and others, and they chose not to act on any of that whatsoever, which is why all of it to me seems like it couldn't have been about votes. it had to have been about something else. But yeah, I do think that the Democrats probably did lose some voters, though. Don't get me wrong. I just think they lost those voters in, January of 2024.
Right. Yeah. I see people already blaming. There's also this take that's like, we have to accept the fact that, like Julia Ioffe said, like, we have to reckon with the fact that half of the country is okay with fascism. I'm like, show me
we
you're
have to
not
reckon with the
reckoning
fact
with
that
reality without telling me you're not reckoning with reality.
We have to reckon with the fact that Julia Ioffe is actually genocidal. She's a genocidal psychopath who thinks Israel massacring babies every day in Gaza is legitimate. And that Israel has the right to massacre. Like anyone like her, she's an actual fascist. Like,
well, that's
no
what I'm saying. Someone
woman.
wrote in the comments, they were like, "Wait, I thought you liked Israel." Meaning, like, I thought you liked fascism.
It's actually the most disgusting for somebody who has actively justified genocide to dare call half the country supportive of fascism. It's insane.
Yeah, that's what people are really doing. Yeah.
Fucking mirror, excuse my language.
Yeah.
The next few days are going to be painful to be online because the absolute dumbest takes are going to come from the most genocidal centrists and liberals, and they're going to be fantasizing about all three of us being deported because fascist Trump is taking over, when they don't care about fascism in any other country that their special candidate enforces around the world. And also, you guys were talking about Joe Biden. I mean, what were these people thinking? What were these people thinking? And what planet do they live where they think that any of this was going to work? I mean, at the end of the day, Kamala Harris was their Hail Mary because they kept life support Joe Biden in office, who was working 10 to 4 every day because he had to nap the rest of the day. And even when he was on the clock, his brain was mush and he couldn't speak. And they replaced him with an unpopular, soulless, robot, Kamala Harris, who has very few redeemable qualities other than she will sell herself to the highest bidder and repeatedly offend every single person who is to the left of Liz Cheney. Just really, really incredible stuff. I mean, there's going to be books written about how to be the worst political party in history. But, I think actually something Eugene and I were talking about last week was, I can't remember what the context was of what the Harris campaign was doing. But essentially it was when she sent Richie Torres to Michigan to reassure some group. Any empathy she demonstrated for Arabs was not going to affect Israel policy. And at the end of the day, I think we need to remember that imperialism always comes first. And Democrats could have supported a ceasefire and people would have voted for them. But the thing is, Democrats don't want a ceasefire because imperialism doesn't want a ceasefire, because support for Israel is all about imperialism. So at the end of the day, they're willing to take a loss if it means supporting imperialism. There's a reason why she will court Liz Cheney, but no one on the left, because she's an imperialist and imperialism comes first. And it's just going to become more and more depraved and grotesque under either party as time goes on. And so I think that we're going to have a lot of questions, just like Democrats have a lot of introspection to do that they won't. We have a lot of reflecting to do on what we do next, because there's still a genocide happening. There's still an escalating war in the Middle East. There's still great power competition. There's still this, ultimate desire for a big war with China. We know Trump's an very anti-China president. We also have to consider what's going to happen across Latin America, because that's always continuing to be worse. I mean, not like it was any better under Biden. I mean, look at what's happened in Cuba. But that said, that's going to continue to be a problem. So they're going to intensify their depravity, and we need to intensify our resistance to it in whatever way that means. So those are the conversations that people like us need to be having, because we actually care, unlike Democrats and unlike the liberal robots who support them despite genocide. We actually care about building a better world.
Well, I will tell you, Katie, to your point, I think that's a relevant point about what people are this whole Julia Ioffe thing about fascism. I mean, I think the important thing for people to remember, one important thing to remember, is this is that actually can be proven empirically. I mean, we're at about 120 million votes so far in the presidential election. There's still a lot to come in. We had about 150 million people vote in 2020, so it looks like it'll actually be lower turnout. But all you have to do is ask: are the number of people who voted for Trump equivalent to 51% of all adult Americans. And that is highly unlikely that that will be the case. I mean, first and foremost, you got 12 to 15 million undocumented people not counted, 4 million people who can't vote because of felony conviction. The roughly 40% of registered voters who tend to not vote, all things considered, and not everyone is registered to vote. So, you know, the president and whoever wins the presidency every single year is actually representing a minority of over 18-year-old people in the country, usually. Not all the time, but many of the times. Now, the overall turnout often gets above that number of people. But in terms of the winning candidate, you're often still below a majority. And I think that Trump will undoubtedly likely be below a majority. So to say half the country. But the other piece of that is, you know, many of those people, I would say maybe most of them, but I would say many of them significantly do not view voting for Trump as voting for fascism. They don't necessarily view Trump as someone who's going to destroy and eliminate all unions, which the fascists did. They don't necessarily view Trump as someone who's going to ban interracial, interethnic, and interreligious marriages, which, of course, the Nazis did. They don't necessarily view Trump as someone who is going to put 6 million people into death camps and execute them simply for being Jewish or Roma or having a developmental disability. And in fact, I don't think they expect Trump to do mass sterilizations of people with developmental disabilities. And by developmental, I mean, you know, people who are considered to have low IQs and other things like that. Now, there, I'm sure, are some people out there who do believe Trump is going to do those things. I am not one of them. I think he's going to do many bad things. But I think a lot of people, and this is the whole thing about the Democratic rhetoric around fascism, you know, a lot of people, I think, look at it and say, like, okay, it seems bad, but that does seem a little over the top. And I think that there's not going to be a real reckoning amongst liberals. And I encourage people to go back and to listen to the show I did with Brian Becker on last Wednesday about this issue. But you look at the things people are the most upset about. Well, Trump's going to call the military out into the streets to suppress protests, and that's fascistic. Well, if that's the case, Trump's actual predecessor, the person he's following, is not Hitler. It's the American law. It's the Insurrection Act that is the U.S. law that allows him to do that. So if you're saying that Trump's a fascist for doing that, then you're basically saying all America has been fascist since 1807 when it came out. And, you know, maybe you wouldn't be wrong if you said that, because the 1807 Insurrection Act comes after the consolidation of the militia acts, which were designed to find a way to be able to crush Native Americans and to crush poor people who might revolt against the rich people who had just taken over from the King of England. You know, they say he's going to deport 12 to 15 million people. And he's going to use the Alien Enemies Act. Well, that's American, not German. And so many of the things that Trump is doing that the liberals are saying, that the Democrats are saying are the most fascistic, are things that are written into U.S. law that at no time have they ever sought to remove them. I mean, the Alien Enemies Act was used to help justify the internment of Japanese Americans. The Democrats at no time have said, let's get rid of the Insurrection Act. They're not even saying it now. They're just saying, vote against Trump because he's a fascist, but we're not going to do anything to actually disable the law that will allow him to do the thing that we say is fascist. And then just to put a cherry on top of that cake, then you have Kamala say, we're going to give them a seat at the table. Well, wait a second. You're saying Trump supporters are fascists today, and then the next day you're saying we're giving them a seat at the table. So what does that really mean? And I think it's overheated rhetoric, and it's I'm sorry that it's overheated, because it means the real dangers of a Trump presidency don't come into focus, and that a lot of people actually don't take it that seriously because they feel like they're just saying it. They're just saying
they're used to hyperbole. They think of it as hyperbole, and that the evidence that the walk doesn't match the talk. You know, and I think a lot of people do dismiss that. I mean, we saw that same thing with the Russiagate stuff. People will just roll their eyes at things because it wasn't this conspiracy that they claimed it was. And I think that he is perfect at calling that stuff out. And the Democrats do hyperbolize, and then they, of course, use, like you said, Eugene, so intelligently, like they don't use their tools to disable the things that a fascist will be using.
Rania.
Also, sorry, real quick, I just want to quote Justin Potter, who I've had on Dispatches before, friend of the show. He tweeted, if they lost honorably, sticking to their principles of genocide, cruelty, contempt for voters, and structural cowardice. I mean, I couldn't have said it any better. It's actually perfectly encapsulates what we witnessed tonight.
Yeah.
And again, I mean, it hasn't been called yet. I'm not really sure why, because they're saying 95% likely Trump won. I guess they have to wait to call the state of Georgia. Like if they call Georgia,
called Georgia. I think it's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, I think some people will probably want to wait for Arizona. I mean, honestly, ever since 2016, the calling races has become more fraught because so many polls were wrong and so many places got it wrong. People tend to wait kind of to the very end. So I think, for instance, NBC News is listing Pennsylvania is too close to call, Michigan is too close to call, Wisconsin too close to call. They're all trending in a certain direction, but there are, when you start to look and break down, area by area, county by county, Philadelphia 77.6% in. So what does that mean? I don't know, but York County, which is more Republican, 95% in. So how many people have voted in Philadelphia, and that 23% of people who have votes have not been counted? There's a lot of people in Philadelphia. So it could go in the favor of Kamala Harris in sort of one of those last second swings. I mean, these things are not that likely because it's rare that people, like, everyone gets all the votes. Like, there was just some precinct sitting around where 100% of the votes were one candidate. They tend to follow a generally kind of similar trend, and the percentages, once you get up to this level, 70-some%, nearly 80% of the vote, tends to be roughly the same. But I can see how, if you're worried about the veracity of your network and the challenges and being sued maybe by someone who won and felt you didn't tell them, that you would wait. I mean, Michigan's only 65% in, which, in a race this close you would not call, although it is not that close. They're not even calling Minnesota, which is surprising to me, which is a pretty strong Democratic state. So I think that's basically what we're waiting for. Arizona, Nevada, we won't know. I think it's possible some people may try to make a call tonight, but I think a lot of networks will try to make the call early morning, maybe like 4 a.m. or something, when they can say something about Nevada. Although Nevada's at 75% now, so they may start coming with the calls. Trump winning.
I
by
mean,
about
look,
3
there's
points.
also something to be said real quick. I mean, it's not necessarily gloating. It's just people on Twitter showing, hey, you messed up. You mocked, and so you've supported a genocide and mocked those who were opposed to it. Caitlin Johnstone a quote tweeted the numbers of Kamala Harris in Dearborn, which were not good. It went to, I guess, part of south end of Dearborn went to Trump, unlike 4 years ago. And she said, who's speaking now? And then you have the Abandon Harris campaign. Actually, not the Abandon Harris. You have someone else on Twitter. So this is what's in my For You page. Tweeting out the image of the Electoral College and then images of those people at the DNC who were laughing at anti-genocide protesters. I mean, I think we do need to point that out. We do need to point out that there was a level of cruelty and a hatred and disgust from this party that just is about to lose for people who just wanted to end a genocide. And now they're going to sit there and act like victims when, I mean, not just the genocide in Gaza, but I think it was a huge factor in addition to many other things that, we talked about throughout the show. Now they're going to sit there and act like victims when at every opportunity to not act like assholes, they acted like assholes on top of supporting a genocide. And we shouldn't forget that.
And they also did this thing. Someone tweeted out, I went from being told that my vote didn't someone who voted for Stein said like something on Twitter, like, I went from being told that my vote didn't matter to being blamed for, Trump's win, which I've always said, like, you can't go from you can't crap on the people that you're trying to get to vote for your candidate. I mean, it just shows that these people are spiteful and it's party politics. It's not about defeating fascism, because if they cared about fascism, they would have been pushing the person they liked to say something and come out against a genocide. And also there's someone named, who is this person who I follow? Rotary Cup is his name on Twitter. Cedar Salvo is his name, but his handle's Rotary Cup. And he tweeted out, seeing some variation of this comment several times tonight is a good reminder that Democrats are one failed election away from completely taking off their mask. They don't need to pretend they're not your enemy anymore. And he tweets out stuff like, I hope every effing Muslim who voted Trump gets to watch Bibi turn Gaza into a glass parking lot. Blessed be the righteous judge, you mother Fs. He's quote, these are screen grabs he took of tweets. Yeah. Someone else, when Gaza is blown off the map, they'll have their Trump votes as thanks. Looking forward to Gaza being turned into a parking lot by Trump. Stein voters are going to see what Trump does to Gaza. I mean, do you guys have no shame?
Yeah.
No, they don't, obviously. Anyway.
No, you're making a good point. I mean, obviously, this is sort of leaking into the Senate race as well. Republicans are ahead in both Michigan, which is somewhat shocking, and also Pennsylvania, and also it looks like Wisconsin. And Pennsylvania, I think some people thought that could kind of go either way against Bob Casey, but I certainly did not. Alyssa Slotkin seemed to be up by a lot, but she ran a very poor campaign, so it's less surprising, but still, something that was not on a lot of people's boards. Tammy Baldwin, pretty consistently wins to be basically, losing to sort of a nobody. I guess no disrespect to that guy. It might be a United States Senator, but, that would give the solid, 54, I believe, solid 54 majority for the Republicans in the Senate, which would be significant. And it is notable because in Ohio, where Bernie Moreno beat Sherrod Brown, he's more of like a pro-Trump guy. Dave McCormick, kind of the same thing. The other two, not so as much, but Tim Sheehy definitely in Montana. So maybe even 55. I mean, the House, I'm looking at the House, it's not looking that great for the Democrats. And the Iowa toss-ups looks like they're not going to win. And the two that were there. So it definitely or at least what I think were the two Iowa toss-ups that were out there. So, yeah, I would say in a couple of these, it seems basically like, North Carolina won pretty tight, but the Democrats are going to win. So anyway, long story short, I think maybe the House might be the only chance the Democrats have to have a really good night at the federal level tonight. Doesn't necessarily look good for them in the Senate. And it certainly does not look great for them in the presidency as more and more continues to come in. Wisconsin now 89% in, and Trump is up by 4 points. Pennsylvania 93% in, and Trump is up by about 4 points roughly. So yeah, it looks like the deal could be sealed pretty soon. Arizona, obviously further out there, 53% in, Trump only up by 1 point. Could go either way. Nevada 70% in, but Trump's up by about 4 points as well. So that one seems like going to be a tough one, but potentially could go either way. So the key states, a lot of the key states we don't know, but we can certainly see the trend. This is why some people actually hate the New York Times needle thing, though, because they say that it can be too dispositive, but it's based on a lot of legitimate data. So I don't want to take away from them, and a lot of that data is based on what's still out and the percentages of what will come in from what's out there. There's a few that are out there that Harris will probably win, New Hampshire, Maine, but I doubt those will make much of a difference, really, all things considered, you can see. So, yeah, it looks like, some people are now reporting too close to call in Nevada. So who knows how long some of this will stretch on. Nevada has a lot of these, hyper MAGA, like election officials that, who knows what they'll do or what they'll try to challenge on a number of different fronts. But I think, we shall see. I mean, I think Pennsylvania is the next one that may come out at a reasonable time or hour, but we don't have a lot of evidence of that. We're coming up here on 1:20. I know that you were sick, Katie. So, I don't want to hold you here.
This is great. Thank you so much.
I'm
glad I was with you guys.
Thank you. We were happy to be with you
here. What an
here.
insane night. Yeah.
Yes, and hopefully get some rest and feel better.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think
thanks, guys, and don't forget that list of people to blame.
Oh, we'll clip that.
No
doubt about that.
Add your own to it.
At the same time, I don't want them to like blame Arabs for this. They should recognize that this is part of the reason that they did in fact lose. They supported genocide. They had a year not to. They chose not to. So there's people who could not in good conscience vote for them, who otherwise probably would have. So there you have it.
So don't blame, but acknowledge. It's hard for these people.
Acknowledge.
It's a balancing.
And also blame
balancing act.
Yeah.
And blame the genocide for putting them, making these people who would have otherwise. Yeah, that's what it is. The genocide.
Blame Israel.
Blame the genocide, not the genocide objectors.
Okay.
Wow, that's a good one. Yeah. Get that on a bumper sticker.
There it is. All right. Well, thank you, Katie. We appreciate it.
Guys.
Happy to have you here. As
have
always, it was our pleasure. Bye. Well, I think Rania.
So Eugene.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's something that we haven't done during this show. We're probably going to have a Trump presidency. So we have to recognize that we're probably about to have a second Trump presidency. And so what do? We do exactly what we would have done if we had a Kamala Harris presidency. We keep doing independent journalism, keep telling the truth, And those of you who are watching and who appreciate this programming, we haven't had a chance to say it during this election evening, you can help us do that by becoming members of Breakthrough News by going to patreon.com/Breakthrough News. It is more important than ever that if you are able to, you support independent media that is anti-imperialist, that's anti-genocide, and that is going to continue bringing you the kind of coverage we've been bringing you throughout this last 4 years and will continue doing throughout whoever's in charge the next 4 years. Patreon.com/Breakthrough News. You can access exclusive content, exclusive merch, and also help support media arm of the movement. There you go. There's that merch. Go ahead, Eugene. I just had to throw that in there because we didn't get a chance to do it yet.
No, listen, I'm glad you did. I think that's critically important. It's important for us to do. I want to give a big shout out to Sidewalk Studios that did a lot to help us set this up, including our situation there in Dearborn. So big shout out to the Sidewalk Studios team. Shout out to Katie Halper and the Katie Halper team. Big shout out to every single person who joined this show as a guest. I know everything had a lot going on. Big shout out to all of you who viewed. Thank you so much for being here with us. Hopefully this was a good way to spend the majority of election night and early morning. And we'll, of course, continue to be bringing you various coverages and other aspects as we continue to move into the week and learn more about what is happening. But as we close, for all those who are closing, 246 electoral votes for Trump, 194 for Kamala Harris. A number of key states are still out. Almost all of them are trending towards Donald Trump. So we'll have to see what tomorrow brings, but certainly it does seem as if we are leaning towards a Trump presidency. The Republicans have taken control of the Senate, it appears, and the House of Representatives still up for grabs, could go either way, but that requires 6 seats gained by Democrats, and there's a mixed bag about whether that's possible. A lot more to say. Abortion referendums had a good night, except for Florida, and that was because of undemocratic measures, but a number of states did enshrine into their state constitutions or into law in another way the right to abortion, most of them sort of modeled on Roe v. Wade. The minimum wage was increased in the state of Missouri. There's a number of other points and other things that are out there, but a few positives to end on. But for myself, for Rania Khalek, for our whole Breakthrough News team, thank you to everybody for watching our special election coverage.